point now. Shepard with a quadra kill.
And now it's all up to Basetto. Basetto slaughtered by Shaco. I don't even think he knew what happened.
And Philippe wants it. Genius! Steal that round for Furia.
Are you ready for this? Bango, are you kidding me with a third getting taken down? And then the drop right below. And it's just in the face. Penta are going to the grand final.
This could be difficult. If the swing Mason a second, Mason a third! Ryder, oh my god! Wow!
Free-Day holding up for the blood.
It's a 1v5. They had everything going! 1v5! For a second though, just didn't fully commit. Waiting to pop the last available second, was hoping he baited them out! Soliton's down! Free-Day's up! He's also down!
Good afternoon and welcome to the second day of the Munich Major. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today, and as yesterday, I'm joined by Lexing and Alfama. We're getting ready for another day. We're going to send some teams to the playoffs, but we're also going to send some teams home. Ready for the drama?
I don't think I'm ever ready for the drama. You know, I like getting to this point, but it's also sad once we send those teams home, especially because everyone has worked so hard to get to this point, and then when you leave so early, it stings a little bit.
Yeah, and I always feel like sometimes it's just up to the bracket and just a team maybe having a harsher path all the way. And
Definitely some teams have
I feel
that.
like it's unfair sometimes when a team is being sent home, and I think it could have done better, but you know, this is maybe just the player.
I was going to say, going back to the player perspective, you're already bringing up excuses as to why you had an early elimination of the tournament. Well, you understand that. It is fine. Let's have a look at our schedule then for today. What really is up ahead of us for today. Again, on a dual stream setup, we have an A stream as well as a B stream. And to guide you through the schedule, we first have 2 games on each stream where you have the 1-game won, 1-game lost teams going up against each other. And then later on, when we move towards the best of 3s, on the A stream, you have the elimination games. We're sending teams homes on the A stream. And on the B stream, we actually send teams to the playoffs. So when we're looking at this, of course, you know, the teams that have gone 1-1 so far, any chances that we're thinking when we look at the bracket as well, who's going to make it up maybe towards that 2-0 or 2-1, sorry.
You're going to say matey, I know you.
I feel like you were going to say secret.
I'm going to say secret, obviously I have to, but I will say this game is going to be an absolute banger. I made secret, but even Falcons W7M, I think I'm planning on Falcons to make it, not just because I'm European, but also because I really believe they're above W7M. As for Secret M80, this one is super tight.
No, I mean, M80 coming into this event, you know, we haven't seen a lot from them, but this stage, they've been looking phenomenal. And then to come here and the performance that they put out yesterday, especially even beating a team like FaZe 7-2 was very impressive. They are definitely hot on their tail.
Yeah, something we've been talking about a lot yesterday, just on the first day of the Major, is the chances of making it to SI based on the points that you've gathered over the course of the regional leagues as well as this event. And we're looking at the biggest changes in SI probability for our team. So these are teams that either got a lot of gain in that percentage of probability due to their results yesterday, or those that have dropped a lot in their chances of making it to SI. Some things that really stand out, though, is, of course, for W7M, Secret, M80, amazing that they've improved, but that 26% loss on the side of KAG, ouch.
It goes to show every single game matters in this Swiss stage, especially not only for the Major, but obviously for SI. And if you look at KAG, if you look at NIP, it's the 2 teams that are facing eliminations today. It matters so much right now that these guys are putting in better performance if they want to make it to SI.
Absolutely, and we also talked about KAG in the back saying, you know, if they can't make anything happen here, their next shot is the regional finals. And the only way they will even have a standing chance is if they even make a grand final appearance in their regional final, let alone winning it, which would then secure them a spot. So really, it's about pressure today.
It is, and well, you can probably hear it and see it as well behind us. The players are getting very ready for their games. We had Maria speak to 2 of the teams earlier today when they came to the venue.
Let's take a look in this guy. Shoes matching the jersey. Is that in uniform?
Blue-green. Well, it's my own choice, but yeah, it's intentional. A little Shopify color matching a bit. The best I could do. The best I could do.
Love it. Well, let's talk about the preparation for this major. We didn't talk that yesterday, so I want to talk to you now. Did you guys did a boot camp? Where was it? It was a good. You did see some changes, some positive changes.
Yeah, so we boot camped in the Netherlands at the Liquid facility. Liquid actually from Brazil, they showed up there partway through, so we got to practice online against them, which was cool.
Tell me more about that after.
Okay, sure. But yeah, it was a good time, and yeah, good practice. I think the big thing for us was using it so that we could adjust to jet lag. Like we don't need to adjust to the time zone. Normally you only have a couple days to do it, so having like 10 plus days to get used to it, it really helps. You show up to the event with good sleep, all that, and then just better practice, different practice, rather than the same North American teams over and over. So yeah.
Before, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling good, and you?
I'm great. Thanks for asking. Not a lot of pro players do that. Thank you so much. I mean, you did great yesterday, so that's why I also want to talk to you. But I also want to talk about the IGL role that you have on BDS, because I mean, you kind of live a roller coaster. You were doing really great, and then you go to the IGL role, and then the performance was not that good. But now you're kicking again. So how does the IGL role changes for you? How does that work for P4?
I think at the start it was hard because I'm a French player. I need to learn the English and every stuff. But now I'm feeling good in my IGL role. I think for the start I'm happy because for the moment I played good for the start of this major, and I changed nothing. I just try to be comfortable on my game and the team be comfortable.
And of course, they will talk about the results from yesterday as well. And we'll have one more look back at what happened yesterday by jumping into our panorama. And when we talk about the monster, it feels like it is the era of the IGLs, because when we talk about our monster from yesterday, who was one of the MVP as well of day one, it has to be Savage.
Yeah, Savage has been amazing. And it's been amazing for the entire stage. When Secret was struggling at the beginning of EML, he was the only player on the roster that was still playing well. Well, going into this major, once again it's him playing on the Valkyrie here, but most importantly, doing so on hard support roles. You're gonna see him perform, get multi-kills with Smoke here. This action, for example, was crazy against Wildcard, and then he's gonna get another one here. Savage has been incredible as an IGL, as a hard support, and as a player overall for Team Secret.
And the fact that he's doing it on the IGL role, being that proprietor, being that big step-up performance for this team only instills hope and confidence for the rest of the team. I mean, he's the second highest rated player here at the event, going 28 and 13. And again, who else would you want rather doing that on your roster if it's not your IGL?
Yeah.
Now we're staying in EU. We're staying in EU territory though for the moment of yesterday. The biggest thing that happened, the one that made all of our jaws drop and everybody inside the venue, has to be that clutch that Stompen made yesterday.
I can't believe this. For an up-and-comer to be able to pull out a clutch like this, the intuition on this kid, I mean, it's unnatural. We all thought he was cheating at this point. Everyone in the servers' jaws were on the floor. You can clearly see from everyone's G2's reaction, our reaction watching it, it was an unbelievable play from him. And again, the intuition from Stompen was unreal.
The best reaction is here. Alemao, look at his face. He's now realizing something. That player is on his team. That player is someone that has a sixth sense, and that player is going to be able to carry him all the way to maybe another major title. Look at his reaction. He's laughing. He's like, oh my God, this guy is with me. There's no way we're going to lose. And I will say this is the kind of stuff that cements a team, that really helps have synergy. They now trust each other. This is the kind of action that can be a game breaker for G2 going in this major.
Absolutely.
Yes, I mean, I love that. Of course, I think I might even like those reactions from the players more than the clutch itself, even though that was already insane to think of. And I'm glad we got to hear from Stompen as well, how he talks about what happened in that moment.
To be honest, there was no info. I kind of just heard them. I heard them through the wall, and I just wallbanged them, yeah.
Incredible.
As simple as that. I just heard them.
PC.
I guess that's like 18-year-old ears, because I couldn't hear it.
Yeah, like either. We're deaf by then.
All right, well, we'll see, of course, buffs when you're younger here now. But we use the must-see for looking forward to what's happening today. The game that you have to keep your eyes on, peeled for as well. And I think that's one where the pressure is really on the shoulders of both teams.
Absolutely, and I think it definitely has to be the Keg versus Furia. Just for the simple fact, we hadn't seen this during Reload, and it was a stomp from Furia. But again, when we saw this Furia come throughout the stage, and even in group stage, this was the most dominant that we all talked about, that we've seen Furia look. And then to come into this tournament, already be 0-2 and lose to D+ in this matchup in a very convincing fashion. Sure, it wasn't 8-7, but by no means is that the Fury that we all knew watching throughout the SAL.
And I mean, continuing, you know, they lost to Shopify Rebellion afterwards. It was not even close. Furia has been struggling clearly yesterday. And if you look at KAG on the other side, they took some of the biggest teams in the world, you know, all the way almost to match point. They were leading 5-0 against G2, for example, before that crazy comeback. I think that KAG is in a very different momentum right now, and they really need that win if they want to make it to SI. Like you said, their performance to qualify has been really, really low after losing 2 games in a row. It's the moment where they need to perform, and to take on their former rivals of the Grand Finals of Reload, it's going to be a banger match for sure. It is.
Bit of a revenge one. I'm looking forward to that one in general. Now, one more thing we'll do before we dive into the first game is something we did yesterday as well. We had a look at the social media to see what is all being said about the tournament by our players, coaches, community members. And I liked it so much that I wanted to do it again because so much happens on social media during an event. And Alamau had us reminiscing a moment 2 years ago when G2 had an issue with the map veto, and that happened yesterday as well.
You know, we were in the back questioning whether Fabian did that on purpose. I think it was, again, an accident when it was in that matchup versus FaZe. And then, you know, we see Alamau take a little bit of a shot, and then we almost immediately saw Fabian reply. I think they've had a couple interactions throughout Twitter as this event has started. And Leo, I don't really know if it's serious or not. You would probably have a little more insight on this.
It feels like Alamau never learns. When you start to tease Fabian, then you're going to get a reply, and that reply is always going to burn you. And I will say this, to say that Alamau could be white as a ghost and shutting down in big games against Brazilians, that's a little bit too specific not to be true. And I'll say this, y'a que la vérité qui blesse, that's the French saying for there is only truth that hurts you. The fact that Fabian burns him is also because most of his tweets are actually a little bit of truth.
Yeah, he has the way to back it up as well, what he's saying. I love the picture they chose for it as well. Really matches the sentiment of that tweet. And I guess a little beef that we had on social media. Want to see more of that today. So we'll keep our eyes peeled forward in case there is more social media coming up on the stream. And then speaking of these rosters, of course, G2, the one that was involved in the social media beef, they're playing in our first match today when it comes to playing against a fellow EU team, against BDS. We're looking at that as our first best of 1 for the day. Once again, a reminder, both these teams have won 1 game yesterday and they've lost a game yesterday. That's why they're playing against each other right now. And when we're talking about BDS as a roster, you know, bringing this back to EML when they played against each other in the playoffs, I was really happy to see BDS actually be competitive to a team like G2.
Yeah, because when you look at BDS in general, or across the EML, across the full year, maybe they didn't have the best performance, or at least what they're looking for. But I think as soon as they came into the playoff of Stage 2, they really came alive. That's it. In those BO3s, in that environment, they had the right game plan. And against G2, honestly, it was such a good game from them. They could have taken it. And I think it's an announcing of one thing. When BDS plays against a strong team, they're going to rise to the occasion. They're going to rise their level. And it's always the case against G2.
And I think that's something for me. You know, you asked us when we said, you know, say a team, one word to describe them. I said untapped because there's so much untapped potential in this roster. When you look at this 5, they can achieve greatness. And we've seen greatness from this team time and time again. Even yesterday in their match versus SSG, going against a very strong, aggressive opponent, they dominated them. They shut them out in a 7-1. Very convincing. You even heard him P4 with his interview from Rio. Having to switch to English, that's already a task in its own while trying to be that IGL, feeding that information, relaying it, and again, just having this success, even in that game versus Secret, it was relatively close. They are staying very competitive, and it's a matter of, are they looking at these games and extrapolating things from it to just increase their potential where we can see this team be a rising team from the EML and be one of the best?
Yeah, it's crazy to me that, for example, P4 was the one that really showed up yesterday, only to think of what's going to happen when the usual suspects step up alongside him in this matchup coming here today against G2. And we'll start talking about them as well, because we have to talk about the results from yesterday, okay? We already mentioned it a little bit, but against KAG, I feel like that game, it got a little bit too close for comfort.
It definitely got too close for comfort, but I think that's the important thing to take away from that match is they never gave up. The resilience was clearly there when it looked like all odds were stacked against them, and especially for a young player like Stompin, in this moment where you can truly make or break newer players, to have that confidence, to have that round, and what it was, round 11, to be able to pull out that clutch and instill confidence and hype into the rest of everyone for them to be able to close out that game, it just goes to show G2 is more than confident and ready to keep these games going.
Yeah, I just don't think everything is so positive in the sense that at EWC, they make grand finals and everyone says, they should have won it. And it's okay. They will be the Munich Major, they will be the favorite, and they will take the Munich Major. For them to come in, they were 2 rounds away from dropping 0-2 and being in the elimination match today. I think for me, it's not all positive. The most important thing, and that's what you said, I think they really turned things around by that winning 7 rounds in a row against CAG, and that maybe is what they needed, that wake-up call. We're gonna see today against BDS. Now is the moment to prove that it was just the start of the tournament, and they're still very confident, but I'm still not convinced yet.
All right, we'll see if we get convinced by this best of 1 here, though. We'll pull up the map feed, so is it the final thing that we need to do before this matchup can really start, and we can dive into it. We're looking at the decider. We're looking at Bank. We have seen this film before.
Yeah, during EML, they played each other, obviously. G2 is the one team that managed to break the crazy win streak from Falcons on that map.
8-7.
And so they basically took the European crown of being the Bank champions. And BDS is never afraid of that. They're never afraid to take a team to their best map to counter-strat. They tried to do it. It was a 7-3 loss during the stage against G2, and then a 7-5 loss during the playoffs. Very close, but getting better.
I say that. I think that's the biggest thing. There is little there's minute improvement with each game. You said a 7-3, 7-5. I feel going into this matchup with the confidence that they have behind them, the exuberation with it, I think this is a game where BDS can overcome G2.
We can only hope that this game will be competitive and close, and therefore we'll bring in our casters as well, as we're joined by Intero and Jesse on the A-stream for the first 2 games. You guys got a good game to start with. Are we excited?
I am. We were saying that we haven't casted Stompin' yet.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to cast Stompin'. We finally get to do it.
It's exciting, too. We got the all-European matchup. We did another all-European matchup yesterday, and I think it makes sense because who knows the EML better than the 2 NA casters?
Well, I love that for you. You're going to dive right into it, though. The match is ready. Take it away.
Thank you so very much. G2, a team that got into maybe more controversy outside of the server last night. I don't know if anybody saw Fabian, former member of G2, multi-time world champion with G2, and Ali Mao deciding to do some trash talk. They're not playing each other today, but G2's got to save some of that energy for this game because BDS, Jesse, has been a bit of a surprise so far through the first day of games.
No, you're absolutely right, Parker. I think a lot of people had BDS kind of coming in as this like 4th European team. Who knows how good they're going to do, but they played really well yesterday. Despite going 1-1, they had a really strong contest to end out the day. It definitely felt like they could have gone 2-0, but here they are now up against the Titans from Europe. G2 won both contests when these two faced off against each other in Stage 2. They beat them in groups, they beat them in playoffs, and it's kind of surprising to me that we're heading to Bank. The Deaths touched on it, but these 2 teams faced each other on Bank. It was G2's map pick in the EML playoffs, and they won it 7-5. So a bit of history might suggest that G2 are coming out on top. Already, we got the operator bands coming out. Maybe not thrilled about the Kaid band coming through, and then we pair it up with a Castle, which is quite interesting to see here on Bank. Very strong operator for holding down that top floor, locking it down. Attackers will remove both the Ying and the Monty, which leaves up all the ranged hard breach that often gets targeted on a map like Bank.
Yeah, I don't hate these bans. Leaving up the hard breachers is going to make it more difficult to defend that bottom floor bomb site, which will be where G2 decides to go right off the rip. So down to lockers they will go. No Kaid will make defending these hatches a relatively impossible task, as you see from the operators brought by G2.
Yeah.
They're not even going to try. They're just going to leave the hatches as is. I imagine from the lineup that we see on the side of G2, this will be a roam setup for a couple. You've got the Tachanka, obviously, and the Echo. Tachanka has become quite a staple on this map, Jesse. And he's actually supplanted a smoke play for a lot of these teams. Now, smoke is available. G2 making a deliberate choice not to run what has historically been one of the strongest operators on this bomb site. Another notable operator absent is Goyo.
Yeah. Yeah, Goyo can be really strong. It is hard countered by Twitch, and if we do see a Goyo, Twitch is always quick to follow. But teams like running this kind of strategy with the Tachanka instead. A lot of teams will run that Tachanka starting off at the top floor on elevators. You're hoping you don't die there. Vlad's playing the position currently, where then he'll try to fall back off and maybe play more with the team, shoot a couple of drones. I know Furia really likes to do this strategy. You can see his outline there on your screen now. So going to be exciting to see what Blaz can do from that point of view, but nobody else really roaming too heavily. Stompin' and Archives maybe the most aggressive player, and he's getting looked at by Robbie just at the top of square right now. doesn't have the greatest way to escape.
But he has Lawyer watching at the top of blue. Jesse, it's not just going to be about regular games here at the Major. There's also SI qualification on the board. So a win here against BDS will all but certainly lock in G2. They have 1% chance that they wouldn't make it to SI, which at that point is it's probably not going to happen. So BDS has a bit of a harder hill to climb. They were only at 40% with a victory there. Freck's going to die real early to Blaz. That's the Deimos off the board, an operator that you tend to see on the front lines and often the first kill or casualty. On the side of BDS, it's the latter.
Yeah, and I like this from Stompin. As soon as his teammate gets a kill, you know you have man advantage, retreat back to site. You don't have to risk dying up here. You go down to 4-on-4. That would be a real tough situation. So smart from Stompin to retreat. You do have to open the hatch. You weren't able to reinforce it for that rotate, but I think that's totally fine. With the kite ban and no Harbridge bans, it was going to get opened up anyways. So maybe you lose a tiny bit of time, but it's a good retreat from Stompin. Everyone can now play inside the site. Be a little bit of pause here in the action now as BDS start to clear out the utility, get the hatches open. I'm looking at the util they have on them, Parker, and I do like what I see. Smokes from Lazmu, a lot of displacement with both the Grim and the Capitao. It's going to mean that some positions inside the site will be really awkward to play for G2, and they might want to kind of get aggressive to increase their advantage before they get to that point.
See, they're just stalling and wasting as much utility as possible. This is an intriguing play by Loira. He had the assistance of the Yokai drone, but Robbie still capitalizes off of that, and it's a nice answer back from BDS. But they need to be very wary of this clock, Jesse. Just 45 seconds remain, and it will continue to tick away from BDS. We did see BDS have some issues with aggression and getting into the site. That middle portion of the round onward yesterday was a bit sluggish for them. No Goyo canisters mean that the fire will have to be applied a different way. There's Capitaos on the board for BDS, so those fire bolts can be thrown out from the side of the attackers, and from the defenders the same, but Robbie just walks right in. Alimau dies. What is happening? Stompin, the only one able to shut him down. Traded out by P4, and what was a terrific start to this round has completely collapsed at this point, leaving just Doki, who's now spotted and killed by Virtue. P4 looked like he was in on it as well, as there was multiple players staring in his direction. Diffuser almost got planted at the same time. Robbie just waltzing into the site and slaughtering 2 players completely turned the tide of that round.
Yeah, absolutely. The Italian stallion doing it the most here in Munich. Doing a great job of making that entry. I believe he got 3 kills total in that round, 2 in the execute, 1 earlier on as well from Robbie. So massive play from him. He had a 10.0 kill-death ratio in their opening game against Space Station yesterday. Went 10-1 in that matchup, and you see how good he was here. Just making that space for his team, walking down blue. You do have to maybe look at the Azami playing those server stairs as well. I know Loira is a great player in that position, but he often plays some different operators there. You've seen him play the smokes, the mute in the past, sometimes what he wants to bring out to that bomb site. The Azami can be tough sometimes when you're playing at the top of the stairs. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to do more than he already did.
Loira is also the lowest rated player in this entire match.
Yes.
Which is quite a shocker given Loira's prominence. I mean, I remember when Loira was a highly touted up-and-coming player over in Brazil before being imported towards G2. You have to imagine that the Brazilian connection at G2 played a big role. But yeah, Loira really underperforming his numbers so far.
Yeah, for sure. And he had a great stage too. So I think it's just opening day of the tournament, maybe some jitters, maybe just getting warmed up. I expect Loira to still be a big part of G2 during this tournament run. I don't expect him to continue to play as he did for the first couple of games, and he's not, you know, completely underwater. He went 13-19, so he still was performing well in some rounds yesterday, but we are expecting more from him today.
Very important here in Munich that you keep your head above water.
Yes, that's our motto for the event. Well tied in, Parker. I like that. I like that.
Somebody in the audience you just know is like, oh my god, it is water themed. After seeing the fact that there's rising tides in the bars of the numbers in between rounds and in between matches. And
yeah, and listen, I don't want to spoil anything, but when we get to main stage, ooh, there's excellent theming going on.
What Jesse is saying is they're actually going to fill the entire arena with water. So bring your swim trunks here. Oh my goodness, yet again, Robbie finds an opening. It's exploited right away. Loira has been target dummy through 2 rounds. And now Robbie will aggress up to the smoke. Has him completely turned around. Blaz killing Alimau amidst the chaos, but G2 does come ahead in kills. Not that they haven't lost the smoke. And
Yeah.
Janari.
Awkward operators to lose. Blaz was the last guy alive on the top floor, and he just falls off now back to open area. So it's going to be a 3v3 when we do get to that execute. I think you're happy with that if you're BDS. It's effectively 2 kills from Robbie. That team kill was caused by the chaos that, he was providing. That's mine. It's valid. That's valid. Effective 5-2 start from Robbie. Extremely good from the top frag of BDS, their primary entry player. But now they've got to do work on executing into the bomb site. They've still got Freck on that Ram, who can do so much good work on the soft destruction. They've still got Virtue on the Ace as well, which can be really important if you are going for a square take. He's already used 2 of his Selmas to help his teammates clear the top floor. I believe that was from the lobby repel, so you won't have full utility going in for this, but I do like what they have. Vault cams are going to be a bit of an issue. I see one side of the office hallway that Alamau is currently staring at, so be careful about that. But with the Nitro already expended too, it's not like they're going to be able to deny the plant with the big C4. They're going to have to take these gunfights because it's likely BDS will have a good point to get into the site and plant.
Yeah, there's a good likelihood that BDS could take it.
That's a throwback. I like it.
It's been quite some time.
Yeah.
It's our good friend Caliber Jacob. He was actually casting with Iconic at the DreamHack
Yes.
Atlanta Siege event that was just a couple weeks ago. Or just last week, actually. Blaz now the next casualty in line. G2's defense here on Bank, notwithstanding scrutiny whatsoever. Doki in a clutcher kick scenario for the 2nd time in a row, just narrowly evading the bullets from the R4C in the hands of Freck, and he almost gets both of them, only good enough for one. Freck secures the round after the diffuser goes down, and BDS is off to a 2-0 start.
And nice try by Doki there. Came so close to clutching it up. We've seen him do so many incredible things like that throughout the years. This is his 15th S-tier event, nearly all of them now with G2, a couple with Na'Vi at the start of his career, but he's been incredible for this team in the past.
I was gonna say, oh yeah, he won Tokonami with Na'Vi, but
no.
Maybe he's suspended. Maybe he was suspended from play.
Wasn't quite on the roster for that one.
No, but he was definitely there for some kind of moral support. I don't know. Those beers aren't gonna drink themselves. So.
Yeah, pure chaos on this top floor clear. But from what we saw from BDS yesterday, I mean, we casted both of their games. They like a lot of these chaotic pushes where things do get a little scrappy, they get a little wild. But even that execute, I thought you saw the coordination. There are still players acting at the same time. One from printer window, one coming in from the doorway from the hall. So you've still got 2 plays happening. They're disconnected, they're on different parts of the map, but they're happening at the same time. They're still being played together, and it really does pull the attention away from G2. I think they got to find some way to halt the aggression in the early game so they can get set up for a late round advantage, because both times the executes happened, it's been even man counts, and BDS have come out on top.
It really is quite striking that in the most recent round we watched, BDS waltzed in. Robbie got the kill, blew the round wide open, effectively got a 2nd kill.
Yeah.
But in round number 1, G2 struck first, but it didn't feel like they gained anything from that because immediately Lawyer got traded back on blue stairs. They asserted themselves inside a server on the side of BDS. They then carried that forward, transitioning back up top to pinching all of those hatches in open area, and then Robbie just continuing to move forward.
Yeah.
And G2 gained nothing from that. It felt like even when you drew first blood, it was still an even 4v4, even though it took about 35, 45 seconds for Loira to die. So just a bit of a feckless roam from G2 that they're going to need to tighten up.
Well, 3rd time's the charm. At least that's what Loira's hoping for. He gets caught on a drone. Another thing that BDS was doing really well yesterday was their drone game, and I think we're seeing that again today. They've been very proficient at catching players, not letting players recognize when they're on drone, and they got quite a few free kills in their lair matchup that we were watching just the other day. So going to be interesting if that does keep up. They spotted Loira a little while ago. They know he's down here, and job number 1 in this round is going to be to take him out.
Zofia is an operator that doesn't see quite the amount of play that she used to, but still has some good application here. That lifeline not just good for explosives, which are very much in the meta at the moment, but additionally, you can use those concussives very effectively as a roam clear or identification tool. P4 will swing in, Doki goes down, Blaz follows. Nothing slowing this BDS assault down, and with over a minute to go, BDS will now isolate these off-site players, and they have pretty good control. Stompin will creep his way back to the bomb site. He's got Loira side by side, and there's Loira finally on the board, shredding P4, who was playing over that position by Banana. Freck will need to go on in with Virtue as Robbie gets cut down, and this mid-round for G2 has been much better than the previous two.
Yeah, that move from Loira, absolutely huge to get the numbers back. Stomping a big kill in the midst of that too, leaves just Freck and Virtue alive, and Virtue's on the roof. So they've got to find some way to reconnect with one another. The Spider-Man repel doesn't go the way for the Australian. Used to be an upside down, but this time he's not able to get a kill with it. Thankfully, Freck and him can regroup, and they've got a decent bit of time. 35 seconds now to redecide where they want to go for this push. Diffuse kit was dropped towards the front side of the bomb site towards lobby, so that's where the push is going to end up. It's a long rotate as they move their way over. It's going to be a very late finish coming in from BDS.
Reloading.
Only 10 seconds left. And G2 is really well positioned here to catch both of these players. Virtue and Freck will have to play these angles perfectly. Virtue finds two. He needs just one more. Ali Mao hiding, and there's no way that Virtue's going to get him in time. I was way too close to end there, but Carl, our good friend Carl, you can't just hide like that. But indeed he does, and G2 wins their first round.
It's a smart play from the captain of G2 and former captain of Virtue in the 1v1. Were teammates on this G2 squad a couple of years ago, won a world championship together, and then eventually did decide to remove Virtue from that lineup, went to Secret for a while, and then now finds himself here on BDS. It's been really nice to see his evolution as a player. Hasn't always had the luckiest of times, has been struggling in certain moments, but still good to see him succeeding.
Look, we can go basement default Dallas, but it's like, guys, what I want to ask for you guys, like, he's more proactive, okay? In the beginning of the round 5v5, like, let's be proactive, like, to take the opening kill, like, fuck the execute. Let's not play so pussy, okay? And it's the same in the late rounds, like, we lost the two first rounds because, like, we are scared to play. We are just letting the execute on us, like, and communicate better. Also, the aims we need. We always need garage. Doesn't matter, like, if they don't go garage, like, we always need garage to hold the deep push. So don't forget these fundamentals, like, basic fundamentals, okay? So, like, let's be proactive in the beginning of the round, like, to take the opening kills, and then, like, also, like, don't be scared if they don't do virtual new. Stay in the archives. We don't give a fuck, like, if it's a turtle strat, like, if they do virtual new, they need to push doors, you know. So, like, I trust you to hold the doors, you know. Like, you are so good, like, don't be afraid to stay there, okay? Let's go, guys.
Okay. The default is the one I play smoke.
It is, Logan.
That's Romallo, the coach of G2, giving some words to his players after they go down 2-1 through the first quarter. Wants them to be a bit more proactive in the early round, and this is kind of what I was saying after that second round too. They can get a little bit more active. They can deny some of that space to BDS. It might lend the rounds to be closer in their favor. Felt like they were able to bounce back. I mean, it was that real mid-round where they came alive for the top floor defense, but I think there's still plenty to be talking about. You heard it from Romalho, some wise words coming in, and hopefully will turn the tide for G2.
Bank was the second most played map in Stage 2 for the EML, and it is a 50-50 map. So really nothing to be gained from either side at this point. You have to factor in the way that the teams play. You have to factor in this is a LAN environment, and you have to look at the operator bans. I don't think the Valkyrie or the Capitao bans are going to have such a profound impact in comparison to maybe some other games that we've seen where a Dokkaebi will dominate for 3 rounds and you get rid of her, or you see that there's an ace being brought time and time again, and you decide to remove him from action. So nothing that I've seen through these 3 rounds leads me to believe these 2 ops being taken off of the board, both one on attack and one on defense, will really hinder their opponents. Though the Valkyrie is a staple on a map like Bank, Valkyrie typically gains more value the larger the map is. It means that you either have to bring an IQ to find those Valkyrie cameras or just suffer through it being hidden just about anywhere on a cavernous map like Bank. And again, second most played map in EML last stage. This is familiar territory for both of these teams.
And once again, you see the strong droning coming out from BDS. It's been a strength from this team ever since this tournament began and through Stage 2 regionally too. Lasmu was on the Capitao last time they came to this bomb site. He's had to swap over to the Sens with the ban coming through, and Stompin knows he's being heavily pressured right now.
It's the exact same lineup that they had last time, right? Stompin on a tear, gunning down Robbie and Freck. The fadeaway Nitro Cell nets nothing, and now it's P4 with the LMG in hand. Staring into archives, waiting very patiently for Stompin to re-emerge. In the player cam reactions we had, Stompin listening quite intently in that timeout. P4 just missing a golden opportunity on the Stompin, who's now in a bit of a harder spot to get out of. Limb damage means that this might not be the end of Stompin, but the more time that is wasted here, the worse it's going to get for BDS. They cannot stall out, especially since they're already down by 1.
He's wasting so much time, Parker. He's constantly on a drone, but he's somehow still alive. Finally cleaned up by Lasmu, but with 2 kills and more than a minute and a half wasted off the clock, Stompin has done so much work, and the roam game's not even over. Alamau's here on main stairs. Doki's pretty deep in open area too, so don't think that this round's going to get any easier for BDS.
Not to shine too bright of a spotlight on Stompin, but also those mute jammers, either assisting on the roam upstairs, wasting even more time, or who knows how many of those mute jammers will be down below, which will deprive BDS of information when push comes to shove. Mute, a tremendous operator for a number of reasons, but if you're going to roam as that British op, and then you're going to put your mute jammers around the bomb site, not only are you wasting time off-site, but you're then wasting time on-site when push comes to shove.
40 seconds left. My eyes are on P4. I want to know where these doors are going to shut things down in the side of the site. Last time he attacked this site, he was on the IQ, so this is a bit of a new adjustment. Might not use them, but it can be really effective to close out some of those angles deep in the hallway.
P4 was the best rated player on this team yesterday, which is uncharacteristic of BDS. He was the lowest rated player on the team through stage 2, but he's a LAN player. He's a big game player. You'll need a big moment from him now. Aurora still with full utility and will look to close off some of these doors, making it harder for the defenders to get to the bomb site. Amidst the cover of smoke, Lasmo with diffuser in hand, and now the coverage from above is good. Virtue punishing Doki. He was last man standing. Last time around, a second from Virtue, and the man himself, P4, with the final kill to send BDS away. G2 mustered a single round, but the lead goes back to 2 as BDS up 3-1.
And frankly, such a cool execute, Parker. You're able to add a new plant spot to that bomb site. Usually you're planting on that site, you're going to go tucked in the door from server, or you're going to go behind the bomb chassis, or maybe you're going to go deep on the pillar. It's quite rare to see a plant that deep because of the doorway that goes to the hall, of course. But with P4 able to close that doorway, it gives him a new plant spot for Lasmu to go to. Uses the Sens wall to get into that position, and then some brilliant shots from Virtue to end things out. Have some really good coverage from the hatch. That's just an excellent game plan coming out from BDS, and it really seems like they're a much better bank team than they were in the regular season. Coming into this matchup, they had a 1-4 record on this map since the beginning of Reload, since the season began. They're on a 3-game losing streak on bank, most recently losing it to G2 in the EML playoffs. So this looks like a whole new team on bank. They seem extremely ready for all 3 bomb sites, and now they'll get tested on a 4th as G2 go to Archives and Tellers.
This is very similar to what we said about their matchup against Secret yesterday. BDS just only wanting to play EML teams, it would seem. Which is a bit bizarre because out of all the EML teams that did show up at this event, BDS is the lowest on the depth chart and yet almost beat Secret yesterday. You referenced the stats when we were in the middle of the match. That Secret has owned BDS, just like how Wildcard owns SSG. In these interregional matchups, it's really hard to shake that when you come to an international event because you can take the players out of EML, but you can't take the EML out of the players. But here, BDS looking rejuvenated. And again, P4 has been the big story for me. Virtue having a great game so far here. P4 and Virtue were among the lowest rated players game after game after game in EML because that's what roles they play on, not because they're unskilled, but because their roles do not necessitate kills.
Yeah, it's incredible how skilled Virtue is, especially at this point in his career. He turned 31 last week, making him the oldest professional player in the world and still half a decade younger than you are, Parker. So it's incredible to see him putting on such a clinic here at the Munich Major.
You know, I'm really hoping that when they fill the arena up with water that you go missing.
Wow.
We will sacrifice Jesse to German Poseidon. I think it's a small price to pay for a good event. What do you think?
Sure, for the show.
And a swing in now to capitalize off of these logic bombs. Lasmo on the precipice of the bomb site. He barges his way in. P4 on the board first, but there's a Capkin too. That might not have been accounted for. It claims a single player, and now a great setup as BDS will get diffuser down. Freck on a single point of HP, but he is perfectly protected in this bomb site. Only 3 remain for G2, but they hit their marks and they've taken the lead in numbers. It's all up to Virtue, who's far away on square and will have to contend with 3 players. Blaz hops on the defuse kit, locked out by Lyra. Blaz just needs to wait another second. He falls off. Virtue unable to get it. Blaz will hop right back on, and our good friend Carl will get the final kill. G2 survives in a bit of an unpredictable rush. The mid-round, yet again, a problem for BDS. G2 within 1.
Yeah, nice little reaction from G2 coming out there. BDS, I thought they had it once they got in from square. They got that plant down as a fast push coming out from them, and there were some casualties to the Capcans, but ultimately they were winning their gunfights when they got into the bomb site, but they took a lot of damage in the midst of that. Blaz, Loira, Alamau lining up for 1, 2, 3 kills, leaving it just to the veteran to try to hold it down for BDS in the 1v3, but not quite going to be doable for Virtue this time around, and G2 pull this one back, which is, I think, important. You can't be going down in your first half of Bank 5-1 or even 4-2 when you're starting on this defensive side. It can be a 50-50 map, but the thing I find with Bank is you've got some bomb sites, particularly the basement, which are very strong for the defense, and then the other bomb sites are a little tougher to hold. You already see G2 resorting to that 4th site because there aren't a ton of great options otherwise, right? So it can be awkward sometimes. You kind of need a minimum 2 rounds on this map, I think, as the defenders, but 3 really will make you feel a lot safer.
Yeah, 3-3 scoreline would match up with the map stats that we see so far. So G2 doing it on a bit of an unorthodox bomb site. Teller's Office and Archives is about as popular as facing an entire shield lineup in ranked. So people don't really want to go there for good reason. I like the idea behind what BDS was doing, but a very linear execute, a quick push into Archives, and it was read effectively by G2. I mean, if you're going to go to that bomb site, you know that it's prone to rushes. If a team is not going to go for a full clear and take over top of the site, then they're just going to hit it directly. That's exactly what BDS did. What better operator to tackle that than a Capcan? You can add a Legion in there. Both of those operators are great at slowing down rushes. Obviously, the Capcan had a profound impact, and I don't think BDS was expecting it.
Wow, G2 will go to the only bomb site they won in the first 3 rounds. That's top floor, and they've brought the exact same defensive setup to try to repeat the result. But BDS are going for a very different look on their attack. Last time they went up the lobby stairs, it was very much a front take, and it kind of fell to pieces, got a little scrappy in the end. The fact that P4 is on the Thermite is your first immediate sign that they're going to be going in through top square. The player positioning will confirm that now. And the goal is going to be to get a plant down under smoke with coverage from the windows. My eyes are also going to be on Freck and Lazmu. What are they going to do aggressively to try to pressure those players in towards Janitor? Always a battle between what do you focus on as a defensive team. Do you stop the plant or do you stop the players coming in to kill you?
One of the little tricks of a Thermite charge is if you put it close enough to a wall, it has an explosive radius that is circular. If you were newer to Rainbow Six Siege, you might be confused.
Uh-oh.
So that's not good.
That's the second team kill Robbie has prompted.
Blaz will now find himself in a 1v5 because of a bunch of team kills. And BDS will be very receptive to that one. 3-3 was what we said would be possible, but no, a very befuddling round. And we will scratch our heads as we go to the second half here. 4-2 the scoreline for BDS off of what might be one of the sloppier rounds that we've seen through Munich. Admittedly, we're a day and a match in, but that's now, to keep with the puns, that's a high water mark for these games.
Absolutely it is, Parker, and a really strong start to come out from BDS, winning 4 of their 6 attacks to start this game. And we saw a lot of, honestly, strong shield play coming out from Robbie. I think that blitz that he had to push the top floor, whether the bomb site was there or whether it was a floor down below, was really impactful. I mentioned it briefly, but 2 team kills for G2, and both of them were while a defender was trying to shoot Robbie on the shield. So the disruption he's causing has been really important to help BDS get some of these round wins. Also really good work from the rest of the team to push in from square all together, have that impact as a team. Weren't overly focused on the plant, which I think a lot of teams in a push like that would be. You kind of rein in your aggression a little bit. You focus too much on getting the kit down, and then you just get swung and you die. But BDS happy to take that aggressively. Now moving on to the defense, they have a chance to do the same thing. Keep playing aggressive, get up there on the roam, and challenge G2 head on.
Well, here's some good news if you're a BDS fan. BDS has already beaten their scoreline from the last time they played G2 on this map, all the way back in the 6th week of EML. Numbers are hard, but it was September 29th. Jesus.
Something big just happened.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I hope it's coming across on the microphones, because if not, it just sounds like we're pausing for dramatic effect. That's not the case.
Oh, boy.
The A stream is located very close to the teams that are competing, so we can hear their banter back and forth, and there was just an eruption from the bullpen of the other team. So that was in, Jesse, that the last time they played Bank was in the EML playoffs, and that was obviously a G2 7-5 victory. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
when they played back in the regular group stages, which was just a singular best of one, it was a 7-3 for G2. So G2 obviously having the upper hand here on this map. But BDS have taken 4 rounds, doing it primarily on attack. They were a better defending team when they played the best of one against G2. So that does bode well for BDS moving forward. Loira walking in and killing 2 people very quickly and then immediately running out of server in the first 10-15 seconds obviously does not bode well for BDS, especially since it's both Freck and P4. P4 in particular, who again entered today as the highest rated player on BDS, though I don't suspect that stat will hold for very long.
No, I think he's going to go back to his main role, which as an IGL is going to be a little bit lower rated in the statistics, but it's been excellent from Loira just to push Dirt Tunnel and put his team in such an advantageous situation. These last 3 players on BDS, they really don't have a good move ahead available to them because they're all stuck in the basement at the moment. They're going to be getting tracked by this Deimos. They're going to be getting called by this Dokkaebi. There is really a tough prospect for them right now.
Yeah, you're going to get bled dry by G2 here just based on utility. Now, just because you have that utility does not mean it's going to be used appropriately. But I mean, when you've got a Glaz on the board, when you've got the Capitao on the board, when you've got the Deimos on the board, you've got the last Logic Bomb going out right now, things are going to get real challenging for the remaining players on the side of BDS. They're hoping for this Nitro Cell to collect.
Wow.
And it will. The soul of Blaz gone at the hands of Robbie. Robbie has been very strong, Jesse, at striking first. And BDS leading the way with opening picks. They've been great, but Loira over the last 2 rounds, striking first, very good. BDS need to be good through the mid-round, which was a bit of their Achilles heel when they were on attack.
Yeah, that's the fuse kit dropped as well as Blaz goes down, so they're going to have to recover that. They just did so as Stompin picks it up and open the area, but now the question becomes, are you even going to get this hatch open? It gets stalled with the 2 round. There's still 2 more in Robbie's pocket, so this is not going to open for quite some time. The server wall stays closed as well, and they are out of hard breach with that Maverick dying and the last can opener being used on the hatch. So an awkward push coming in now from G2 with the advantage.
And there's still 2 gas canisters in pocket for Virtue with his team leading 8 kills, not just team leading, but server leading at this point. 20 seconds to wait out that yellow smoke as the Glaz will respond himself, looking for a little bit of yellow, but that's the outline of the defenders. Down goes Lasmo, and the bleeding for BDS has not slowed down. Virtue will pick out Alimao. Diffuser has been dropped. Stompin is down as well. Now Loira will have to get Stompin up. They are running out of time. With a numbers advantage, G2 will hold on to this bomb site. Stompin takes down Robbie, and it's all up to Virtue, who gets picked apart by Doki, sitting inside of lockers. G2 narrows the gap by 1 more round.
And I think that round shows the experience on the side of G2 because that is not an easy round to win. They didn't have the walls open. They lost a couple of important bodies. Stompin drops the hatch, immediately goes down. They lose a player. They're Glaz inside a server too. So it gets really scrappy in the midst of that. And then Loira with the defuse kit, less than 10 seconds to go. He's got to sprint into the bomb site. He's got to pick up the defuse kit. He's coming in from garage, mind you. Then he's got to pick up Stompin. Then he's got to start the plant and has time for all of that. And if he makes even 1 wrong decision in the midst of that round, I don't think we see the same result from G2. That, of course, all comes after Loira got the massive 2K to start that round off in through Dirt Tunnel as well. So a huge round coming in from the Brazilian on G2. An exceptional play coming out from him, and it gets G2 real back into this game.
You can never count this G2 roster out. Lots of weapons at their disposal. And while they might not have been the most dominant team to emerge from EML, and are certainly not the most dominant team up to this point, as they find themselves in this 1-1 situation. That's 1 victory and 1 loss yesterday in their games. You still gotta fear this G2 team. Loira was quite bad to start off this series. He was the lowest rated player coming into this game as well in the entire lobby, which for him is really quite outside the norm. But would you look at that, he's now tying Doki for the team lead in kills. All it took was a little bit of time. Maybe he's just not a morning player. Maybe he needed 2:45 in the afternoon for him to finally wake up.
Listen, we all got our rituals, and sometimes you go to LAN, that gets disrupted a little bit. It's serious. Sometimes that does make a big difference.
To the point about P4, though, not only is he the team leader, he entered today the 7th highest rated player in the standings. Now, a lot of that was the game against, I want to say Secret, where I think he dropped 11 kills or something along those lines, if memory serves correctly. You'd have to check the numbers, but It was Robbie, the star of map number 1, and obviously P4 picked it up for map number 2. This is going to be a quick one. Loira rushing in. Doki, the first casualty, rebuffed by Freck. Robbie also guns down Stompin'. And now a bit of disorientation from the Yokai. Virtue knows the position of the Ying of Loira. Blaz has found an opening and 2 kills for his trouble. But the road will end with the clash appearing, and Lasmo will slow down the Nook. Now through the window, Alamau guns down P4, who's caught with his pants down over by Square. Battering the clash around. P4, BDS, Lasmo all going down. It's Robbie in a 1v2. BDS's mid-rounds have failed them on attack and look like they might do the same here, but oh my goodness, Blaz missing an easy opportunity. And now it's Robbie against Alimau in a 1v1. Robbie looking to break double digits for what would be the second time in 3 games here at Munich. A single kill away, staring down Carl, and he gets some 10 kills for Robbie. BDS goes back up by 2.
And ridiculous play coming through from Robbie. He goes to stock in that 1v1 because that's where the defuse kit got dropped. There's nothing that Alamau can do other than challenge him in that moment because he can't go to site. The fuse kit's being held by him. Really nicely done.
Timeout from BDS.
I just want us to chill a little bit. This is good. You guys are playing good. You guys have the right ideas. We're just getting into our heads a little bit, okay? There's a little bit of nerves, there's a little bit of just precipitation, intensity in the voices that are not necessary in those moments. Let's try to breathe a little bit, calm down. You guys are doing good, you got this. You got this, you're dominating the game, okay?
Yep.
No pressure on your shoulders, have fun, you're doing great, really, doing great.
Yep. Let's go, guys.
Let's talk a little bit about next...
Reset this round.
Like, our start rounds are so good, we just need to have a plan in the middle, bro. Yeah, we go open.
Yeah, we just need to stop spamming calls in the middle as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Good job, Rob. Thank you for last round, Rob.
Voila, bro. Let's go open.
Liloon anchoring the emotions on this team and a nice calming voice with both her and Virtue. Just from an audio perspective, I'd love to listen to both of them nonstop. But I mean, BDS also came into this tournament with a huge support staff. It's not just Liloon. Behind the scenes, they also have Furious G, former player, former caster, and Helby as well. And they work hard. They are prepared for this game. I think they're right. G2 have their hands full.
Yeah, no, it's been really good from BDS this whole tournament. You can see how much prep they've been putting into it, and it's certainly paying off. That attack timeout, of course, it does give G2 a chance to talk with themselves as well. Hopefully calm the nerves on BDS, but with things not going so well for G2, it gives them another opportunity perhaps to talk about some of these pushes. And listen, there's a bit of a dirty word on broadcast in Siege when it comes to G2, and that's split theory that we at times have talked about on this show, and it's been a strategy that I know G2 have been somewhat famous for.
Sorry, my eyes just glazed over and I blacked out in a fit of rage.
I'm not going to go into it, but that last push was a real example where G2 had multiple different entry points all coming from different parts of the map, and it was a very solo push where they lost all those individual parts. I'd like to see them maybe group up a bit more on this next attack, try to play more together so that if they do lose some of those opening engagements, they can at least get traded out.
The one thing I will say about this G2 team was in their 2 matches yesterday, they were quite compressed when it comes to kills and KD. They've all been matching each other pretty equally. The same thing is happening here today. Alimau and Stompin' are on the bottom with 4 kills. Blaz is on top with 7 kills. There's no bad performers on G2 that are standing out, but the problem, Jesse, is nobody is taking over these games. Obviously, in their comeback yesterday against KAG, G2 had some great performances. Stompin' in particular, that clutch that was shared quite widely on social media, is something to be proud of, but G2 are really lacking those Hercules hero moments, and I think it's kind of hurting them.
Well, could be an opportunity here. Top of square, we've got a couple players on G2. Freck holding a devious angle if they do start to walk in.
That's a tilter.
Pulls off at the moment, though, so he's not going to be playing that spot if the push comes through top.
Doki had the right idea, and Lasmo dies. So does Virtue. Are they not aware of how close G2 is? Now a circle around from P4, but he's a little bit too late. The bomb site is downstairs, but all this action occurring up top. Doki will go for the reload. P4 is not too far removed. All 3 death marks in pocket for Doki. There goes Freck. G2 have not been able to find anything. Doki dies with full utility, and P4 will now need to clutch out. But Loira sprays through the smoke, and G2 is back on the board. A bit of an oddity for them to call a timeout on the side of BDS after a successful round. But you heard Lilun say, we're doing great. You just need to settle your nerves down. They immediately lose the next round. That's not the intended effect of a timeout.
No, not ideal, but it comes off a great push from G2 as well. You know, pushing through that top floor. I think Doki on the Deimos really opened things up. At one point, I've called Doki the best Deimos player in the world. I think a lot of other players have gotten very good with Deimos, and it's a tough competition at this point, but Doki is still, no doubt, one of the best Deimos players that we have in Siege. Only played the operator a single time yesterday. He's played it twice through 3 attacking rounds today, so seemingly want to bring a bit more of that to his game here on G2. I was a little surprised that he won his gunfight even under the cover of that Fenrir gadget, right, up on the top floor, but Lasmu just unfortunately not able to capitalize on that utility, and Doki's always going to hit those shots when you give him the opportunity. So nice little entry points coming from G2, and again, still in this game and fighting hard.
Didn't expect either of these teams to go quietly into the night, so a bloodbath it is. A reminder of how the way Swiss system works, because people might be a little confused as to how these teams do battle here at the Major. Basically, when you get matched up against your opponent, you have to wait for all the other games to finish to know who you're going to play.
Yep.
There is reseeding that is being done after every single match, and it's automatic. We have no way to tip the scales ourselves, nor would we want to. So basically what will happen is if BDS wins, they go up 2-1, and they find themselves in a position where they need to win a best of 3 to qualify for LAN. That won't come today. That would come tomorrow or the next day. Same with G2. But then the opposite is true when you lose. The moment that you hit 2 wins or 2 losses, you will play a best of 3. So the loser here will play a best of 3, and if they lose that, they're done. They're out. Yep. They go home. If you win this match and you play a best of 3, and you win that best of 3, congratulations, you've made main stage. We will see you in a couple days.
Yeah.
Because I don't believe every team is playing on main stage. There's a lower bracket, so there's a...
But they still do all make it to main stage.
Fair enough.
Okay. So it's still going to be opportunities to play. If you can get 3 wins here in the Swiss stage, you will be in front of that crowd, which is really exciting. It's the first time we've had a lower bracket at a major, which is really, really cool. Big fan of the format change that we've had. This round has started off quite slow, and I think it will continue to be slow as BDS has gone for a full anchor setup here on the bottom floor of Bank, meaning there's not much for G2 to contest through the first 2 minutes, but the util work has gone well so far, clearing out the Goyos, clearing out the Arunis. Once these get dealt with, the main focus will be P4 here on the server stairs, and they've already started to toss utility his direction. It can be really awkward at times to get this player out, especially with that hatch. The Aruni gate can be turned on and off based on a player standing on the little cart right beneath that. Don't think anyone's doing it here, but always an opportunity to play mind games with the attackers.
P4 is at the top of blue stairs, and Stompin is watching very intently for a mistake to be made so that he can capitalize off of it. A drone will come in as the Nitro Cell was thought about by P4. Robbie takes down Blaz.
Wow.
This happens yet again. The Maverick dropped by G2, and history will repeat itself.
That's the only hard breach, Parker. They're not getting the server hatch open now, which is devastating.
The last time this happened, there were can openers. As insurance, they are all gone. So there's no way, no salvation for G2. They're just going to have to take gunfights directly, and that's a massive loss of utility and a huge loss for map control on the side of G2.
It's only 1 kill, but that might be enough to just send the rounds. Now G2 have to go for alternate angles. One of those is going to be Garage, but BDS already have a read on it. Big kill from Lasmu, likely to come in quickly.
Now hear the smoke. Lasmu needs to conceal himself because guess what? There's a Glaz on the hunt. He'll smoke his way up. Zalimal pushes ever forward. I don't know if that logic bomb will be heard as Robbie sits tucked in behind the van, behind the truck, assisted by that bulletproof camera, but this is going to be a hard spot for Robbie to hide in. P4 kills Doki. Down goes Stompin. Loira on the board, though, as Freck has been dropped. Stompin might still be retrievable as Loira looks to fight his way out of elevator. 10 seconds remain. Alimau has the all clear from Garage, but he's the only one left as Robbie has a huge round. First kill, last kill, and BDS moved to match point.
And I really do think it all comes back to that first kill. Robbie, such a smart decision to push up and kill the Maverick. Obviously, they know the Mav is opening the hatch match because P4 is able to call it from the stairs. Robbie makes that play, and once the Maverick is dead, that push has to pivot. We were watching Alamau over towards Garage, but the rest of the team were dropping. We had one dropping elevator, one dropping gold, and one walking down the main stairs. A couple of kills did go the way of G2. Lawyer was able to hit some nice shots in the midst of that, but it ultimately just was not enough. Very obvious where that push was coming in on the side of G2. BDS read into it. They played their positions, and Robbie just did ridiculous things from inside the site. Huge round, a huge game coming out from the Italian.
It's a rough game for two superstars on the side of G2. Stompin having a pretty sluggish performance.
Yeah.
Attackers have discovered the
I mean,
location of a bomb.
you're inexperienced. You don't have a ton of reps on LAN. You're going to have games like this. It's better to get them out of your way early than in a devastating best-of-3 or even on the main stage.
Yeah, it's super interesting, too, because in this match, we've got the oldest pro player and the youngest pro player in Siege right now going head-to-head, Virtue and Stompin.
If you make a joke about my age again, I will.
I wasn't going to. Don't worry. I'll limit it to one a game here. But, yeah, you know, part of that does come back to the experience point that you had just brought up, right? Virtue has been to so many of these events, a lot of them with G2. He's won some as well. Now Doki, or Stompin, this is only his second event coming through internationally with this team. Went to EWC over the summer, and now here, of course, in Munich. I would say likely to be in Paris for the World Championships in February too, but still have to qualify for that if you're G2.
Let's test my memory here. And I might need a leg up from production. If G2 lose this map, I still think they're 92%.
Yes, I think it's
92% chance of making the 6 Invitational.
They should be there.
99% if G2 wins, but again, Bank is not a map where either side should have a dedicated leg up, so G2 have their work cut out for them. They cannot just rest on their laurels. They cannot allow Bank to do its thing to help them. They will have to fight their way out of this situation. And there's been some weaknesses here shown by G2. BDS came prepared with a fresh set of eyes, fresh set of strats, and Robbie is doing what Robbie needs to do. Surprise for me, Jesse, has been Virtue. Virtue has been very consistent so far. He did enter as the lowest rated player on the team, but not that far removed from the rest of the supporting cast on the side of BDS. Now, things might get a little tough for the remaining minute and 40 in this round. BDS can taste a win, but they'll have to do it without Freck, as they're down 1 and G2 holds the advantage for the remainder of the round.
Yeah, surprising to see him go down. He was just playing CEO, but I think maybe moving a little bit too much and does go down at some point. Might open the door a bit now for G2. You can tell this wants to be a square take. Alamau does not have the diffuser, Blaz does, and he's playing on the window, so it's possible Alamau is just going to be trying to cover from square. You can back up and hold a really strong angle onto kind of the elevator door from that position, and that might be more of the game plan for Alamau. Only 2 smokes being held by Doki to cover this. Blaz brought the flashes on Thermite, so they've got to be really careful about when they use these, when they go for their push.
Hibana now just watching to see if there's anybody playing by. Trading, there was. He knew it, but Robbie sends the Loira to the Shadow Realm with that one. A nice play, and Robbie now with 14 kills has looked very hard to challenge. The guns on the side of G2 just being outclassed when dealing with that gun player. Now it's P4 in a really tough spot. Why that exothermic charge, not just taking out the reinforced wall, but also the soft wall, and he's got the Zofia on Repel. Patience here can be rewarded. No! Blaz on drones. Alimau guns him down, but still a big advantage for BDS. They've equalized on numbers, and now a rush in from G2 as they are running out of time. Doki will blind most of his bomb site with Candelas and has to follow up. He's still got 2 smokes in pocket. Bulletproof cameras giving information for BDS as they just need to ride out the final 10 seconds, and victory is theirs. Alimau with the diffuser. He'll get the job done on Delasmu. Diffuser going down. Where is the coverage? Can BDS be compelled into action? Doki will gun them down. Stompin dropped onto the ground, and Robbie will need to clutch. Things look dire for BDS. Robbie will now ascend the stairs, looking to pad his stats and go well above the 14 that he has at this point. A very impressive tally, collecting what remains of Stompin, but the outside repel might prove to be too much. BDS still have 1 more round if they drop it here. G2 eager to close this gap, sitting and waiting for Robbie to emerge with a single point of HP, but G2 does not need to be forefront of the action. They just need to wait out this clock. Alimau will swing on in. Down goes Robbie, and we've got a 12th and final round of regulation.
What a G2 way to win a round, Parker. That wasn't plan A, that wasn't plan B, C, or D. I think we're at E or F on the plans there for G2. They had to go for a lot of adaptations, but in the end, it did all come together. We saw the planter go down, right? The thermite being taken out by a huge swing from P4. Alimau's supposed to be watching that from square, but I think he was watching the janitor hall, which left the breach completely open for P4. He makes that move, and once P4 gets the kill, I'm thinking to myself, all right, that's gotta be the round. Alimau's only hope is to walk in the breach, plant down that Osa shield, and try to get a plant down behind it, but Alimau's no ordinary captain, man. He takes it, goes deep into sight, hunts for some kills, gets the fuse kit down at the last possible second, somehow doesn't get denied from down below. Oh, ridiculous round coming out from G2, but they will stay alive now on bank. One more round to stay alive and force it into overtime, get themselves a second opportunity, because this could be a huge bounce back win up against BDS.
Yeah, we could be 3 minutes away from a victory, or we could be about 15. It really just depends on how deep we go into this. I like the Scopos being brought out by Lasmo. Lasmo had some really good moments in that SSG game yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
But he has been very, very quiet today. Again, it just depends on the role that he is playing, that he has not been relied upon by this BDS team. In the mid-round, though, Lasmo dying early in a handful of rounds as both an attacker and now a defender has been a bit of a problem. Freck, too, frankly. Freck should be playing more of a sheltered role with the operators he's playing and on the way he's been holding map control, and yet he still finds himself getting targeted by G2 very early.
Yeah, Lasmo loves the Scopos on this bomb site. He's played it in 2 of his last 3 times playing this site, including the one that we just saw. So the 2 attempts that he had on this bomb site coming into this game previously through stage 2 up against G2. They should be ready for this strategy, but still doesn't mean it's going to be easy to clear out. He's playing top floor along with Virtue and Janitor, and of course, Robbie playing around square as well. So they've got a lot of support in the top floor, and G2 frankly don't seem so interested in clearing it. They got Stomping up there, but the brunt of this push is going to be led by Doki in through lobby.
Probe lost the target. I was wondering if Doki was going to use one of his death marks. He just walks in and kills Freck. Okay, again, Freck playing just slightly off-site. Freck better help the team via gadgets, because in terms of killing, he's really not putting his name on the scoreboard enough. Thank goodness for players like Robbie, though, as he picks up his 15th kill. Lasmu dead as well. Virtue dead. Stompin asserting himself. What is happening to this BDS defense right now? Robbie finds another, but that's all he will get, and suddenly P4 is in a 1v3 with 1 minute and 20 left. I mean, Robbie is still retrievable, providing P4 doesn't get baited into a trap. His position known now by the Logic Bomb is that will expend the gadgetry from the Dokkaebi in the hands of Stompin, who is leveling up. Stompin's at a couple multi-kill rounds. What more can he do here? Robbie retrieved, so the 3v1 becomes a 3v2. Alimau with Diffuse Kit. Punishing P4 is Stompin, who finds a 3rd. Now it's all up to Robbie. The jig is up. They know that Robbie is still alive because the round hasn't ended just yet, and a 4K from Stompin to send us to overtime.
Nicely played coming in from the young gunner on G2, the king, as I believe they say. Big 4K coming in, and he's working off his teammates really well in there, lurking in from the other side of the bomb site. Most of that push coming in from sort of that lobby side, did a really great job. Doki actually did use one of those death marks to try to track somebody, but it wasn't the player he took a gunfight with. Instead, that got immediately canceled by a mute jammer. He goes in, finds the entry anyways, and after Doki gets that opening kill, it is all Stompin all day long. Finally starting to see, I think, what was promised from this guy.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but BDS called their timeout and have only won a single round since then.
Oh, Jesus, that's true,
like That's like the opposite of the purpose of a timeout. The idea behind a timeout is that you call it and then you do better. BDS statistically have been doing worse since their timeout than prior to. Now, mind you, it could also be the sides. I know that we said that this is a map where sides shouldn't really help you. It's 50-50 for both sides. But right now, we are on track for a 4-2 favoring attacker half on both sides of the coin.
surprising, because when these two played Bank in the EML playoffs, it was very slightly defender-sided. The first half went 3-3, and then G2 got 4 defenses in the second half. So we might expect this to go a little bit more defender-sided, but also I think with repetition, you do start to see stats start to change when you play the same opponent over and over on the same map. Teams want to adapt, they want to fix their mistakes, they want to improve, and that often results in different scenarios playing through. BDS will go top floor as their first bomb site in overtime. Uncharacteristic, most teams would choose to start down in the basement, but because they lost basement the first time they played it, I guess BDS just thinking this changeup will favor them a bit more. Running, I think, that lineup with the Clash, with the Maestro that they played most recently in round number 11. They lost that round, but remember, it got really scrappy. Ended up being one that they certainly could have gotten if Robbie had gotten that denial from below.
A fun little quirk here. First Bloods had very little impact on who won the round in the first half. In the second half, the team that struck first won every single round. So if you are defending like BDS currently is, then that trend line continues. That means G2, if they can strike first, will be in great shape. Doki getting 3 First Bloods in the second half as he has come online, leading his team with 10 kills, but still trailing both Virtue and Robbie in terms of frags. I will go back and say G2, a very equal team, 7 kills the lowest, 10 kills the highest. They are all in lockstep. You need big performances from all of these players, and frankly, win or lose, everybody on G2 is pretty evenly balanced.
Pretty rare to see Alamau coming in on the buck on this bomb site, but he's doing his best work from down below. He dealt that damage early to P4 inside of Janitor. They'll know he's down there. That's why Robbie's taking the position that he has, but Droned Out will have to move as Alamau chases him up these steps. We get to that minute 20 mark, Parker, and these players on G2 are going to start to want to move.
Blaz rushing his way up. Freck, the leadoff kill on to Doki. Down goes Blaz. Virtue's been favoring this elevator. He goes undroned, and now a fire hose of bullets will come out as Robbie gets on the board. 17 kills for Robbie. At this point in time, easily battling for most kills here at Munich. Freck will find his second and stomping outside. Will not get in the building. A flawless round by BDS. Robbie finds his second kill. He's on 18 in total. And the trend line will continue. Whoever strikes first wins the round. BDS are happy to hear that.
Yeah, and again, comes down to one of those G2 rounds where they are relatively separated going into that push. You've got Blaz walking up lobby stairs, loses his gunfight to Virtue in the elevator shaft. You've got Alamau walking up the main stairs, loses his gunfight to Robbie up above. And then you've got Doki with the fuse kit swinging in CEO. So 3 completely different angles where nothing goes their way. Loira, a 4th angle, pushing in through square, and gets stalled out by Lazbu at a pretty tough spot. So unfortunate with those pushes from G2 when they're not able to trade when they play that style of a siege. Gives BDS the advantage here in overtime. You can see how good they're feeling. Robbie, the key focal point for this team all game long. He was the highest rated player the last time we had a major 1 year ago in Montreal.
You called him the Italian Stallion.
I'm not the first to say that about him, but...
No, I'm aware.
It's a good name.
They used to call Sylvester Stallone the Italian Stallion.
I don't know who that is.
That's just not true. You absolutely know who Sylvester Stallone is.
Is he an actor?
He's Rambo.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, yeah. No, I know.
Jesse.
I don't watch a lot of movies. I'm not a movie guy. I'm a gamer.
Alberta has yet to get electricity.
Oh, buddy. We got another top floor defense, Parker, and we might have a very fast conclusion to this game because I'm looking at BDS rocking an Amaru, a Grim, a Blitz. This could be a very explosive execute, especially given that P4 has the defuse kit. He's going to want to go straight into the site with this under the cover of smoke. Robbie on the perfect operator to cover him with this Glaz as well. It's going to be an explosive push. The question is, does it come now or do they wait and set up for a minute 30 first?
Well, First Blood doesn't really have much of an impact when these teams are on these current sides. Doki will find his 4th First Blood of this matchup. Freck guns down Doki, so it's traded right back. Freck slightly overperforming his numbers when it comes to first engagements. I know that I was a bit critical of him just a couple rounds ago, but I don't know what's changed in his deployment, but doing much better and shutting down Doki, who has an active gadget in those Zoto canisters. Doki loves to play operators with active gadgets, especially in this matchup, and he's been dying with a lot of utility in pocket. That's not ideal for G2.
No, it's not great, but you're still, I think, happy with the trade. You took down the Glass. That was supposed to be the coverage. Now if you're going to go for this Amaru smoke plant, it gets a little bit harder to stop G2 from just stepping up, denying it with a Nitro Cell, firing into the smoke blindly. You're going to have to really rely on Freck with these Bs, maybe even Virtue from Square.
The Glass goes down next, traded out immediately onto Virtue. Lasmu trades himself with Loira still alive. All of this action happening with players still on repel from BDS, not yet in the bomb site. Freck and P4, the last two that remain, up against Loira and Stompin. Loira and Stompin now both at 10 kills, trailing Doki in terms of frags. P4 was the highest rated player on BDS, and he is now the second lowest rated player, just ahead of Lasmo. So again, small sample size, and P4 should not be the guy getting all the kills on your team. That is just not his role, that is not his application. Again, playing on this Amaru with the Gara hook, but at this point in time, close enough to the bomb site where he can do some serious damage, but won't really be using much utility, I suspect.
The two youngest players left alive on G2 to save them in this game. Otherwise, it'll be an 8-6 BDS victory to push G2 to the brink in the Swiss phase. P4's deep.
Just taking an awful lot of damage. Freck is outside on the window looking to go positive. 9 kills. 20 seconds left to push that up to 11 and a swing in, and he's dealt with by Loira. First blood for G2 is successfully converted, and we will need all 15 to settle this inter-regional matchup between the European squads.
I really like that G2 didn't panic in that round, Parker. It got a little bit crazy in the early game. You saw a lot of kills being traded back and forth. P4, an interesting journey through that round. He starts on the Amaru. The plan is to jump in CEO window with a plant. Ends up going in through the stock window. Pushes all the way down to the bottom floor. Then's got to come back up. He's not really with the rest of his team as the most of that chaos kind of goes down. And, you know, people talk about P4 a lot. He's one of the most discussed players inside of EML. And sometimes that does come in the form of criticism. And sometimes that's about his positioning, and I think that round was really a tough one for him, where unable to really be with his team through the brink of it, and even in the 2v2 a little bit solo inside the site.
Well, I love to talk about BDS and G2. Let's take a moment to discuss what's going on over on the B stream. For those of you that are dialed in here, there are 2 streams that will be running until we lose enough teams that all of them can be squeezed onto just a single stream. So if you do want to know what's happening on the B stream, I have an update for you. Game 1 has officially finished, and Weibo toppling Shopify Rebellion 7-4,
wow,
which has put the Rebellion in a position where they need to win a best of 3 or they will go home. Weibo needs a best of 3 to qualify for main stage. And we'll be hearing that an awful lot today. Best of 1s will continue onward for a little bit longer, but we'll be moving to best of 3s later this afternoon.
And we're not going back. This is the last best of 1 day that we'll have here at the Major. This game and the next game on both streams, and then it's all BO3s until we get to the BO5 finals next Sunday. So that'll be a really exciting finish to this excellent event here. 7-7, round 15 between BDS and G2. It is do or die, and we've gone down to the basement, finally from BDS, going to what is thought to be the strongest bomb site for defenders on Bank. You got to think that gives them the edge, but G2 have been sharp when attacking this site so far. Top floor roam clear is going to be critical because Freck is playing up at the top floor, and he is all alone.
Reload. I mean, Freck has been playing a far less sheltered position on this top floor, Jesse, and he's been in the line of fire quite regularly. They'll use one of those death marks to track him down, or at least it looked like Doki was prepping that. Freck will get away through the lobby and look to link up with the rest of his teammates. The timer will begin to run, and he'll be tracked down by that death mark as it circles around him. He's trapped at this point in time inside of Tellers, not just nearby, but also above, and he's finished off by Doki. Doki and Freck have been on a constant collision course here, and Doki just continues to get the upper hand.
And that's expected when Doki is one of the best Deimos players in the world, and Freck is the primary roamer for BDS. You expect that engagement to come through, and frankly, it looks routine for Doki, but that is not easy as a Deimos player.
5th first blood for Doki through 15 rounds. That's quite the tally, but also when BDS is defending and G2 are attacking, I would like to reiterate, the team that draws blood first has a 100% conversion rate. That means if you're a fan of G2, you're just crossing your fingers and hoping that that keeps up, because if so, that means an 8-7 victory for G2. So now it becomes incumbent upon BDS to change that trajectory, as they've got a minute to figure out what to do with G2's assault.
Yeah, it's going to be a chaotic end to the round, Parker, because I don't think BDS are looking to get aggressive in the 4v5. They still have really good utility in towards the bomb site, strong positioning in the basement as well. These hatches need to be dealt with. There's a mirror on the server wall, which is going to be awkward to get through. You'll need the Hibana to do something important with that.
It's just a moment of affection.
Yeah.
They just really wanted to just rub bodies in that corner. I was a little confused as to what they were thinking. Alimao will now assume the position behind the server rack. Smokes will go out. The Glaz will quarterback this offense, as there looks to be an opening for Blaz to walk that diffuser into the bomb site. Pugilism will reign the day as you wait out all of the utility from the defenders. Alimao slaughtering P4. The Hibana of Blaz charging in, but getting softened up by the gas. Where is G2 to get into position? Now it's Alimao to pick it up. He and Stompin are the last two left. Virtue takes him down. Stompin last man standing, but Robbie sends BDS away. Ride the Italian Stallion into a 2-1 score line for the Swiss group, and they are a single best of 3 away from the main stage as BDS takes it against G2 8-7.
It's not the same players we're used to seeing on this lineup, but this organization knows how to perform on a big stage. BDS looking so good against their European rivals. G2 came into this expecting to be the victors. They've won the last 2 games up against BDS, but not today. You see the smiles on their faces, and they know how well they just played that game. Wasn't flawless by either team, but I really do think it was a high-level match between these squads, and for both of them, they'll be looking dangerous heading deep into this tournament.
There's a lot of good teams that are 1-2 right now, Jesse.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
I mean, if you're down there in the lower bracket, we've got some 0-2 teams that are really good as well. It's going to be quite the gauntlet to run through this, I don't want to say lower bracket, but elimination bracket, I suppose you could call it. What a bounce back by BDS. Rematches always tend to favor the losers. And in this matchup between these two teams, BDS more often than not have been the loser.
Yep.
I mean, you can lose in EML, but I would say you're better served winning a matchup here. I will gladly take a victory in the playoffs at a LAN event over a single best of 1 in EML.
For sure. A nice little revenge tour from Virtue as well, playing his 2 former teams back-to-back last night and today. Lost the first one, but managed to get the W against G2. That's gotta feel good for the former player of that team.
Absolutely. 19 kills for Robbie, by the way, to settle that matchup. Good Lord. That's a high water mark for everybody, and I mean, Robbie also broke double digits in his very first matchup. Had a rough go of it against Team Secret, but you're gonna have off games, right?
For sure.
Think Stompin had a really slow start. Loira had a really slow start. Both of them ended up doing quite well by the end. But you do have to wonder if Loira and Stompin were a bit dialed in on those first 3 rounds. If we would have needed all 15, does G2 get out of this before going to overtime? Because they had to claw their way back. But enough speculation for us. We have an interview with the winners. Ready?
We need to talk to Robbie. He was the highlight of the game, the MVP, because you did really great with the shoots, and now you just closed the game in a 1v1, and what a crazy last round. But I want to talk about the bank. And in the last 2 banks against G2, you guys lost in a 7-5 and a 7-3, so it seemed like you really did a great deep study over their bank, right?
We had a lot of work on bank, especially with all the staff, with all the players, and especially our IGL P4. He works a lot, even during events. Like he stayed up till I think 2 a.m. to work about the maps, all the possibilities. So yeah, big thanks to all the staff and our IGL Nico. P4.
D2 looked kind of lost in some rounds. You could see that. And I want to talk about how does that timeout from Leilu helped you, actually, because you were really nervous, right, in the middle of the game, and she was like, okay, guys, you are doing perfectly fine. You are dominating the game. Just keep calm. And that really changed it for you.
Yeah, after that round, our comms were a bit messy, I would say. So the timeout really helped us to relax and calm down the comms. Yeah.
You did great. Can you give some tips to anyone if they want to use shields on ranked or be like you?
Game, if you want to play ranked, remember #SaveSiege to improve ranked and the experience for every player, and make sure to 5-stack.
Good, great. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, Enterprise versus Wildcard. So stay with us.
having once again upset all odds after Enterprise surprised everyone qualifying to the Esports World Cup. They're now here at the Munich Major, once again beating the historical champion of the Chiefs. Player to watch? Bappen.
So, it's your first major ever. How are you feeling? Simple question.
Pretty good, pretty confident. We played pretty well today. Just a bit minor mistakes with the comms. We had a lot of advantages and probably should have closed it out, but we just got to learn from our game and come back stronger today.
How was the commemoration when you just saw, oh, okay, I'm going to the first major, I'm going to travel to Munich? Did something?
It wasn't that exciting because we went to EWC earlier, but Germany's my home country, so it was cool to travel here.
Oh, it's really?
I wasn't born here, but like, it's my...
Oh, okay. So you're just used to Munich or just the weather in Germany in general, right? So it's not that...
Yeah, it's pretty boring, to be honest.
Yeah, it's boring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our next team here at the Munich Major, Wildcard Gaming. They started out with a tough schedule, the Rebellion, Space Station Gaming, and then immediately after, M80. But came through that stretch with 5 points secured. They quickly fell to the lower bracket, but they still showed up when it mattered. Our players to watch, Baby Shark. and dash.
Spike, we were going to talk about the game later. So for now, I just want to know how it was your morning. Did you eat some breakfast? Did you practice with the Wildcard team? How was it?
I woke up, ate some lunch, did our normal warm-up routine, you know, treating like any other day, any other game, any other day of practice. We're just keeping our routine, doing our thing.
Have you been up and about in Munich? You guys buy some stuff, getting to explore the city, I know?
Not really. We've mostly been focused on the tournament so far. We went out to dinner the first time we were here, but ever since then we've just been dialed in, locked in on the tournament.
Oh, serious guy. Very locked in.
Mm-hmm. Always, of course.
To play the game first, you need to actually know the map. So let's do it right now.
Alright, so Enterprise, you have higher seed. You can pick the side of the coin. Heads. Heads. Team B. Okay, Enterprise Team B. Okay, Wildcard can start the ban.
And Bank.
Bank.
And Sky.
Sky.
And Consulate.
Consulate.
And Nighthaven Labs.
Nighthaven Labs.
And Lair.
Lair.
And Chalet.
Chalet.
And Border.
Border.
That's Ben. Ben Clubhouse.
Clubhouse. Office Cafe. Wildcard side.
Defense.
Defense. Over.
Sure.
Defense? Okay. What team?
Defense.
Defense. Thank you guys. If you want to double check. Thank you guys. Good luck. Thank you.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours.
Enterprise and Wildcard do battle in one of our last best of ones before we move into best of 3 territory, Jesse. And we just had a banger of a best of 1 that preceded this, going all 15 rounds as BDS and G2 smashed their heads together. We've got 2 different regions colliding, though. Wildcard, not a ton of international experience. Enterprise, basically no international experience. So, what are your expectations for this beautiful best of 1 here on Cafe?
Parker, I think anything can happen in this one. Obviously, when you get North America versus Oceania, NA is going to be the favorites coming into it, but this is one of, I think, the lesser NA teams at this event. I don't think that's controversial, although with the way Space Station's results have gone, maybe it is. In any case, Wildcard are going to be a formidable opponent for Enterprise coming into this one. They will be playing on Cafe between these 2 teams, which I was pretty shocked to see because neither of these teams really enjoy this map. Enterprise on a 3-game losing streak, falling to Man LFO, Chiefs, and Weibo during APL Stage 2. And Wildcard didn't play this map at all in Stage 2, but are also on a 3-game losing streak, losing to Oxygen, Dark Zero, and then Oxygen once again in Stage 1. So not a strong map for either of these teams, but I'm sure they've been preparing it for this event, and we'll be having some great strats to come on through for us. Operator ban's well underway. Azami, a permaban on this map. You never want to see her go through because of how good she is on that top floor. Grim a bit more uncharacteristic of a ban, but definitely can be powerful when played on that Skylight. The mirror gets removed next, another strong operator, and IQ leads me to believe we're going to see a lot of Valkyrie play in this first quarter.
Yeah, I was going to say, unless she gets banned out after that that 3rd round, Jesse, which would not be too much of a surprise. Just as we saw on the very first map of this stream on Bank, Cafe is another very good map for Valkyrie. There aren't a lot of bad Valkyrie maps, but Cafe, lots of nooks, lots of crannies, and if you throw a cam anywhere up near that cocktail portion on the top floor, depending on where you throw it, not only do you get a good read on everything on the top floor, but you also then can monitor pillars and brown stairs and the reading door and potentially outside. So, on your screen, we have SI qualifications popping up, and they will continue to pop up for the next couple days. Enterprise almost certainly guaranteed to qualify for the 6 Invitational. Wildcard very much less so. Even if they win this best of 1, it is still a 50-50 shot. A loss here severely hampers their chances, and that's really just because of how competitive NA is.
Yeah, certainly. Wildcard, this is a critical game for them to still have a good chance of getting to Paris. They'll have the North America League Finals coming up after this where they can get some more SI points, and then if they don't succeed there, they'll have the Open Qualifiers as well to try to make it to the biggest event of the year. But be better to get it done here in Munich, that's for damn sure. Don't forget the winner of this tournament auto invites. Doesn't matter how many points you have. If you win Munich, you'll be in Paris no matter what. So lots to play for. First Flores drone does get captured by one of those Mozzie pests, and that's another one of those electronic gadgets that would have been nice to spot out with an IQ, but a lot of that going to be tough to do without these.
Nope, no IQ allowed, Jesse.
No, not available.
Not allowed. Wildcard surprised a lot of people by qualifying for this event. I think you could say the same about Enterprise in Oceania. A lot of people had Chiefs as one of the favorites to make it. An experienced roster, an experienced organization. People were putting their money on it, and Enterprise surprised us. Same with Wildcard, beating out favorites like OXG and DZ here in NA. And they're off to the races already. Fisho Guy inside, shotgun in hand, firing away, taking down the Pulse of Kansan, and Bay is last man standing with 1:50 to go. Enterprise wasting no time here. What time is it back in Australia? Because as you pointed out, Jesse, they only have one time zone.
2 a.m. in Sydney, Parker.
Tuhan eliminated at the hands of Bay. Diffuser goes down as well. Tuhan was great in the matchup that we casted yesterday, but just not able, to stand up against the aggression. Fisho Guy, last man standing, Bay in a 1v1. Now, Enterprise allowed W7M to beat them in a 1v3. Is Bay going to be able to pull this one off? 1v4, waiting for Fisho Guy now on the upside down rappel. Bay baiting him out, pistol out, and the jump out, he gets him in time! Excuse me! Bay has plenty of time to hop on that diffuse kit, and for the second match in a row, Enterprise bottles a 1vx, and their opponents win a round that seemed almost certain to go for the Aussies.
Oh, that is brutal, Parker. It just keeps happening to this team. Massive play by Bay. Obviously, we did have Bappin get down quite early on in that before it even was a 1v3. It was a technical 1v4 from Bay. Ridiculous play coming out from what is often considered one of the best young players on Wildcard. I think it's him and Kansan for #1 on this team. Goes back and forth, but Bay really played exceptionally, isolating those kills one at a time. This wallbang was ridiculous. I don't know how he gets that. They do still have Valkyrie cams all over the map to feed him information, so it's not just a one-man job. The team's all contributing to that. And then this last kill, I mean, Fish, he's got to be able to get this frag. Bay's jumping out with the pistol. You've got the opportunity, but just can't hit those shots. Tough one for the captain of Enterprise. Bay doing impossible work to start off the second day of Munich.
10 seconds remaining.
You mentioned Kansan, by the way. He enters as through 2 best-of-1s, the lowest rated player on his team, so still time for him to find his footing. He was consistently among the top-rated players in Stage 1, and in Stage 2 he did very well too, but was not necessarily the main tip of this proverbial spear. Dash is actually entering as the highest-rated player on the team through those first 2 matches, but Bay is not far behind, and it was an exceptional start for Bay, picking up 4 kills. That's what you need to see from the star players on Wildcard.
Dash, a reigning major champion with W7M last year, winning the Montreal Major, of course, dropped from that team 3 months later.
As you love to say, a defending major champion.
Absolutely. Has not been to, I guess he was at Reload. I was going to say has not been to an event
as you
since.
pointed out, is not a major.
Which is not a major. Nobody will contest that. I guess he was at SI with W7M as well.
Which is a major.
Which is not a major, it's SI.
It is a major.
It's an invitational.
Okay.
But he's going to have to do, I think, a lot more heavy lifting on this wildcard team. They were far less experienced than that W7M squad were, but he made a bit of a controversial choice, crossing the pond, coming up to North America from Brazil, and I think he's been a huge part of this wildcard team ever since he made that swap. They're a very international roster despite playing out of Texas, and I think they've really done a great job of putting these different pieces together to form one lineup.
The numbers are kind of odd on Wildcard. Not a single player is positive here, and well, they had a rough start in the previous round. It will not get any better here as Relays misses Dash for a second kill, though he does take out Bay. So Bay will not be able to save the day yet again. Bappin goes down at the hands of Baby Shark. So Wildcard is able to equalize. Wildcard took some time to find their footing in that very first round. A little bit quicker this time. Relays is in and Relays is out. Dash is now rotated to try and save his bacon in the position that he was playing out of at Cocktail with just a little bit over a minute to go. We stand at a 4v4.
Yeah, pretty much top floor control for Enterprise. You got Spiker dealing around with white stairs. You got some player on red stairs from Dash too, but both those players will now fall off and concede the top floor to Enterprise. So they can start working on these floorboards down below. They've got some soft breach charges on Tuhan. Got to be a little worried about these Nitro cells. The Valkyrie still being used by a Wildcard. It's Baby Shark this time around. Baby Shark played Valkyrie more than any other defender yesterday, and he won every single round, 3 for 3, that they played on the Valkyrie. So you know he's good with this op.
That's a nice Nitro cell. Tuhan is completely gone from above as Kansan stands inside of reading bomb site. Numbers will swing in favor of Wildcard. Dash still limping along after that shredding that was done to him by Relays earlier in the round. Player walks up white stairs. He's released from his prison as Relays takes care of Kansan. That might be clear sailing into the site. No, Spiker says not today. Fisho guy with defuse kit walking up, hurt by what I imagine is the barbed wire, and finished off as Wildcard starts off 2-0.
Great start for the Americans, and you got to kind of go back to the lineup from Enterprise too, right? They brought a lot of resources for taking that top floor. I really liked that they had the Ace, the Habana, multiple ways to create that opening, and then even the Nomad to stop some of those flanks up the stairs, but they didn't have a buck to make that soft floor a little bit more volatile. They weren't able to open up as much of that, and because they had to rely on, say, Tuhan placing breach charges to open up the floorboards, just made it a little bit more obvious where they were playing, a little bit more exposed to the C4s. This kill from Relays, I think, is also one he's going to want back. Panicked a little bit up against Dash, who was able to then retreat back to the bottom floor. Maybe wasn't getting the most amount of kills at the end of that round, but was such a threat for them, was such a distraction in the midst of that, trying to get down to the bomb site, that I think if he had been cleared out earlier, they wouldn't have stalled out as much as they did. Want to see the Australians bounce back in a big way, Parker. This has been a team that I think a whole region is rallying behind. A lot of people have hopes for to represent APAC after such a strong start yesterday, but have been just giving up some advantages, I think, in both their last game against W7M and now here against Wildcard.
You were correct on the Valkyrie read, so this operator will continue to be used and potentially abused by Wildcard. If this proves to be a big hindrance in this round, I would not be surprised to see Enterprise get rid of the Valkyrie. That was something that you speculated too to start off this series.
The Nook, in the meantime, is a good counter to it, you know? Like, you can't ban it until after this round, so why not play the Nook? With the new Nook changes, not so new anymore, but you can essentially keep that gadget active 24/7. As long as you're just walking around it, you're not going to deplete the charge.
Loading new magazine.
Slow start for Tuhan after what he was able to do yesterday. He has an EPS of 129. That's among the highest in this entire event, so after what he was able to do yesterday, 26 kills. That's a full 7 kills higher than anybody else in this lobby through just 2 best-of-1s. That's quite the tally to have, especially against tough opposition. He needs to be better than the 0-2 that he has so far.
Especially on attack, where he got most of his kills. 4.5 attacking kill-death ratio yesterday, the best in the tournament.
And doing it on Border, an unpredictable map, but he was able to take no prisoners at all. Oh my, Relay's missing a golden opportunity in Cocktail. He saw one all the way in back freezer, back bar. Now he's hoping that somebody will push up on the player's repel over by Heaven, but nobody will give him an inch.
I like the yokai.
Centimeter, actually, sorry.
I'm swapping back.
That is a clever yokai.
Won't see Relays as he's creeped so deep up through bar.
Yeah, relying so much on intel. No. He does a lot of damage to Bay, but not enough. He's finished off. Fisho Guy has dropped 2. Wildcard are just fighting back. Enterprise yet to get a kill. Baby Shark with yet another, smelling some blood in the water. The Aruni of Bay taking even more damage as now Player is tucked into Heaven. Sees a bevy of bodies, but who is he able to gun down? Nobody. A 3K from Baby Shark and a flawless round won by Wildcard as they're off to a 3-0 start now.
It feels like there's just a little bit of miscoordination coming out from Enterprise at the moment. We see the Nook making that play through bar, but then Fisho Guy, I think from the skylight, regardless, tosses a flashbang, blinds his own teammate. You have to imagine Fish would have killed Bay in that round to start things off had he not been blinded, but instead he's a little bit panicked. He can't hit the shot, and it ends up being Dash that cleans him up, that starts the downfall then for Enterprise. Unfortunate chain of events, and there have been a couple of moments again, Parker, where it feels like they've got the right read on Enterprise. They've got a good plan, but then there's no execute.
1 second. We have to using drone really well. We really waste drone on prep pace, many drone now.
Yeah.
We don't have enough info for take area now. So we have to save our drone now, and they doing really nothing.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing special in the operator lineups as well, so
yeah, okay.
Just
so they're using a lot of Intel operator now, and that they try to just ISOing, doing nothing. So step by step, one by one, kill by.
Let's do shit together. We're really split.
Yeah,
we can actually win.
That's cool. Yeah, we're doing as well. Like Jackson, you're quiet, yeah. Let's
fucking go, fellas.
I know. Come on, bro. I'm calling what I'm doing, bro.
All right, let's bring it back, fellas. Bring it back.
Wise words coming out from Mingran, the coach coming in from Enterprise. Has done a lot of work here in the Oceanic scene, giving props to their drone work. Aware that they're using a lot of those info operators as well. The Valkyrie being banned out, we've talked quite a bit about. That's going to be an important part of this next 3 rounds as we go through the first half. Also happy to see Tuhan kind of getting active in the comms, making some of those more aggressive plays coming through with how good he's been in the server, with how much of a leader he is on this team.
I am destroying them.
It's nice to see him leading in the comms as well. Big Shark fan over here.
When does he become a regular Shark?
Let's say after
when does he stop being a baby?
At least after his rookie season. You know, we'll give him next season, maybe.
All right. As long as we have a proper timeline that we're working with here. Relays has been the only proper performing player on this team. Everybody else's EPS on the side of Enterprise in the basement.
Yep.
Tuhan, right now the lowest rated player in the lobby, which again, a far cry from 129 EPS through 2 matches yesterday. He sits at a 25 EPS at this current point in time. not really providing much. It's a 0% cost.
Big fall off so far. We really haven't seen him get involved in the game, even if he can get involved in the comms a little bit more. I'm happy to see Relays performing. He's the second youngest player at this event, only older than Stompin, another one of the rookies that's kind of come in through the OCE League, has been building his way up on a couple different teams, but now is here on the second biggest stage that we have, starting to perform for his team, but they've got to be able to convert those kills into rounds.
Really quite uncontested here now on the top floors. They've taken the Valkyrie away. That's going to hurt Wildcard's ability to play off of information, as you pointed out, and we heard in the interview. They're very good at taking intel ops and using them for ISO, which is isolation, and being able to take isolated gunfights. It's been tricky for Enterprise, especially after what looked like slightly better entries in rounds 2 and 3. Relays got the leadoff pick in round number 2. It was not much more than that. And then the previous, or the round that followed that, it looked like Relays was going to be able to get it done again.
Yeah.
But it was a flawless round won by Wildcard, so offense being a very clear issue for Enterprise.
Yeah, and also the information operator still being brought out. That was something that the coach did call out, Mingaran. They're continuing to be brought. We've got the Pulse, we've got the Solus, we've got the Echo. I mean, so many info ops coming through from Wildcard still.
Thank goodness for those Solus buffs, as now she's back in... I don't want to say she's back in the meta, Jesse, but she is certainly back in a place where she is usable. Baby Shark getting very aggressive. He and Bay, a calculated use of aggression on red stairs. Now it's Bappin following up on those pings, and the shield of Fisho Guy running in, excuse me?
Oh,
How
no.
on earth does this happen? Bappin is still in this position. Fisho Guy been dropped. Spiker used the Yokai drone so well. Kanzan dies at the hands of Tuhan, who's got 2 kills himself. Spiker now finished off by Tuhan with 3 kills in this single round. Bay will fight his way out of Kochak, taking down both Relays and Tuhan and leaving Bappin in a 1v1 against Bay. Bappin planting in the safety of a position you know very, very well. They have him on ping. Bay just needs to wait for him to move. He's still got some death marks available, and he will use one of those. Bay sees his head and loses the duel. That's a tough 50-50. Could have been 4-0 for Wildcard, but Bappin sticks the landing after the diffuser goes down, and Enterprise is on the board.
Good to see him getting active now here for Enterprise, and really comes down to Bappin winning the 1v1, but I think even before that, that rush down the white stairs, a little chaotic. I believe Fisho Guy ended up getting downed by Dash, who had pushed up into Whiskey, helping out his Echo. Could have been a massive opening point if they didn't lose the blitz in the midst of that push, but everybody was playing together on the side of Wildcard. They had good trades. You'll lose the 1v1 in the end with how good Bay has been already today. I think that's okay. Can't win them all in the clutch situations, and this time it just slips away from him a little bit, but still looking good coming out from both these teams.
This double swing here was a bit of an interesting decision. I don't know how I like it. I don't know how much I like about it, but I think when they look at the lineup, you know, you look at the blitz, you look at the gridlock, who can get so entrenched and then make it so it's very hard for you to be able to flank. When you look at a blitz and a Deimos working together, I think you make the assessment on the side of Wildcard that we have to go for aggression first, because if we let this Enterprise team settle in, it's going to be very challenging for us to retake parts of this map, especially on a vertical map where retakes are often done by using stairs, which can very easily be held by attackers.
Yeah, I like that if they're going to choose to go for a play like that, it is a play that's happening together, right? It's 2 players going up with one another. That's been one of Wildcard's strengths all season. They've been really good at getting the trades. When one person goes down, they trade it back very consistently. So we are seeing that playstyle come through from them. Baby Shark in this gunfight probably wouldn't get traded if he does die, but sees nobody, eventually falls off as player starts to shoot the window. So no aggressive spawn peek coming out from Shark this time around. He's actually going to rotate all the way down to the bottom floor, still playing around these white stairs and now up towards the mid floor too. Good information from Bay, being able to hack one of these drones and have great intel on this new Balk.
You talked about in the G2 BDS matchup of how Twitch is such a hard counter to Goyo, and even though it's 20 seconds of those gas canisters, those volcanic canisters strewn about, you can very easily wait that out, especially since 2 of them have already been dealt with by a single drone from the Twitch of Fisho Guys, so very good value there. I almost chuckled at Player's player camera. I don't know if you saw that. He dies in the hands of Baby Shark, who is now playing on white stairs. I don't know if that was maybe a white window play that he was on, but Baby Shark has been magnificent. He and Bay right now combining for 13 kills through 4 completed rounds, 5 active.
Wow, and a nice shot from Bappin to shut down one of those two top performers on Wildcard. Bay will fall to equalize the numbers. And with this top floor control, Parker, I like the spot that Enterprise are in. You can see all of the Wildcard guys having to back off. They still have this pulse, and we've seen how dangerous their C4s can be. But it's only Dash who has one, and he just blows it on nothing. So that will no longer be an option for them, and they have to hold this 4v4.
Bappin is still on red stairs right, or still on white stairs right now, looking all the way down towards that red carpet that leads between the reading and dining portions of the map. Time for a ram to settle in. Tuan will use that to his disposal and take some of the security away from the defenders down below. The rest of this team on equal footing with Wildcard with 45 seconds left, will now reassemble. Kansan will be a very integral part of this defense as he scouts things out with that pulse sensor, the cardiac sensor right now inside of Laundry.
Changing mags!
He'll be able to gain very valuable info. Enterprise read it correctly. Wildcard was thriving off of info ops. They're still going to use them, though their options are a bit more limited. Final 30 seconds here on the round. And sluggishness cannot be the name of the game on the side of Enterprise. They need to be diligent about getting to the bomb site. Fish Show guy torn through by Spiker. Bappin trades Dash out. Bappin with 2 kills so far, both for his team, as now Kansan is shaken off of his position, using the Reaper. Down goes Tuhan. 10 seconds to go. Bappin and Relays now under fire. Relays dusted off, and Bappin is last man standing. Rushing over, takes out the Malusia Baby Shark, but Kansan will seal the deal on that round. And Wildcard will go back to their 3-round lead.
Really good patience coming out from Wildcard. You know, they didn't need to overextend there. We talked about how last round they had a 2-man push up the red stairs. They got aggressive. They took the initiative. This time in the 4v4, happy to just chill out. Happy to sit in their spots. And the first move that got made by Enterprise ended up being Fish jumping in the mining window with the defuse kit. That was an easy cleanup from Spiker, playing inside a fireplace at a long angle to it, and he got the down with that TCSG. Once you've downed the defuse kit, man, you're feeling really good as that Wildcard team. Kansan hit some great shots. Enterprise start to panic a little bit, and things just go from bad to worse to end of round. Means it's a 4-1 split. Defending on Cafe, this is recoverable, especially if Enterprise can get this last attack, but they're not going to be in the driver's seat heading into the second half. We know that for sure.
Jesse is my favorite time of the map.
Is it?
Because I get to reference the sides.
Ah.
I'm just kidding, I'm not going to do that. I got some heat from Jack earlier in the green room. Our good friend Fresh, who is not working today, if memory serves correctly.
5 seconds to insertion.
It's Laxing and Leo, our good friend Alfama, working with Ann today for the show. They'll be here on the A stream after this matchup is done to walk you through the beginning of the best of threes.
Some exciting content coming up after this one. Not that this match isn't exciting, but the stakes get a lot higher after this game. We know neither of these teams will be going home or moving on after this matchup. They will both play tomorrow. That's guaranteed in a best of 3. What we don't know is if that best of 3 will be for promotion or for elimination. Looking like Wildcard will be in that promotion spot, but again, I think the side swap can bring so much of a momentum shift. This last round will be critical. Back to the top floor bomb site where Wildcard played in round number 3. That was a successful defense, of course, as they won their first 3 site rotations.
Time for a wake-up call.
Nobody playing below site, so this is going to be a pretty slow round. Bappin won't find anybody, nor will Relays moving through the mid-floor.
I do like this small change from Enterprise. They're very quick to the punch in some of those earlier rounds, but I don't think they liked what they saw. And again, if they're battling info issues and they themselves have brought an abundance of operators to deal with that, right? You've got your enabling ops, your nuisance ops, like your Dokubi and your Lion. You've also got a Deimos on the board. You're going to be able to use those drones effectively, but then you've got some gadgets there for backup. Wildcard running with among the least info ops that we have seen so far. Instead, this is a stall lineup. This is to eat utility, to eat time, and then go for frags, and I like what Wildcard is bringing to the table. Bappin almost missing an opportunity to kill Dash, but an opening pick for Enterprise is welcomed.
Yeah, it's pretty rare. Dash doesn't capitalize on moments like that, so Bappin a little lucky, but he does get there in the end. Here comes the first logic bomb. Spiker with a nitro could equalize, but he's got to pick his moment right.
1 grenade will go out, 2 grenades will go out, and Spiker manages to stay alive despite all of that utility that's been used. I think that's good value for Enterprise, though, to flush him out of his spot.
Yeah. They know he's here, too.
Baby Shark somehow swings his way out of it. Spiker dropped off by player. Now it's Fisho Guy getting Diffuser down. Problem is Wildcard is stuck in that freezer component. Back bar will have to be the place that they get out of, as Kansan and Baby Shark are the last two with the timer working against them. They're both on very little HP, and Baby Shark will lean the wrong way. Player and Fisho Guy clean things up. And the first half will go in favor of Wildcard, but not by as much as it could have. A 5-1 was on the table, but Enterprise will keep it close.
Yeah, crisis averted now if you're Enterprise. Gets them a bit of momentum heading into that second half, and I thought it was a really cool push coming through, too. They all changed their operators from round 3 when they last attacked that site, and one thing I noticed from Enterprise in that whole half was you could really tell what they were going to go for based on their operator lineup. Dokkaebi and Deimos means there was going to be an attempt to clear that bottom floor. Buck, when you actually had the bottom floor control to take advantage of that, where Wildcard weren't playing down there, so you can start to work that verticality. Great nades coming through. All of that push coming together in one beautiful moment for the execute. I would say the best round that we've seen from Enterprise all day came in round number 6, which means there might be more good on the horizon.
Yeah, maybe it just took them some time to warm up here. For these teams, correct me if I'm wrong, but they're only playing the single best of 1 today. They will be in action tomorrow as our best of 3s are already locked in from yesterday. We will see some teams qualify for main stage today, and we will also send some teams home today, if memory serves correctly.
Yeah, we
Can
will.
you imagine flying all this way? That... I mean, I don't know how Baby Shark was able to win that engagement. He really should not have, but I mean, things happen. I'll reference the map stats now. In Oceania, in APAC, Cafe Dostoevsky is pretty middle of the pack in terms of pick rate. It's a 50-50 map there. Effectively doesn't really matter the way the teams go about it. Cafe does tilt towards the defending side in North America, but not by much. But as you pointed out, neither of these teams really well experienced on this map. It is, by my count, the first time we are seeing Cafe at this event. That leaves just Chalet as the only map that has yet to be played, so a fun little quirk. But we also had that with a couple other maps throughout the various regions. I think it was Border was not played in Brazil until the very final play day of playoffs, where it was trotted out and Furia won it en route to them winning stage 2 in their region. So sometimes it just takes some time for maps to appear.
Yeah, and as you said, I mean, Wildcard didn't touch this map through all of the second stage domestically. They last played it in stage 1, and I'll tell you, this is not an operator lineup that we saw from them. This is going to be a new Sens pick from Spiker, not something we've seen from him before on this bomb site. Dash on the fuse as well with the Buck from Kansan. Makes me think they're going to want to take full top floor control and then use that Sens to drop the freezer hatch and get a plant down just inside the bomb site. We've seen it from other teams, of course, a similar strategy to this, but it's going to be new from Wildcard, which means if Enterprise were trying to do some bottom view back on that stage 1 stuff, they won't be expecting this. Could be a really powerful strategy coming through, but they do lose Spiker. That's the Sens gone within less than 60 seconds.
A bit surprised as to how that would happen, but players had some very big moments in these early rounds now. And obviously, Wildcard fans will grimace a little bit at that one. First Blood has been a very significant factor so far every single time except for one. The team that has gotten First Blood has gone on to win the round. The only difference was when Relays got the first pick in round number 2, and ultimately it was Wildcard overpowering them. So pretty even split with that kill. Enterprise now 4 First Bloods to Wildcard's 3, so pretty evenly matched.
I believe that was Player just on the red stairs window where he kills Spiker. Spiker never entered the building, so an unfortunate angle that doesn't go his way. Still, I think the control is strong for Wildcard. They've managed to take these top 2 floors. Wasn't really contested by Enterprise, and that's going to really open the door for Dash on the fuse. It opens the door for Kansan on the Buck. They've got a lot of operators that thrive when they're above their opponents, so they can start to do some work, but Enterprise still with the man advantage. Lots of plant denial. You're going to have those Evil Eyes, as well as some C4s to do a lot of big work for them.
Zono canister tossed out by Fisho Guy, attempting to slow down this assault, and the fuse shield does not work out very well. Player finds kill number 2. Baby Shark on the board, and now it's all just Bay as he's harassed by that Evil Eye cam. Tuhan, 3 kills in a single round. That's all of his kills at this point, as Bay will look to clutch out yet another round. Does he manage it? He almost gets it. That was way too close for comfort. Players return to the bomb site will net him his 3rd kill, and Enterprise has squished this lead to just a single round.
Well, there's a 4K coming out from Player. His first very early in that round, and then 3 more to close things out. Really important stuff, and he moves a lot in that round too, Parker. He starts on red stairs, takes down a player outside the building, probably the most important player, Spiker falling for Wildcard, and then rotates over to Whiskey Bar, gets a couple of huge kills. Really nice to see that coming out from Player, the young Australian on this team. Once again, he's a guy that debuted all the way back in 2023 on the Homeless roster out in OCE, but he got top 4 in his rookie stage and has slowly been moving to better and better teams down in Oceania. First time kind of really being on the top team in OCE, but has been looking really good this whole event.
Player was just an enigma that round, wasn't he? Constantly on the run, and info was a big problem for Wildcard. They, just through a single round, seemed to experience the same issues that Enterprise were dealing with earlier, which is knowing where your opponents are. Valkyrie is on the board, but has not been favored by this Enterprise squad. So instead, they're going with, I don't want to say a goofy lineup, but a mix of operators that don't always seem to synergize as well, or teams rather don't all play them at the same time. A mix of stall potential, a mix of anti-intel and intel to be gained, depending on what those Mozzie pests are able to do. A lot of times, when you get to pro play, you're not expecting to nab drones with your Mozzie pests. You use your pests for intel denial. Very rarely do we see attacking teams losing drones that they can't immediately shoot. It is a calculated decision by these attackers. So Mozzie inhabits a bit of a different role than what we tend to see at lower levels and in ranked and casual and other game modes that a lot of the viewers might be more familiar with.
Ironically, Enterprise did get 1 drone hacked. That was back in the first half, and now Tuhon hoping to return the favor. It's a little bit of damage onto Bappin from Kansan playing just here on the piano rappel, but he's not able to find the head. 3 of these operators brought the defenders, again, very good at stopping those drones. Even, I guess, Player could freeze the drones out, so you could say 4 here. Really big commitment to denying that information, but with Spiker being a human drone, that's a little bit tougher to deny. He's already inside a cigar, starting to make his way through this top floor. He's going to come up against Player, who's just dropped down into laundry from the hatch, so pretty quick to concede the top floor on the side of Enterprise. It's a minute and a half, but they don't really engage with any of those roam clearers, thinking that they'll be happy to play down below. Still 2 Nitro Cells and 2 Impacts that they can try to use against this verticality.
I am glad we are not seeing a redo of the Fuse Shield. I am a certified Fuse Shield hater, you know that.
Yep, you are.
As much as you gripe about OSA, I gripe about the Fuse Shield quite a lot. Oh my goodness, Bappin gets read like a book as Baby Shark breaks double digits. First player in the lobby to do so. Bay and Player next closest at 8 kills apiece. Relays will trade it right back. Down goes Baby Shark, and a Nitro Cell now will get hucked up. Waiting to see if Tuhon will get the all clear. But he'll rely on some intel as there's multiple targets upstairs inside a piano. This could be an explosive end for some of the Wildcard guys.
Wait for these smokes. That's going to be the key.
And there goes a Nitro Cell. A different Nitro Cell, though, and it doesn't collect anything. 3 C4s on the side of Enterprise. Player taking down Dash, traded right back. The Mozzie in the midst of the site, dealing with the Monty. Down goes Spiker and Bay in a 1v3 yet again. Very familiar territory. This is his 3rd time here. He's found a kill every single time. He won it the first time, found just 1 the second, and will do the same the third. Only a single kill before he's toppled by Enterprise, who've now tied things up at 4 rounds apiece.
And I think, honestly, Tuhon is playing exceptionally right now on the defensive side. It was his attacking stats that we really praised in his last game. We'll get attack time now from Wildcard, see what they have to say.
It's like we're too much distractions, guys. Okay, we have top 4. Let's go for the execution. Focus on what we need to have. We need to clean train and we right. Same for Reed right now. Let's bring the run already. They're planning to leave. We see this behavior, have this happen this round. It's probably going to repeat. Kansan, probably you can play the run.
reading bomb side, and just go for the flank. Remember, they use the grenade at the beginning of the round for the goals and the snow door, right? So when you get there, and already tempo bomb side, don't take too much, guys. Just go for the execution, okay? What I think for basement, guys, remember, like they do the adaptation from Maestro or Goyo, so it's gonna be the same again on Freezer. But I think the VP execution is gonna be amazing. Just do the same stuff, do the full clear, but don't take too much before the execution. Just go fast a little bit more.
He's freeze to freeze me.
Yeah, but you're gonna push both. You're gonna push both. Remember,
okay,
Shark is gonna bait. You can play Glass Shark, okay? Glass on the white hallway on the execution, okay? Let's go, guys. Put some money. Let's go. Let's go.
Lots of information coming through from Lagonis.
He talks fast.
Former captain of Team Liquid, now coach of Wildcard, moving over to North America. And a bit of a conversation with his Brazilian brother in Dash in that moment as well, but just able to give so much info about what they want to do in this next round, get them back on track as Enterprise have been pulling it back very slowly on this defense. It's not an easy task to be attacking onto Cafe, but Wildcard need to do it. They want to lock in and win this game against the Australians.
Oh, they know Portuguese. That's great.
There you go. There you go.
I kind of pointed the finger at some recruits yesterday and how little they got play. Not here today. We've seen plenty of recruits used by both teams. Spiker running Sentry. I want Spiker to run Striker really badly, just so I can make a pun off of it, but that's not come to pass yet. Spiker has run both Sens and the Monty through his 2 rounds of active play. We'll now go back on the Monty. The read was, at least from what it said Dash sounded like, was they're going to freeze me, aka they're going to play a Tubarão. There's no Tubarão present on the side of Enterprise, so Dash's speculation is, thankfully for Wildcard, off base. But they do want a full clear. It also sounded like they said take glass. But again, it's hard to understand what is being said sometimes because some of these coaches talk real quick.
Lagona's a bit of a rap god, but Dash, whether he's being frozen or not, is hitting the shots brilliant on the player from top floor window. That's going to be the top frag of Enterprise, removed very early in this round. You mentioned the lack of a Tubarão. It was brought both in rounds 7 and 8. So this is the first look that we've seen without the Tubarão. Of course, different bomb site. Reading room is going to be the site now. It's similar to mining and dining, but not quite the same. Means that top floor is going to be a little bit more important than it otherwise would be, which means losing player is even tougher. A lot rests on the shoulders of both Bappin and Fisho Guy to continue to get some kills up here.
Very slow round after that first pick, Jesse. He'll get relays on the run. As the first logic bomb will go off. Second one now on deck for Baby Shark to use at his disposal as the Monty will continue to take up space upstairs. Fisher Guy will be on the move with him and Bappin. Side by side, the Guzman Mines can be very effective at taking care of a fully extended Monty, but it looks like the fall off will come with 1 minute and 15 seconds left. I like this timing from Enterprise.
Yep, they're just wanting to waste some time. Ideally, you get one back, but against a Monty, I don't think it's realistic, so concede this to the teammates. You did waste your C4 for Fisher Guy, so that's the only one that you brought. Won't be a factor late into this round, although some impacts do still remain. Excellent droning from Baby Shark gives him an opportunity to get this vert play. And I mean, Kansan is such a good vert player. Him above a bomb site is an absolutely deadly situation, so you have to watch for that as you're an Enterprise player.
Diffuser going down, Baby Shark with another pick. Numbers will get better for Wildcard. Looking right now just to cauterize the wound that's been bleeding quite profusely over the last few rounds as Enterprise has made quite the comeback. That's Fisher Guy down below. He's hunted away. I don't know what you do if your relays and Bappin at this current point in time. You are boxed into the site. You'll have to swing your way out. That's exactly what Bappin does. Shreds through Baby Shark. Now it's Dash down as well. That Scorpion can be a mighty and formidable weapon as Bappin retakes from above. I like this timing. Relays will hop on the defuse kit. Popping off. The Monty emerging over towards Reading Door, leaving Bappin to contest with the 2 players from Wildcard upstairs. And it's Bay to get the exit frag as the Monty had done the job himself. On that case, Wildcard regain the lead.
Despite some heroic plays coming out from Bappin, that was probably the best attack we've seen from Wildcard since this game began. Really well executed push coming in through Reading. The top floor was cleared exceptionally with the Monty. Ram was perfectly used to get that verticality. The drones were good. The plant was good. Came very fast in that round too. I don't know if Enterprise were ready for how quickly that diffuse plant came on down, but Wildcard just putting all the pieces together. A lot of credit's got to go to Lagonis. A lot of credit's got to go to Spiker as well, doing a lot of that calling in the mid-round. the youngest IGL here at the Munich Major. He's been the captain of this team for quite a while on Wildcard, and I think he's been growing a ton as a player. It's been exceptional to watch him through the NAL. Here on LAN, he's been doing just as well. Wildcard looking to go up 2-1 if they can win this game against Enterprise.
That was a 3-round run for Enterprise. Starting in round number 4, they won 4 of the 5 rounds. So there was some very serious concern there for Wildcard that they were losing their grip on this map. It really just was a matter of time until some of the fraggers on the side of Enterprise really did wake up. It took some time.
Yep.
And Wildcard has cooled off a little
10
bit.
seconds remaining.
Again, I hate to go back to round number 1, but Enterprise got knocked off of their stride in that W7M matchup yesterday.
Yeah.
And there is a former W7M player on this Wildcard roster who helped channel that energy for Bay to allow Enterprise to lose a 1vx. We always want to hype up the big plays, but we have to be honest. When clutches like that happen, Jesse, it's usually because of mistakes that are committed by the majority. Realistically, in Siege, no player should really be winning a 1v3. Oh my god, what a shot by Baby Shark that was. Holy smokes.
Dude, Shark has been on one today. It's been ridiculous how good he's playing. Again, a rookie player chose for his very first pro team to go across the pond and join Wildcard. We're here in the south of Germany. He grew up in the south of France, not that far west of this location. You got to imagine if they do make it to main stage, he'll have some fans in the audience for sure.
Spiker and Relays right now in a standoff on red stairs, waiting ever so patiently. Oh no, Spiker. It's a terrible spot for Relays to be in. Where do you go?
Yeah.
What do you do? I think your only real hope is to vault over the stairs and hope that you can get down without somebody being able to catch you. But I mean, Spiker with that DMR, the 417 is just, it's so strong.
I hate to point it out, but he did have 4 Kiba barriers in his pocket. Definitely could have blocked off 1 or 2 of those angles to make the rotate. I'm sure that was the game plan, but under so much pressure, it could be tough to remember to pull those out, and certainly not easy to deploy those before getting shut down. Bapping a big Nitro onto Bay and some more damage onto Tuhon. So these defenders, they're getting some back, but the pressure is still very real from Wildcard. Once again, with this top floor lineup, they brought the exact same operators as the last time, and now they've kept their Sens alive as well. So Spiker can get into position for these Sens walls. They can have a really strong freezer execute with all of the soft destruction being brought out by Kansan and Dash.
It's really hard to underscore how poor Tuhon has been when it comes to killing potential, especially in comparison to yesterday. 3 of the 4 kills that Tuhon currently has all came in round number 4. Every other round he has been held off the score sheet up until now. You just simply need everybody contributing in some way, shape, or form. Now, the good news for Enterprise is that Tuhon will be playing utility ops quite heavily through most of these defensive rounds. Is a very strong op, so he will find value even if he's not killing. He gets punished by Spiker in that engagement. As Bappin and Fisho Guy do not see the Dash as the defuse kit successfully planted, they do drop Dash and will follow up immediately, as Fisho Guy might be able to hop on the case very quickly, but they don't have the all clear inside the site. Kansan is watching that from the back. Down goes Fisho Guy. Bappin off site, 10 kills. Far and away the most competitive player when it comes to frags, but a lot of these picks have been largely impactless as he's been in the dying moments of rounds. He'll find his 3rd as he guns down Baby Shark, and now has Kansan and Spiker on deck. Not aware of where they may be, Kansan seals the deal, and Wildcard continue their winning ways, moving to match point.
I think that's pretty clear that's the push they were looking for in round 7, right? When you've got the Sens, that plant becomes so much easier. I like that they went in towards Sinks to get that defuse kit on the ground. Just was not able to get denied by Enterprise. Good early round to start those players off outside the building too. And another round where we've seen Bappin alive late, not able to have much of an impact back-to-back on the defensive side. Yesterday, Enterprise really struggled on their defenses. They had a 67% attacking win rate, a 33% defending win rate. It's the largest gap between the 2 sides that we saw from any team on day 1 of the Munich Major. And I think a lot of the defensive problems came from the fact that nobody was really showing up except for Bappin. Bappin had a defensive KDR of 138. The next highest was Tuhon with a 0.8. So a huge gap on the defensive statistics, and I was really worried when Enterprise went to that second half, would we continue to see those defensive struggles? It didn't look like we were. Their first couple defenses were great, but now we're starting to see those problems reemerge up against Wildcard.
It could just be Wildcard figuring it out as well, right?
I think so, yeah.
I think it takes some time for these teams, especially in international competition. One of the major downsides of a best-of-one situation is that you don't really have a lot of time to recover if you find yourself in free fall, right? General consensus is in a best-of-one, anybody can win. In a best-of-3, the better team usually wins. In a best-of-5, the better team almost always wins. Because the longer that you go into it, the better, more experienced, and more practiced team is going to do well. Best-of-ones have some benefits. There's shorter time investment. They can be quite exciting. It's a one and done. You get to see more teams play. There are pros and cons to this system. But if you have a bad start, maybe you don't sleep particularly well, maybe you wake up late, maybe you get beaten and you have to wait 3 rounds for a next set of bans to come in. You don't have time to recover in another map. That's it. It's over. You might have already lost the match by the time the 3rd round is completed.
Well, Enterprise are going to choose to play the exact same bomb site back, Parker. It's their 3rd attempt at kitchen and dining after, frankly, a disaster round just one ago in round number 10. But it starts with a big spawn peak, and maybe this is the thought process for Enterprise. We're not getting Bappin involved early. Bappin's our defensive player. He's the guy who always pops off on this side for us. Let's get him involved early. Gets that spawn peak on Debay. Shuts down one of the best fraggers in Wildcard's arsenal. And so now that he's gone, you've got that early advantage. It feels a lot more like round number 7 when Enterprise got the early spawn peak onto Spiker. They had that man advantage, and then they were able to cycle that into more and more. The Valkyrie is also the one and only operator that they've changed up, bringing it for the first time here on the bottom floor bomb site.
History will repeat itself. The lineup is almost exactly the same. The only change is there's no fuse shield being brought by Wildcard. Instead, they go with a Blackbeard. I think most people will be very happy about that. I guess the Bravo was changed out for the Glass as well, and look at this value from the Valkyrie cam. We talked about Valkyrie in the onset of this map and how important she can be. And right now, Tuhan is getting just an absurd amount of value that is going back to the rest of Enterprise.
Bappin was holding a Nitro for a minute there. Again, there's really good information, but he's got to find an opportunity to toss that in a bit of an exposed situation still. Tuhan, front door. They seem to be aware that there might be somebody here. This could be an aggressive play.
And a run out. It's a gamble by Tuhan, but it misses his mark. And back to Kochek, he will go. As good as Bay has been, you talked about Baby Shark and how great he's been. You'll need a bigger round from him now as Dash gets dropped. Spiker goes by the wayside too. Kansan buried along with all of the bodies. And why not throw in Baby Shark for added measure before the dirt seals them all in the grave. A great bounce back round from Enterprise to stay alive. And yet again, we will need all 12 rounds to settle this one. When you get deeper into a live event, blowouts should be far less frequent, Jesse. We saw that in our first map. We are now seeing it here in our second match, as these teams will go the distance.
And that was a really cool Sens strat coming out from Wildcard. I know it didn't work, but that's an old school North America strat. Back before Sens was buffed and we saw Sens on every single bomb site, you use it in through the restaurant window to give you an easy access point straight into VIP. I think the original Wildcard roster in the North America League with very different players were a team who started to run a lot of that on the bottom floor of Cafe. It didn't work though because we saw Bappin toss out a two-brow canister, and it actually brought down part of the Sens wall, which allowed Relays to get a big pick onto Spiker that I think was the turning point in the midst of that round that really started to give it to Enterprise, battling them back and forcing this 12th round. Really strong adaptation. I wasn't necessarily a believer of going back to the same site, but they make it work, Parker. And now, when it's round 12, they have all options available to them. They're going to go back down to mining and dining. They won this bomb site in round number 8. This has been a successful site for them so far. They just have to win it one more time, and they get a crack at overtime.
Right after we both agreed that Wildcard was figuring out Enterprise, Enterprise goes in as a stalwart defense, so I guess there's some proverbial egg on our face here. But that's the beauty of a game like Siege. Anything can happen at any point in time. Gridlock has been played by Bay every single round on attack, and there are few maps where she thrives as well as she does on Cafe. A big reason for that, as you can see that first set of track stingers thrown out, are the stairs. You want to cut down whatever angles back to the site or roamers can use use for flanks as humanly possible. Stairs are the easiest way to get punished as a defender. Gridlock makes tackling an already hard situation even harder.
Yeah, and it's a common pick for Bay on this map too. By far his most common operator on Cafe through the stage. Plays a little bit of IQ, plays a little bit of Ace now and again, but he very much loves the gritty on Cafe, so why not let him run around with it? Can be super strong on this op. For the reading room bomb site, it's going to be another task of clearing this top floor. I actually thought Wildcard did a good job of that in previous rounds, but it's about converting that into an execute. It's mining and dining, excuse me, but again, that top floor is still absolutely critical. Spiker outside the window, an important player as well, but I don't think Relays will be giving him the opportunity.
Relays now being hunted down as those boogie drones go to work above him. Yet again, Ram upstairs inside a piano is a frightening thing to deal with, not just because you lose that safety of the roof over your head as a defender, but also the noise it makes. It will conceal a lot of the advances of the attackers, and they're hoping that right now with the 3 players who are all over top of this mining portion of the bomb site, they're able to find some great value. I love the IQ as a pick to counter the Valkyrie. You saw how important Valkyrie was in the previous round. This time will likely have less impact on the general cut and thrust as the IQ will hard counter it.
Yeah, and great use of the nades so far too. You saw that first one being tossed out so they get to rotate down from the bottom of red stairs, that wall not being reinforced. Interesting from Enterprise. They're going to have to deal with that 5v5XU coming in with 40 seconds.
And down goes Bay at the hands of player overtime, looking progressively more likely. But hold on a second. We've been thrust into a post plant. Spiker gets the job done, and player dies shortly thereafter. Bappin and Fisho Guy finished off 2. The kill feed completely dominated in orange, as desperately Relays and Tuhon look to prevent a 1-2 scoreline for this team. Enterprise down to their last player, Tuhon fighting for his life on red stairs. 3 players from Wildcard all searching for this final kill. Track Stingers will be the end of it, and my goodness, Bay from the grave gets things done. Wildcard win the matchup without needing OT, punching Enterprise down to fight for their lives in a best-of-3. Wildcard themselves a single best-of-3 away from the main stage.
Shark making some noise at the end of it too. 15 kills, 9 deaths in the server. The lone European in this matchup making his voice known.
An incredible play by this team that once again has been slept on, just like the BDS of North America. And Enterprise too, from APAC. A lot of these teams not paid the respect that they deserve, and it's hopefully time that we see that change. We got a lot more Rainbow Six for you. We'll be back after this break.
First of all, let me just show what you have in hand. What is this?
It's a Loch Ness monster for Lagonis because he was named after a Loch Ness monster. So it's just his little toy decided to bring with me.
Do you think you needed some luck for this game, or you're just better than them?
I think this thing kind of gave us a little bit of aura. Like those defenses, we were moving around pretty crazy, and I think what it is like in between rounds, we're just looking at this thing, looking at us, and I think it's making us play better maybe.
Yeah, it's making me even do the interview better. I don't know why, but yeah. I want to talk about the defense. You just said about it during the map veto. Lagonis chose to start on defense, and then the coach for Enterprise, he was like, "You sure?" And Lagonis, "Yeah, we sure." Why? Why was that a thing? You think?
I don't really know. Cafe is very easy to defend, especially against teams that don't really know each other. I feel like it's harder to attack because you don't really know the other people's setups great, especially for us because we didn't play Cafe last stage at all. So there wasn't much prep they could do, and you could kind of tell they were very slow. They didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
So
they should be sure.
Yeah.
Not you.
They should probably be sure about them start being on attack.
Also, it's your first major. I need to talk about that. How are you feeling? You were anxious, you were nervous, and on your first game, I mean, you just had one victory, one loss, and now more victories. So, how are you feeling?
I mean, it's great. It's just like reload. Everybody's here to compete. It's very it's an entirely different environment. It's very fun to play in because you're on land. You get to see the other team. You hear each other. It's just it's way more fun than just playing online.
Now you have to get ready for a best of 3, and that was when the things got hotter.
If there's one thing about our team is we suck in BO1s, but the second we hit playoffs or BO3s, the other teams are cooked.
Okay, and you don't suck. You just won, so be happy. You don't suck.
Sorry, inconsistent, not suck.
Yeah.
Inconsistent.
It's a better word. Thank you. Yeah, maybe you need that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Saying oh, we're probably so much better in best of 3s than the best of 1s, but hey, that is indeed where they're moving into the wild card by winning that game. They go into the best of 3 territory, similar to the other team that won earlier today, though. But yeah, so close to qualification to the playoffs. That must be really good for them.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'll eat my own words. I'm definitely surprised at their performance so far. Leo, I'm going to throw you under the bus here. You were definitely saying they get the easy route, but I got to say, the opponents that they're going against, I would say they're on an equilibrium, an equal playing field, and to be able to put up these performances, and especially a player like Bay, this is only his second time having this LAN experience and popping off the way he was. Even also Baby Shark, just to know that the 2 newer players with the least amount of experience on this roster are coming into the LAN environment, playing against different regions, having tremendous performances, really does showcase how well this wild card is developing as a team.
Yeah, 100%. Props to them. I think that they're really abusing that the opponent that they're given, right? I think that in general, I will stand by my word. I think that they did play against weaker opponent. I think playing Enterprise for sure, or playing SSG that is struggling, is better than playing a Furia, better than playing a G2 or a Secret or a Falcons.
I agree.
And I think that props to them. They seize that opportunity. I feel bad for Enterprise. 2 games in a row where they lose 5-7. 2 games in a row where they come back, and we expect more of them. And I'm hoping that we see that learning process, and towards their next game, maybe they can show up again. Bappen, Player, the guys that we praised before are still stepping up. I'm just expecting a little bit more from the others. On the side of Wildcard, it took once again a Frenchman for NA to win.
I had a feeling you were going to highlight that.
I was going to highlight it because it's the truth. And it's a beautiful thing to see once again. I'd like to see more competition from NA, and in the end, you know what? They're here. They've got 2 wins on the side of SSG, still 0, and that's the beautiful part of the Munich Major. Everything is unpredictable.
And having a French player.
And having a French player, obviously. There. But Benja is a European player on the side of Space Station, so I can't really throw them under the bus.
I wonder how many more times you can do the selects before he'll start refusing to work with you with the amount of NA digs that we're giving at him. But yeah,
there's a lot in the back too.
Yeah, exactly. The ones that you don't see on the broadcast. But that was the second game of the A stream. The first game on the A stream was absolute chaos as well. We think back about that first best of 1 that happened between BDS and G2. And what I said is I hoped BDS was going to be competitive to G2. They weren't just competitive, they won the game.
Yeah, and honestly, they could have closed it even earlier. G2 kept saving match points, exactly like yesterday when they came back from CAG. The mental resilience from these guys is still there. But the better team was BDS. I think they were in control most of the time. And what a game from Robbie here. We're looking at some of his clips. I absolutely loved seeing him play.
I mean, not even just Robbie having a tremendous performance. I mean, what, Virtue's 38 now, and he's still putting up numbers. It just shows that the old guard still can pop up at any given moment. But as you said, BDS could have closed this in a lot convincing manner. Maybe possibly a 7-3 even in some of these rounds. They just let them slip away. But again, that does go off of G2 just keeping their mental resilience, showing that they're still in the fight. Ultimately, it did come down to BDS learning from their mistakes from each and every single round and being able to close it out 8-7 and seeing them close out that victory all happy and excited.
And you said that, right? I mean, the way that in the ML was getting closer and closer, we thought that maybe...
inch.
Yeah, I mean, you knew what was going to happen. You had the script, you had it all written down. But looking at the scoreboard, though, I mean, Robbie, 19-10. Incredible performance from him.
Yeah, I mean, it's when you get in those moments when you're locked in that hard, it is so hard to go against an opponent like that because they're just so confident. They're ready to take any single engagement. And even in a lot of those gunfights that we were watching from Robbie, I wouldn't even take some of those gunfights. I wouldn't even have the confidence to swing like the way that he was. But he was,
with you, then SMG11,
he was making it happen in every single gunfight, and it was a big reason as to why they were able to topple over G2 as well as they did.
It's amazing to see him blossom. We waited for months before he started playing well, and then we've always seen him perform at the last major in Montreal.
Yes.
He went completely crazy, was the best rated player despite Falcons struggling. And here at another major, we see him step up in that LAN environment. We can really see why BDS took their chances with him.
Yeah, we already saw G2 earlier today with that game, but they're going to be shown on stream once more, though, with a bit of a mini-game. We'll have them guessing the rank, and we can only hope they did better than they did this morning.
So let's go!
Well, no, I am champion.
Okay, fair. Next.
He's also fun. I'll do different fun.
Hi guys, welcome to Guess the Rank with Doki and Almal from G2. Let's go to the first clip. Are you ready?
Yes.
I'm gonna get all these.
Deres. Green.
What is Clash doing? Nothing. Oh.
Green.
Bad aim. That shield. This is like a cop.
Good quick pick.
It's not a cop.
Can we do now?
Yeah, this is Emerald. This is Emerald, I'm pretty sure.
Champion Deres.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they're all terrible these days.
It's champion? How? How these guys are champion?
Because you realize that's me playing, right?
That's you?
Thank you very much.
Is it actually you?
Thank you.
Is it actually you?
Yes.
That's genius. What are you doing? Okay, clip number 2. So I already got one wrong, you got one right. Oh my god. I thought why he didn't kill the Blitz, but this thing's off. Nah, he's leaning the wrong way. Hopefully this isn't off camera again. Oh god.
I wish I could put his name champion.
He's not champion yet.
He's so bad.
He's not champion. The reinforcers, bro. Look at the reinforcers. Oh my god! Bro, that's copper. That has to be copper, bro. That has to be copper. It's gold?
Yeah, this game's terrible.
Oh my god, that guy is ass. Is that you, Alfama? Oh my
bro,
god.
I was gonna put gold, bro, just because, like, yeah.
Wait, there's gonna be a clip worse than that in
Yeah,
here.
which is insane to me.
Okay. Clip number 3.
Okay, that's Champ. Or Pro, to be honest. That's Pro. I mean, that ass. I just know Siege so much.
Wait.
It's Pro.
It's Pro. Is it like Efek? Yeah, I thought so. I thought so. Yeah. I actually got it right. It is Pro.
It's insane that you. I was gonna say it was a very terrible Pro player.
No, whoever died outside lobby door was a complete bot. And let me just confirm who that was. 1 second. Is that? That's Carl.
I'm playing Kali.
That's you playing. Oh my god. Okay, clip number 4. Oh.
Champion.
No, not champion. No way. No way. Impossible, not champion.
Good rain placement.
No. Impossible.
Good ram.
He has no idea what he's doing. He doesn't know what planet he's on.
Good rams. Champ boy. Unfortunately, that's the champ.
No, it's not champion. It's either gold or entity mode.
Oh no, he's very bad, guys. Wow.
Copper.
It's an emerald.
It's copper?
It's copper.
Yes!
Sorry. It's anti-cheat.
Clip number 5.
That's me on scrims. That's me on scrims. We'll play the bomb there. It's me. It's a Pro. You said the DRM. That is a Pro.
It might be
I can see it. I can see the crosshair. It's me, bro. Oh god.
It's not a Pro. It's not a Pro. It's not a Pro.
Why would you do first just like it's just me?
I actually think that might be champion.
But I
That's a Lamar.
I think the default cam, that's
knew it was me.
No way that's you.
I knew it.
Up until now it's fine. Pause. Now what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm terrible.
Are we done?
I feel like you were catching some unnecessary strays.
I was catching
this one.
strays the whole time.
I'm gonna be completely honest. When I first saw your clip, I said that was a champ player, and sure enough, it was you. I didn't think you did anything wrong there. So,
Thank you.
I mean, I'm gonna be. I think Doki was just overcritical, to be honest.
Oh, nice. I feel like I've watched this clip 20 times now, and every time it cuts to like the "What are you doing?" the one where you ask someone, I laugh every single time. It's so good.
Just blaming his teammates for the... I love that I was just spectating them play an important match, and you just see Alemo on glass just missing a default cam and die him, and I was like, okay, I've got to throw that in there.
I thought this was a very good piece of content, though. We'll have a look at the schedule, though, because I want to see how our results have been so far today. As we mentioned, on both these streams, we've only had best of ones, and now we close out the best of one territory for the whole of the major. We move directly into best of 3s, and I see you looking at the screen very confused. What's up, Leo?
I missed that. I don't know how I missed it. I missed Stream B. I missed that Weibo had beaten Shopify Rebellion. What?
I don't know. You looked at... First off, the camera wasn't on us. You looked directly at me.
Yes, and they lost again.
That's I had a feeling. I was waiting for it to show up here.
Obviously, no, we've said for a long time, Weibo has the potential to contend with the best. But Shopify Rebellion, to me, was the best NA team. Maybe with MAT, but like the best chances NA has got to a grand final.
Keep this in mind. Weibo also beat Dark Zero at EWC, where at the time Dark Zero was better than Shopify Rebellion. Granted, they did go further than Dark Zero did, but I'm also looking at the DP versus FaZe. DP was super close with Furia, as we know, but then FaZe just absolutely dominating. D+ makes you question, is FaZe back?
Maybe the excellence, I guess. I
maybe.
mean, you know, you put it there as a word, and I'm looking at the teams that are losing out on this one right now. And I'm thinking about potential loser bracket matchups that we'll get tomorrow, which are the elimination games. That's going to be incredible. We have a team like Shopify Rebellion there. We have a team like G2 there. There's still teams later like Furia that are going to fight their way through survival by only playing best of 3s from now on. SSG as well. They're going to be such close matches where you think, okay, both these teams actually deserve a spot on the main stage.
Listen,
and one's going to miss out.
We're getting grand finals, semifinals, all the way just in elimination games at this point.
I think the big surprise is the fact that the Wildcards, for example, have already two victories, makes it that you're going to have some banger games as elimination, and we're going to see some big upsets. And sorry to all the guys that did their predictions. I'm not sure we're going to have normal predictions. I think the favorites of the game, some of them will be missing main stage for sure.
Yeah, I did put SSG as the last team to make it through, so I saw the vision from day one. I just like to say that, but we'll see later on today if they actually make it through or not. But first, though, we'll jump into our first best-of-3 game between KAG and Furia, which starts after the break.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours. Paris, toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Welcome back to the Munich Major. My name is Anne, and I'm joined by Lexing and Alfama. We're going to set you up for the first best of 3 on the H stream. An elimination game is on the line for these two teams. We're talking about KAG and Furia, and that is the rematch of the Reload Grand Finals. The first time that we saw an APAC team in a Grand Final, they had a chance of making it, winning an event. Furia straight up said no to it. I don't think KAG really seemed competitive in that specific matchup because it was a 3-0, but this time around, with the way that things are shaping up and the way that Furia is performing, it seems like there is a chance for KAG.
Yeah, I think the momentum is very different. I think that Grand Final was a clear 3-0. Furia feeling super confident, feeling fueled after having beaten all of the hard teams in the bracket, and KAG came in and they weren't ready. I think things are really different here. I think that yesterday, you saw Furia shaky, and you saw KAG almost beating some of the best teams in the world, you know? You saw them almost beating G2, almost beating FaZe. I think the momentum has shifted a little bit.
I think it's definitely shifted, but again, you have to keep in mind this is Furia, and they understood where the problems were going wrong. We saw Felipox on social media saying, we didn't deserve to win, this isn't the team that we are, and now your back is against the wall, you can't lose here, and the ferocity and the tenacity you're going to be getting from Furia, it's going to be scary.
Yeah, I think I saw that post as well, because the main thing that really stood out to me from that wall was that Felipox was saying, like, oh, people that we're playing against were copying us, and we lost because of that. We've never seen that before from a team like Furia, because what we know them for is this individual prowess.
Yes.
And that has not been helping them out so far.
No, and that's a big issue that I see with Furia right now. If you think of Furia, you think of the two core players, and that's going to be KZ and Hertz. And if you look at them, look on the left of your screen, you see their statistics at the end of SAL finals. Crazy good KD, crazy good entry, the cost is there. And if you look on the right, that's their combined stats of the only day one. And you see an EPS of 70. You see a KD of -19 across 2 BO1s. Entries are -8, and they're useless in more than half of the rounds. The two core players, the core players of that team, like, they're not here, they're not performing.
And that's the frustrating bit for me, because when you look at this Furia roster, even when you look back, these two were the proprietors. These two were the ones carrying the name, carrying a lot of the success, the heavyweight, especially in the frag department. And now they're the ones struggling. Thankfully, JV92 has been the one that has been stepping into those shoes. But as we know, if you are going to win this major, everybody has to be firing on all cylinders, especially those two.
Yes, and I think back about SAL Stage 1, where their backs were against the wall as well, and Hertz finally started showing up the way that they needed them to. And I think a big factor of that one as well was the best of 3s. We know how difficult Furia thinks these best of 1s are sometimes with the risk assessment, but the best of 3s are so much better.
And that's the reality with the way Furia plays. It's high risk, high reward. In a BO3, you can play 3 maps. You're allowed to take risks. And that is why Furia are so much better in BO3s. 13 wins and 2 losses only this season. That's the Furia that we're expecting to see today as they start this elimination game in a BO3.
Again, and that's the risk assessment that we're talking about here. Is in a best of 1, you got to gamble it a little bit, whether you're going to make a risky play or not. But in a best of 3, you can gain the confidence from making those risky plays because you have the room to make those errors. And especially what we've saw throughout this recent stage from them is they've learned to play together as a team. And a best of 3 is going to be a scenario that allows that to thrive in that environment, and especially for a leader like Felipox to reel in the troops, understand they can play off one another, and then play into their individual prowess as a unit.
Yeah, I'll never forget the interview we did with Felipox during Stage 2, where he said that they're taking these best of 1s more serious, and that even his dad said, like, oh, it looks like you guys are, you're taking the game more serious now. I loved seeing that. But yes, risk assessment is a big thing, and especially in those best of 1s, because it could just be that one round where a player like Stompin pops off, and then all of a sudden you lose that round and you lose momentum in the matchup as well. And I feel like that is what KAG is struggling with too, because they have such good starts in their matchups, and then everybody thinks, okay, they're KAG and they're doing it, and then they fail to close out the game.
It feels like this. It feels like KAG is afraid of winning. If you look at the 2 games yesterday and how it started, if you look at the way they played against FaZe, it starts with a 5-3 lead on Skyscraper, most defender-sided map in the meta, and they cannot close it off. KAG, they're playing against G2, they have a 5-0 lead on Consulate, and they're in defense, they should close it off, and then you look at the bottom of your screen, and they lose 7-5, lose 7-5, 7 rounds in a row, 5 rounds in a row for the others. It just kept on coming. They could not win here, Alex.
Again, and that's the tough thing for me when I look at KAG and I look how well they play as a unit, but this is time and time again where we see them struggle, is being able to adapt. Is once a team figures out the way and the style, the play that KAG is bringing, they don't know how to interpret it, they don't know how to counter it, and they just keep back bashing their heads against the wall, doing the exact same strat, the exact same setup, and then they get eaten apart. We even saw during at the Reload Major in that grand final, we would see after one game to the next, they said, okay, we don't know what happened. We're going to figure this out. Boom, we get into game 2. They lose it. Then they're, okay, we're in our own heads. We don't know what's happening. We can't fight against Furia. Then boom, what happens after that? A grand final win for Furia, and then that they place second here. So this is going to be the exact same scenario where you're versing a Furia that is eager to get a win underneath their belt.
I feel like the players that we're seeing on our screen right now is someone we'll have to keep our eye on for this game, because he could be that glimmer of hope that CAG need to finally take down Furia.
Yeah, look at those stats. Shibisu for me is the one player on the side of CAG that is stepping up, that one player that is consistent. He was very often compared or looked at as one of the best rookies out of Japan. Look at him. This is him playing against FaZe, playing against the current world champions yesterday. He was amazing. He got 3 triple kills in a row in that game. Like, for me, he symbolizes that APAC has talent, that CAG can play that firepower game, that they have what it takes to take on the best players in the world, the best players of Brazil, and win that consistently.
And the fact of the matter is, all you need is one player to just instill hope and confidence in the rest of them, and that player has to be Chibisu coming into today. Similar on the other side of Furia, as we're talking about KZ and Herds not being able to find their footing, JV92 is going to be that player. These two are going to be the two you have to watch here to instill everything that both these teams need to not get sent home here.
JV was the one that was consistent usually throughout the entire stage, and we're still missing that, especially in the entry department.
Yeah, the entry.
But before that, you know, that consistency was there for him. They had 3 big fraggers. It was Hertz, it was KZ, and it was JV92. One of them at least has got to step up, because CAG, they know all about the fragging game.
Yes, and especially looking to this game and the fact that there is the chance for CAG to upset Furia, especially thinking of the way that things are going right now for Furia. If they seem like they have a rough first day where they can't beat the team that's copying them at the moment, that leaves opportunities for a team like CAG, because CAG could also be a super unpredictable team we have seen before.
Yeah, and I just remember once again the interviews at the Reload and Grand Finals, and they were saying like, okay, they're beating us at our own game. That was actually speaking after the first map, but it's okay, we're Diesel, we're going to be better a little bit later. And then the second map interview, he just goes, okay guys, I don't know what we're doing, I don't know how to face this, I think we're done. And we knew at this moment they were going to lose the Grand Finals. I'm waiting to see more adaptation from them.
Again, and that's the worrisome part, is this Furia is not the same Furia that we saw in Reload. This Furia is now a team that is playing together and being far more in unison than we've ever seen them before. And again, after correcting their mistakes, after these 2 best of ones already losing, they're going to be more prepared than ever. So this is going to be even much more of an uphill battle than what they may have even experienced in Reload in the grand final.
Exactly. Now, of course, this one would be really good to see CAG win out. The big question, though, on our lips is which 3 or 2 maps will we be going to? Because as we said, the first best of 3 on the A stream. So we're going to take a look at our map veto as well to see which maps our teams have selected. And I'm looking at this as a whole. Border as a decider, that's so risky.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to wait to get there. Let's just focus on Clubhouse here and seeing these 2 maps, Clubhouse and Lair. It's no surprise that Clubhouse is going to come out from Cyclops. They are very comfortable on this map, but that's the thing. It's a very default map. Furia's no slouch this map either. They know how to play this map, but it really does come down to those mistakes. It comes down to those flaws. It comes down to pressure, especially in moments like these. And then you move to a map like Lair. This is a no-brainer coming out of Furia. They're very confident on this map, where I would say CAG is going to struggle. And for me, when we're getting to that last map, I believe CAG needs to win this in a 2-0, because if we go to that border, I don't see this going in their favor.
The reason for this is Furia currently stands with a record on border of 34 wins for a single loss. That is the Furia that has the best gunners in the world on the only map in this competitive map pool that is extremely frag heavy and only dependent on how many frags you get. This is why Furia is so good at this. And as a reminder, CAG did try to take Furia to border, and we all know how it went at Reload. It didn't go well for them.
All right, let's not remind us of that, though. This is a new day, new chances, I guess, because of that. But hey, if you are at some point in this segment unable to understand this, we understand. I mean, I wasn't able to understand you guys here and there every now as well, because there is a game going on at the B stream right now. And look at that, M80 versus Secret. Secret is up 4-0 on the first map, and that is Secret's map pick, though.
Any comments?
But this is incredible. I mean, that's going on at the same time. The
Game's
players
not
are
over
right
yet.
next to us.
Did you see what happened with G2 and CAG? I mean, it could easily be a scenario where M80 comes back.
Keep your cup,
and a copium, you know, a little bit.
And I feel like this match also really, you know, inflicts the chances of SI qualification, right? So we'll have a look at that as well to see where our teams currently find themselves in regards of that SI qualification, because when we're looking at CAG and Furia, Furia, though. I mean, Kagan already wasn't looking good this morning when we talked about them being the biggest dropper in regards of the probability. But for Furia, though, when they win this game, they're practically locked in for SI.
I don't want to say the pressure isn't on Furia because it's about pride for them, as we know. Pride is everything for this roster. So regardless of changes not really happening from a .3, it's ego on the line for Furia, showing that they are just as dominant regardless of their 2 losses.
I think on one side is pride for Furia. I think on the other side, it's salvation for CAC. They need that SI qualification, and you've seen this. If they win this, they gain 13% more, and it means that less pressure on those regional finals. They absolutely need to win this to get a better chance at making it to Paris.
I feel like we really put the stakes high for this matchup, though. The first best of 3, as we said, elimination is on the line for either of these teams inside the Major in Munich. So we'll toss it to our casters with Dev and Pengu.
Thank you very much, Anne and everyone on the analyst segment. Nick, did you check your calendar today? Do you know what day it is?
What day is it?
It's Elimination Day, and
already?
we're about to send the first team home from the Munich Major. Can you believe it will be one of our 2 Rio Grand Finalists? It could be the former champions in Furia, or it could be what many people thought was APAC's best hope, the Japanese CAG Osaka.
Big surprise for me, and it's not just the fact that Furia are down 0-2 here for elimination, it's how they got here. They've been awful. They've been terrible. We cast them yesterday, losing our minds thinking this cannot be the Furia players. It cannot be that same championship level roster. But that is the reality, and I genuinely think today, if Furia have a slow start to Clubhouse, they could lose this 0-2 and go home.
And it would be a historic loss for this roster, who have never been first rounded at an event before.
Ever.
As Furia, as W7M, they've made it to 10 international events prior to this. They've won 4 of them, and they've been grand finalists in plenty others. This roster is, without a doubt, the most successful and well-adorned roster in the history of Rainbow Six, and they could be staring down defeat in the Munich Major. They could be staring down elimination. It's CAG that stands in their way as the Japanese team take us to one of both of these teams' favorite maps of Clubhouse.
Oh man. Now, if you're wondering how Furia they find themselves down here, they've been very timid, very almost scared in the server, not seeking plays, not having that coordination, that timing. And when they're on the attacking side, they have just been lackluster. So I think the big saving grace right now is on map number 1 of Clubhouse, Furia on the defensive side, where they can follow the paper. What the strat's gonna be, who's gonna be in what position, and who's gonna be playing what operators. CAG, if they can win the first, 2-3 rounds or have a really good shot at those and like scare Furia a little bit, make them a bit more reminiscent of yesterday's games, they can mental boo them pretty early. So I think these first few rounds are going to be so important.
And there's one Furia player on my mind right now. We talked about him a lot yesterday. He is the Lion from Brazil, KZ, historically one of the best players in the world. Yesterday against Shopify Rebellion on this map of Clubhouse, he went 0-8. That is the only time I can ever remember KZ dropping a donut. Now, if you look holistically at the player stats of this event so far, you know who the 3 worst players in the tournament are? Well, we've got Cons from NIP, forget about that. Then you've got Herds and KZ.
It's crazy.
The 2 entry fraggers from Furia, 2 of the most terrifying opponents you could face in the server in Rainbow Six, 2 of the best killing, most lethal operators in the game. They're some of the worst here in Munich at the moment. Something is so very wrong with Furia.
I see them shape up. First round underway. Operator bans are going to be Kaid and Asami from CAG, and Hibana and Capital from the side of Furia. Now, CAG, you know, if you think about them just like top-down view, aggressive, unpredictable, chaotic APAC team.
I mean, they've got Ying Shotgun.
They do have the Ying Shotty, right? But that is kind of a thing of the past, but they still got the calculated playstyle. Here it is, calculation with aggression. That's the big thing. They got DD, their technically coach, who's now a player for them, standing in. He has been the brains of the operation, enabling the other 4 players to be more mechanically focused, while DD, still on spawn, by the way, can call the shots. And this has been the reason why we think CAG going into this event would be the best team from APAC. They have really found and solidified their own playstyle. In the first round, they take down Clash, the biggest possible problem of this basement defense.
An aggressive hold from Furia, but they are forced to fall back after losing the Clash. The problem is for Furia, if they keep on falling back, then it's just going to be a 5 versus 4 execute with operators like that Ying and Grim available for CAG. how hard do these Furia players fight in the mid rounds? Because if it gets to that execution phase, there's no question the Japanese are going to storm them.
That's the issue with this basement bombs out of Clubhouse. When are you going to strike them? You know, main staircase, the hatches, maybe you can fight them on third tunnel if you don't risk it, but it's not a bomb set where typically defenders can really lash out once you surrender the roam game, which they surrendered very early on with Philippox dying. Maybe one of the two C4s from KC and Hertz, if they can find a pick and even back to a 4v4, they'll be a little bit better off. But look at CHG's positioning. It's pretty safe. They're not over-swinging and making risky plays. They're droning, they're checking, they're in fact double droning multi-door to side, and they're still in the second phase of this round. They want to figure out where that execute will happen. But right now, a lot of pressure bottom main and multi-door.
C4 secondary hard breach. Exposing the position of Hertz, but he's still pretty safe, and he has that mirror window. Anaton is going to go straight in. He's actually sneaking on through, but KZ manages to catch him. Hertz comes to life as well. Goodbye to Shurip. That's one of the deadliest players from CAG. DD's pretty much stuck here after detonating the Vulcan canister. It was an off-piste, quick attack from CAG, an early execute, not telegraphed. But Arkuli also went down to that C4 on the... It's still winnable, though, 3v3.
Bit more predictable now, though. They know exactly what DD is. He has Diffuser as well. Hertz right now, if he dies, that's going to be a disaster for Furia.
Pivotal moment here. Hertz, his position revealed. They know exactly where he is. Damage dealt from DD with the Bailiff. He needs to reload the primary. JV finds his. Arkuli trying desperately to bring it back for CAG, but there's nothing to be done unless Arkuli puts the team on his back. He finds all three of them. And amidst the chaos, Furia find nothing but a round against them.
The execute started off with his C4 injuring Arkuli inside of Kitchen. He almost bled out, just waiting for someone to save him. And CAG were trying to figure out, do we still go for the push? Do we go for the revive? And they kind of just stagnated and reset the round in the middle of the chaos. And that 20 health player of Arkuli, he ends up saving the round for his team. And Furia, they were actually fighting back with confidence. That looked a lot better than yesterday's games. And still, somehow, they lose the round.
I still could not believe it was Hertz, right? On the mirror.
On the floor. Breakdancing.
A little snake, yeah, literally breakdancing as Mira hiding that position on the church wall. A mirror window open to his right. A hard breach, a hole open to his left. That guy, all he needs to do is stay alive. And man, he did that for a good long while. And yet he tried to swing in the 1v1. He gifted a chance for Arkuli to clutch it off. Arkuli says, thank you very much. Hook, line, and sinker. Furia have taken the bait. And CAG start with an attack round win on Clubhouse.
Big. So that basement bomb set as well, probably statistically going to be one of the better bomb sets here. CCTV will be attempted on the second rotation for Furia, and again we see the clash. Now, if we zoom back to the opening gunfight of the first round, that was Philippox and Clash dying. Had Clash been alive in the 5v5 at the execute, completely different story. So Furia, those opening engagements, they have to go their way. They can't lose bodies in those silly ways of being caught off guard.
Interesting Banshee there from the Malusi, very close to the breach. I would have thought that'd be pretty easy to clear.
Stops a rush, technically.
I guess.
Slows you down if you were to full send it.
Well, if there's any team that you want to make sure doesn't go for a breach rush, I would say
it's certainly CAG.
CAG's definitely on the list.
Yep. Well, they are one of those teams that they can still turn back to their old ways when they want to and when they need to.
That's the magic of this roster.
Yes. They become flexible.
You said it, like they can play slow and methodical siege, but if they do play whether it's shield crutch, yin crutch, something aggressive, man, they're good. Ooh. Here it goes from Shurip down below at the Deimos. A lot of damage dealt onto Philippox and Chibisu upstairs. This is picture-perfect teamwork from CAG, and Hertz is far too late on his flank down below.
Does CAG read this, though? If they go back in kitchen or go on a repel or they're droning outside,
freebie.
That's risky. He's completely free. Deimos down. Nade on the Clash, took a fair bit of damage as well, but stays alive, and Hertz makes the smart play of dropping down the basement hatch, go back up blue, and join your teammates in the 4v3 by the bomb site, because the only way to lose now is if you get overwhelmed by site itself. The roam game no longer matters.
And Hertz rotated back into lounge, so he's in a position to help the rest of the squad more or less now. CAG actually just going to go in again. DD jumps in right before the Lion scans, and well, JV, he holds down the fort for 2 kills. Cully is pulled off a 1v3 in the first round. It's not going to be 2 in a row, though, that's for sure. Not with Nade on this clash, staring him down. Trying to sprint past, he will be slowed, and he will be caught off guard by Herds. Back to site in perfect time. A lot more of that we'll need from Furia.
I mean, but it's already looking tons better than yesterday. It's so much better. Again, the active decision-making, them fighting back, going for flanks. Furia are actually taking control of these rounds, saying, we will win or lose by our own doings. When they were playing up against Shopify Rebellion yesterday, they were just waiting, like they're not the ones to make the play. And that cost them. So I think there's been a tough conversation happened, and maybe studying, you know, the VOD of what went wrong, and they say, guys, whatever happens tomorrow, we need to just play our game and not get too caught up in the small moments. CAG, though, this is just the start.
And it is 2 rounds now that CAG have gone for that slightly earlier than you expect execute, where like they're prepping for an execute and then someone tries to make a play like 5 seconds before you'd expect that execute to happen. The first round it was, I think it was Anitson on the Ying trying to rush into Church.
Yeah, true, actually.
Just before the rest of the team went for an execute. DD tried a similar thing there, and I think that Fury are beginning to read that. They're like, okay, these guys are going to be going a little bit earlier than you'd expect. Maybe the flashbang will come just after the entry, and it means that they're going to get a better read on CAG. The timings are going to be more in their favor, and onus then becomes on CAG to mix up their playstyle.
Well, we got a blitz, you know? A lot of teams, when they face CAG, they will ban the Monty, the Blitz, the Blackbeard, the Glass, the Ying, the Capital these days. You can list a lot of operators.
Bro has played Ying, Blackbeard, and now Blitz. If the trend continues, we will see the Monty. We would see the Capital if it wasn't banned by Furia. But yeah, as you said, it's very ballsy if you're playing against CAG and you don't get rid of any shield operators or the Ying.
A lot of split out pressure there from Furia, though. Roaming bottom garage, they have a scope instead of strip club as well. And what they're doing right now is they say, we're going to play the full map. We're going to have people that can fall back easily in the less scary positions. Felibox on the Scopus and a mute jammer in strip club can teleport away, but here comes the Blitz.
I like this. Anaton gets around it, bit of damage dealt to him. And a great shot from Felipox.
2 guys.
A second one coming in to support. It's KZ, and Pox finds them both. Great roam game from Furia, perfectly baited. CAG. And Felipox could even get back to site if he wanted, leaving KZ stranded. Herds actually is going to fall, though, to Arcully. A little bit of over-aggression from Furia does gift the Japanese a way back into it with 2 players on low HP and Felipox back on site. I don't think it's possible.
Damage is done. I mean, this is genius, right? You get 2 players in strip room, means 1 can teleport back Scopus, of course, leaving back KC for that flank game. He goes down, but it's okay. Arcully and Shurip low on health. 1 token be called, already used. Grim is in the grave, Blitz in the grave. What do they have? They have a little bit of soft destruction in the Ram, and then that's their flash and nades. No hard destruction.
Yeah.
Like, you'll take this if you're Furia any day of the week.
Absolutely. Look, if the 2 CAG players are full HP and they had at least 1 bit of hard breach left, I'd say this is actually pretty even. But no, like, they're not going to be just brute forcing gunfights because of the low HP. They don't have like the Blitz or any kind of little secret source that you can brute force an angle from, and they don't have hard breach to open up more avenues. So yeah, very much restricted.
And they used their last call to just double check the roam clear. So like now they have literally 4 flashbangs and 2 grenades. That's all they can do. And the issue with Basement Clubhouse is that you ideally want to attack from like 3-4 different areas to really pressure and just find a gap somewhere. You can't afford to do that with 3 attackers alive. You kind of got to funnel into one area now, especially when you have 2 players on 1 HP. They'll die to anything. Barbed wire will kill them.
Yeah. Very rarely will you make this call, but we're at the point right now where if Furia lose this round, it is a throw. Yeah, there is no way that they lose this round unless if they actively throw it. And Felipox is making sure that's not going to happen. Takes down DD, 3K for him on the round. It's just the 2 low HP players now as he is a little love tap onto the gas pipe, make sure that it's not possible now for the player to walk on through, at least not for a brief moment. He's still watching the angle. I think it's Shurip. I know it's Arcully on the side. Big 4K. Surely the ace is coming on up for Felipox. And indeed it is. Exactly what the doctor ordered for Furia. They needed the ambulance after a rocky start to the tournament. We're starting to see them finally come back to life.
Hitting their shots, playing with confidence, and actually just being that similar same team where they say, you know what, we're never going to be out of this game. We can always go for another play. And they have pocket strats even too. Something that we kind of critiqued them for yesterday was they're playing very standard siege in a poor fashion, then the one round victory they had on Clubhouse in the attack was a pocket strat. It was that CCTV catwalk rush where they aura off the top red door, sprint through breach and just jump into catwalk window and take catwalk control. That's the only victory they had. Here now they're in defense, and this strip club play, 2 players, one being a Scopos TP's away, Castle stays back. That's a pocket strat.
Yeah. Furia are not known at all for like specific strats, or especially pocket strats and rushes, or little whip it out once type things. They're known to just be some of the best fraggers in the game with some of the best team chemistry.
Yeah. The timings,
and the best timings.
Yeah.
And that's what was really lacking, especially yesterday against Shopify Rebellion. Individually, the players could not stack up. We saw that with KZ getting a donut. We saw that with Herds being the 3rd worst rated player at the tournament so far.
Yeah.
And they also weren't working together very well. Now, today, both of those things have changed, right? Like, Felipox is clearly...
He's there.
He's gunning. Right? And then on top of that, you've got some pocket strats, and they're working together. The way that KZ and Pox held that position as a duo certainly set them up for success.
We got a little bit of a tech pause here. We saw DD whip out the strat book. He's going to give it a good read and say, what can we do this upcoming round? So during a tech pause, players cannot talk siege amongst each other, but you can sit there in your own head and go, what can I say when the tech pause is over that can help my team?
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, I think it's interesting, you notice even Arkuli actually moved his mic up because he's like, well, there's nothing to say. I'm not allowed to talk about the game, so I may as well just get rid of the mic for a minute, sit in my own headspace. I actually remember quite a few rounds during the Rio Grand Final between these two teams where we had extended tech pauses, and Anaton spent it literally flexing to the crowd.
Yeah,
I have never seen quads as thick as that man's. They're like tree trunks.
They are. And, you know, it's spectacular to witness because at the start of that Grand Finals in Rio, it was, let's say, like a circular-ish arena, right? You have 2 halves almost.
Yeah, people sit on the Furia side.
Yeah,
or the
but like game
side.
by game, CHG's fan crowd got bigger and bigger because that's where the show was. Furia were just winning a final that they're supposed to win. Yeah. CHG were, there it is. They're delivering, right?
Dude.
They put on the show.
Go for it, mate. Come
Here's
on, give us those tries.
I don't recall Anaton like progressively getting buffer and buffers. Just one day he was just huge.
Oh, 100%.
It was like, he's a normal player, nothing other than ordinary, he's a good player, right? And then monster.
Dude, because like this guy has been on CAG since the very beginning. I remember casting these guys back in 2018. They actually played at quite a few of the APAC lands before they ever qualified for international events, right?
So you would know.
So I remember way back in the day, Anaton, big household name. He's always been a shield main. But yeah, I never remember him being that buff until, like you say, one day you open Twitter and then...
He's squatting like 300 billion kilograms.
Yeah, my phone screen literally cracked when it saw what he benched.
It was scared.
DD's having a good time too. They're such a vibes-based team. Something about the Japanese squads, they're always vibes-based. Akali a little bit more reserved, but I know Shureep as well, known for being one of the loudest players. Always got an interesting, fun hairstyle as well.
Every team needs what we call a silent killer. You know, your
That's
Kenta Raketti, as you say, back in the day. That's Arkuli for this squad. Imagine you have 5 very vocal, you know, IGLs, captain, leadership figures. It's too many chefs in the kitchen. It's too much happening.
Yeah, I mean, imagine 5 Canadians on one team. Imagine 5 Fabians on one team.
I mean, that wouldn't be a team that would disband very quickly, no? Fabian was clapping back on socials, though, last night. If you guys didn't see it, Adam and Fabian were clapping back. I like it.
Oh man, yeah, I love it when we get a bit of a player rivalry. You know, sometimes we get some interesting, you know, funny stories where it's just banter, and then sometimes we get, you know, players that actually would like to murder each other.
Well, in game,
and then it makes it all the more entertaining.
Yeah. I mean, that's, you know, the beauty of esports: history, storylines.
Oh yeah.
You know, reasons why you should care. Even as a non-fan of a specific team, a good storyline will make you care.
I mean, you had your fair share of rivalries as well. Big one comes to mind, Mr. 444 himself.
There's Mr. Shaiko. There was the Empire as well.
Oh,
back
yeah.
then, you know, the Russian squad.
Would you say you had a single rival? Like, it's not like Joystick or Shepard was your specific rival.
No, it's more like the team stuff, like who's the best, right? Like, it was like Penta/EG 2018. Like, who's the best in the world? We had won the Pro League, but they had won the Invitational.
Yeah.
And that SI18 final was like, who's actually the best one?
Yeah, I guess you and Troy had your rivalry for...
Yeah, Troy, Fabian. But it was, I feel like it was more team versus player versus player. Obviously, there was a Shaiko and me story. That was more like individual players, more than a team story. And then there was like the whole Empire upbringing and how consistently good they were in Europe. Because Europe's never had like a ton of top dog teams. It's been like, you know, your Empire, your BDS,
yeah, well,
your Penta G2.
I think it's interesting because BDS, now Falcons, had a very similar upbringing story to Empire. Like, out of nowhere, they weren't a Pro League team, they were a Challenge League team, and then they qualified for SI through the open quals, and then made it really deep at SI. That's what happened for Empire, end of 2018, started 2019, and then went on to be a world-class team. Same thing happened, end of 2019, started 2020, I'm going to say, for BDS? Or was it a year before that? I think it was... Oh, bloody hell, I don't remember exactly.
That's a tough one, isn't it?
Maybe it was during 2018 into the 2019 SI that BDS squad went very deep.
Yeah.
We're back into it. We get to see the third bands come out. It's another hard breacher.
Oh, okay.
No Monty, no Blitz, no Blackbeard, no Ying.
I low-key thought Clash was going to get banned away from CAG because it was brought twice, and it's just an annoying operator to deal with. Like, few counts compared to like Mirrorwind, right? Get a Kali, get an Ashe.
Yeah.
But, with that being said, the Mirrors, I don't know. They're stuck in the same spot, you know where they're going to be, and they suck. Clash is kind of movable obstacle, if you will.
I feel like the good thing about playing against the Mirror is before the round starts, you can pretty much know where those mirrors are going to be and talk about your counters. Whereas with a Clash, you can be like, oh, let's bring a, you know, Kali, Zofia, Nomad, Thatcher, EMPs, Flash, whatever we're going to bring to counter the Clash. It doesn't actually mean that you've got a plan for how you're going to deal with it.
No, just the tools.
She could be roaming in lounge. She could be on site. She could be anywhere, right? You have to then play a lot more with a lot more agility.
Yeah.
5 seconds left.
To pivot. How many LinkedIn terms can we get into a single cast?
Circle back?
Circle back to it. Yeah.
Yep. No, it's funny because when you play, I mean, even in ranked, right? Let's say you spot a Frost in Perfect. You go, guys have a Frost. You're not gonna see a Frost until like 2 minutes later. And you forget sometimes that you said, guys, they have a Frost. And it's one of those things where it's important to say what you see, but it's important to say it again and reiterate when it becomes more relevant. I guess sound covering.
Yeah, sound cover for the...
I was like, what are we doing here?
Chibisu has a real just like fascination with that one brick. He hates it. He's got a rivalry.
With the brick wall. There's something cursed about rappelling on CCTV breach. It's always this doomsday. I don't know.
That's not a fun angle to play.
It's not.
So Furia, they've won their 2 in a row. After that extended tech pause, oh wow, Chibisu actually might have had a freebie had he not detonated that.
Ooh, okay.
Cheeky angle from Hertz.
So this is tricky now because with the right timing, you can climb that ladder, go for an incredible flank. At the wrong timing, you'll just die.
Oh, they're sus though.
Yeah.
Hudson has a drone bottom garage.
They have an inkling. Hertz is looking for it, considering it. Will he go for it though? Is it time Hertz right now? Oh, yeah, they know. They know.
Perfect.
It's a freebie.
Well played and well read from CAG to make sure that they are so diligent watching those flank watch cameras.
It's so easy to move forward because look, there's no pressure top red. Like there's no reason not to take the space for free. But they had that feeling, that small sound cue perhaps.
Spidey sense.
Yep. This is too easy, guys. They shouldn't be giving this to us for free, right? Oh, it wasn't free because this guy was flanking us.
You can see though the Fury are a lot more aware of this vertical play than last time. I believe it's them who's opened up a lot of these angles looking down below. Arkali though finds JV. Now where was that? Looks like it was inside a gym actually.
Yeah, I mean he's on the roof outside, so it must have been gym window and then all the way through. Or through Master on this angle, for example. Could have been JV swinging the... Oh, he's died by the windows. Maybe he swung him, actually.
Yeah.
Either or. It now means you're playing 5v3, and with a Clash off, it means maybe a 5v2 effectively in terms of gun skill.
Yeah.
So, I feel like CSG now, they have a rare circumstance. You can just overwhelm the bomb site. Jump in the window, pushing condor, drop the office hatch, where normally you want to try and organize it much more structured, because you can't risk dying. They can afford to lose bodies.
Here we go, though. Numbers will overwhelm the defense. Felipox, who's been the best player for Furia this tournament, goes down, all up to Nade, stranded behind his shield. He's about to get stabbed in the back by Shurib. Arkali finds him first. Great round from CAG, the best we have seen from them yet.
And this is kind of what's scary about CAG. If you let them execute in a 5v5, they can do that now with DD being a player. But if you give them openings and they get some opening kills, they will overwhelm you with mechanical skill. So this is worst case scenario, giving them the 5 versus 3 that became 5v2 very quickly. Oh, he actually window banged JV.
Oh.
Okay.
That's troll.
You know, some players have bad luck like that. In all my years of Siege, there's one player who I've seen being shot when he's running past a door or window barricade more than anybody else.
And who is it?
Fabian.
Really?
I'm not even kidding. Every single week this would happen. I'm like, at one point I said, Fabian, can you stop spawn peeking? He goes, what do you mean? I'm running past the door. And I didn't believe him. And I got to go through the video, right?
Yeah.
And
you watched it. You're like, dude, you really did get unlucky.
And until this day, I have never witnessed a single player ever get shot through a door barricade on bad timing as that guy.
You know, I always said that I think I would probably have won a few world championships if I had better luck.
You know what? I'm really good at the game. I'm just unlucky.
I'm just unlucky.
The game's against me.
That's why I'm stuck in plat.
It's one of those things, you say good players make their own luck, right?
Yes, no, and I do love that phrase. I noticed here that Furia tried to make their own luck by getting Herds to hide on the rafters as Bandit. Funnily enough, yeah, I mean, cool idea, but we've got the Maverick from Anaton, so...
It's again, when you get to this level of play, there's a lot of half assumptions and half reading your opponent, right? Yeah. Where you're going, okay, we don't see the 5th operator, what could really mess with us? Bandit could, for example. Okay, let's bring the Maverick just in case. Because even if they don't have a Maverick, or even if they don't have a Bandit, Maverick is still good to bring to just get up in a wall, whatever. And you get double heart breach destruction, always good to have a backup. Also means that Chibisu can play double secondary util, that's not heart breach.
If I can point out as well that Anaton, so proficient on Maverick, he gets out of spawn and makes the wall soft in 24 seconds.
Yeah. And, you know, there's many arguments that we see where a pro player will struggle with this and take a long time. And here we can say this is a good example of a player that can do this very effectively.
Oh, yeah.
And he's doing the min-maxed version where you don't do the full line left to right. You only do about 70% skipping the corners, and that does work. But if you mess it up by a pixel, it gets really messy.
Yeah, and then you have to go back, and that's when every single opponent on the enemy team is going to be trying to find you. It's a good setup. Much better start for CAG. Last time they lost a lot of players when trying to take control of Logi. This is a lot better.
Look at the pace. Very slow, very methodical. They're doing the heart breaching, the Bravo drone scouting.
They're cooking something.
And they do have the glass, which can really either get you a lot of value or none at all, depending on how those smoke grenades go. But Hertz is ready for it. With that Maverick in place, says, I can't trick the walls, but I can jump out that gym window. But look at Chibisu. They're trying to bait this play possibly. Sure, shooting. If another smoke goes out or piece of throwable util, I bet you Hertz jumps out.
Yeah, and Chibisu is standing right above him. He should be a dead man if that happens. He has 2 smokes to try and enable a push for CAG, but I think it might just be a bait. No, it's not!
Oh, the timing.
Fury have actually baited them, but Shurip does spin around inside the smoke and take the kill with that. It's an advantage for CAG, but Philippox on the bomb site's doing everything he can to make things right for Furia. It's just him against Shurip and DD. Shurip uses another smoke as DD looks to force that plant down, gets off it. And pre-fires on the Shurip, down on the floor. DD, the coach, must clutch up, but no! Philippox continues his reign of terror. He has been the one shining light for Furia so far this tournament, and he gives them another round.
I'm not sure if that's just chaos in the server or a bit of miscommunication, but Glass basically throws a smoke grenade in the window of server and can play from outside with full cover on the protection, but jumps in, making that sound cue. That's where the pre-fire comes through from Furia, and the injure and later kill confirm the Glass player. Hertz also did not jump out immediately. He heard Chibisu up above, waited for him to drop, gets that first kill, then jumps out. These small min-max situations really gave Furia that round.
So calm and stalwart is Philippox in that
Second
moment.
round for him as well. The ace on the scope post and basement roam, and now the clutch.
3K 1v2 clutch for Philippox. An ace prior. He is the top-rated player from Furia this tournament as well. I mean, in the game against Shopify Rebellion on this map, he was the only player that went positive.
Oh.
He managed to get a 78% KOST rating in that game, despite losing 7-2. He also got another clutch in that match as well.
Yeah. Well, he's been solid. And, you know, in this game, we're still a little bit looking towards JV. I feel like we haven't mentioned his name all that much.
Well, we did see him. He carried Furia in their first match against
I mean, like this
D+.
He's been okay this event, but he was a monster in Stage 2 domestically. Like, absolutely unreal performance.
119 EPS. As was Shurip, actually. Shurip one-upped him. 120 EPS.
Oh, okay.
For him during Stage 2.
But then again, one team plays in APAC, one plays in Brazil, right? Take your pick. Who's better? That's what I'm saying.
Keg have to play a Brazilian team.
Okay, fair, yeah. They're playing D plus Kia back there, yeah.
I mean, what we have one team from APAC on the verge of elimination today and 2 from Brazil. What does that tell you?
Well,
it's actually EU is the only region without a team facing elimination.
We warned you that
today.
was going to be the case.
Okay, here we go. The Dane pipes up.
Imedi has European, player coaching staff as well.
Yeah, oh sure.
He was doing great. Didi's doing great, despite the fact that he's actually not a player, but a coach that became a player.
Dude, look at him go.
He's going.
He's sending it.
Didi's good for a second, and Arculi with the push as well. And they're on side.
I love this from
Is
CAG.
it just free?
This is very pacey, and now Felipox, who's been the only one doing anything for Furia, has to make his way back to site while the diffuser's playing. It's literally a 1v5. Like, brother, you've aced up, you've 1v3'd. This is not happening. The cutoff is looking easy for Shuri. That C4 does not go nearly far enough. A flashbang is perfect. Shuri is just toying with him, isn't he? Pox will find him, looking for another one. Arculi outside. He's got the watch. Oh, what a good round from CAG. I mean, that's 2 rounds.
Oh my God.
Very convincing for the Japanese on the whole in this game so far. And it will end up the half at an even scoreline. Come on, Felipox, finish it off. Stop with this exit. Stop with this dilly-dally. Let's put this half to bed. Let's finish it off. Come on, Addington, get him for goodness sake. Finally, Arculi puts him down. That's the half. 3 rounds each.
And out of nowhere as well, just walk down blue, walk in dirt tunnel, get a couple of kills, and get down that diffuser. They made it look so easy. And it comes down to recognizing that Furia are going for a roam game. What do? Hit the bomb site. It's again the mixture of playstyles for CAG and their adaptability. Even half 3-3, I think CG will take that.
And you know what? In a moment like this, when we're doing the operator bans, the coaches are actually allowed to talk to the
Which
team.
coach?
Coach, singular.
Okay.
Because in this match, of course, you can see Igor behind Felipox and Herd's player cameras. You can see Igor pacing back and forth, talking to the team. What coach does CAG have again? Or they don't have one. Because
they had Didi.
Didi is playing in the server right now. I just think it's crazy that you fly all the way across the world and you have to play. It's just the 5 of you. Like, there's no one to have that added perspective to calm the boys down. He has to do that while playing the game.
No emotion, like no neutral, non-emotional perspective, right? Because like a coach, like of course you're like in it, but you're not in the server, so you can have a more calm mind about it. If you watch the player cam stuff for CAG, DD, his lips did not stop moving. He was talking the entire time, looking at the paper, looking up, left, right, eye contact. Very efficient tech timeout. Or side swap, should I say.
Yeah. Clearly quite a good leader.
Oh, absolutely.
Didi, a player that's been around for a long time. He played, I believe he actually competed at the Copenhagen Major for the Donuts Varel roster. I'm not sure if they were called Donuts Varel at that point in time. They've been through a few names now. They're called Kinatrope.
Oh, yeah.
This is the same continuation of that roster. Didi played with them for quite some time before he moved to a coaching role for CAG. Funnily enough, CAG, one of the few teams from APAC that is successful without an imported coach. Most of the teams these days at the very top level have an imported coach. Even, I know Enterprise, you could count. Mingo's from Korea. He's not from OS. He's still from APAC.
Sure.
Of course, D+ have a Korean coach, but a Brazilian roster.
Yeah.
Weibo have, well, quite a few coaches, but now they're head coaches.
Going this morning,
You talked to him?
Yeah, he came by very happy, and I was like, dude, you got him buff.
He's a Chad these days.
I was like, you got him big. He's like, oh, thank you.
There's a lot of esports gamer to Chad pipeline that you see going on.
It's happening, yeah. No, so Gohan was obviously a former pro player himself, back on Liquid as many rosters, and had his fair share of success.
What's this going on? So Nade is looking to potentially rush down on the side with the sledge in dirt. Meanwhile, Shureep is farming upstairs. Ooh. Wow, that game sense is insane. He knows KZ's gone for his swing. KZ disrespects Shureep. Ego challenging him every second of the day. Felipox and Nade, the 2 newest additions to this roster, they're going to do everything they can to make this 2v5 dream a reality, but there's just nothing for it. Shureep's going to keep running rings around Furia.
100% they watched the game yesterday and said Furia. Oh, he's running into him!
What the hell? What is that?
I mean, he's got his kills.
I mean, Felipox, you're lucky to have found that one. Shuri must have had a heart attack, jump scare.
They saw Fury play yesterday and how slow and scared they seemed on the attack. It's like, you know, let's just fight them. Let's just bring the pain to them and disrespect them a bit in the server. They've done that. They've gotten their picks. They're falling back towards the bomb site, playing that 4v2 with Philippox very low on health. And sure, they got some hard destruction. Hold up.
This is where we throw it.
A solo swing in a 4v2 is not ideal. You got to buddy up.
5-0 against G2 on console yesterday with worse CAG before they got 7-5'd. Philippox gonna fall straight into the smoke and die. So just Nade left alone and he will fall. No cagging today for the Japanese. They do lock in that round, mostly thanks to Shuri on that roam game.
Someone is screaming.
I can't tell if it's from our game or the other game because we're right next to the player area, situated like literally just a screen between us and some of the players who are yelling their guts out.
It could be CAG though.
It does sound like
it. Does sound like
Did I tell you that my hotel room shares a wall with the CAG practice room?
How's that going?
Last night, I mean, I'm pretty jet lagged. I was trying to go to bed at like 10 p.m.
Oh, yeah, that's your fault, yeah.
And I just heard bang, 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 over and over again. What the hell's going on, guys? Are they slamming the door? Are they slamming their desks? I genuinely don't know what's happened in the CAG practice room.
I mean, it could be Anatune like squatting his teammates, honestly. Just hitting some, you know? It's butt to floor squatting like all the way deep, you know?
I've been to the gym and the weights there, they don't go up high enough for
Oh, bummer. So that might be it, a little impromptu workout. No, the player floor is always a vibe. You just walk down the hall and see there's BDS, there's FaZe, there's CAG.
I found out that my other hotel room wall is shared with Stompin, and he's a very respectful young lad. So that side of the wall, no complaints at all. You know, we had a cordial little hello as I passed him in the hallway.
That sounds so much like him. He's like a nice, shy guy.
He is, until he's 1v3ing CAG yesterday.
Oh my god,
ruining all of the Japanese hopes and dreams.
Guy might be shy, but guy is talented as well.
He is a demon in the server. If anyone missed that clip from Stompin yesterday, that's totally play of the tournament so far.
So far, yeah, definitely. The wall bang to the smoke bang, the double flick 180, like it's just, you know, it's just him.
Yeah, his first ever major, by the way. He made his international debut at EWC. There he got a 1 versus 5.
And lost 0-3 in the grand final.
And then lost 0-3. It was against Secret though, wasn't it?
Against Secret. It was the most like redundant 1v5 clutch ever. They never happened, but it didn't have any influence.
Sure,
sadly.
It was like the hardest 1v5 I've ever seen though. Like nothing was free there. Especially in that 1v2 at the end, but I digress. JV's fallen early. Also,
he was 0-5 and injury going into this match, by the way.
And he hasn't found a kill since the rehost. Nope. Entry from KZ. My god, he's completely convinced that there was someone in bathroom, but there was nobody there. Numbers advantage for CAG, and it's just furthered now. It's KZ with it all to do. Out comes the shotgun he sees. Anatune for a brief moment pre-fires around the corner and gets him. Now he's got the mirror window to work with, and Diffuser in pocket. He might be able to make this happen, but he needs to isolate some ones. And he's being flanked. He's got good information. And the Candela goes out. He might be able to take the fight. Akali falls on back. Shotgun v shotgun now. The KZ, low HP, even at range. Akali will win this fight as KZ looks to bait it. He's got information on Akali's position, who continues to retreat back.
He's trying as he might. But CAG again and trying to not CAG this round. Akali falling back, toying with him. And Jibisu has locked down that bomb set once more. They know KZ is only good on close quarter gunfights.
It's a 1v1. KZ on the site. It's so well played from Chibisu, who has now fallen back. They're happy to play a retake. They let KZ go for the plant.
Holy shield.
Ooh, but he fakes it at the last minute. Tries to spray onto Chibisu, but the Clash's shield saves him and confirms the kill. And the Lion struggles to find his prey. KZ, he's not happy today, and for good reason. A failed clutch, and with that, CAG are just 2 rounds away from putting Clubhouse to bed.
Not happy today, not happy last night either. It's been a difficult start to the tournament, and you know, at first the thinking is they're just having a slow start. Teams that often go to the grand finals, they tend to have slow starts in long tournament, right? You gotta look ahead of you.
this is more than a slow start. It's a little bit uncharacteristic, and while Furia are looking better today than yesterday, they still have not found their full stride like we're used to seeing them in. And CAG, you cannot underestimate them in the server because they are holding on strong, and ever since that side swap, ever since Furia went to the attacking side, I am starting to lose a little bit more faith in them here in Clubhouse. Mind you, they go a layer next, where Furia will start on attack. And that's where Lax was like, I could see this be a 2-0 for CAG, and Lax and myself both like, CAG are not winning border. Yeah. That's where DD's lack of strength comes into play, where DD is all brain. I mean, he's 5-2 right now, actually, but his playstyle doesn't fit border in my mind.
Sure, I would never call it until it happens, though.
No, but that's like, if you were to like break it down from like the map reader perspective, I mean, CAG needs a 2-0.
CAG did beat Weibo on border, and
Weibo and Furia are the same
border. Dude, have you seen Furia this event?
Well,
Weibo are 2-1, and Furia are 0-2, all right?
Okay, so if D+ beat Furia,
and CAG beat
D+, then I guess that means CAG is the GOAT.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. No, that's it.
Point taken.
But look, just to really rag on KZ again.
Okay, let's do one last time.
I'm sorry. So he's got 3 kills in total in this game, which means he's got 12 kills in the tournament so far. 12 kills to 32 deaths.
Oh boy.
12 and 32.
And now again, I want to reiterate, if you're the IGL, if you're a support player, if you're whatever, if you're the rookie, whatever, this is one of the best players in the goddamn world who's never dropped these stats in his career since we've known him.
Oh man, a JV who has been...
From this angle, from top catwalk on a pixel.
Talk about unlucky.
Speaking of Maverick and having a hard time, right?
Poor guy, JV still has not found a kill since that rehose.
Did you hear Shub when he got the kill? He went, woo! So it is CAG right over there, by the way.
It must be. And look at the ego chal as well, another player on Rappel.
I mean, JV 0-6, again, same story. Yeah. He was playing Bank, yesterday, playing Hibana, doing God's work, clutching, the entrying. And now he finds himself not in the right position. We got Clash in the Calgrafters at ADSs and a shield to cover the face. They should be okay here for Shuri.
Yep. The ADS is protecting him for a little bit, but the fire will eventually come on through, as do the air jabs from the Nomad, and Nade finds his entry onto Anitin. That's a very risky time to put the shield away for Shuri. Didn't go for the spin, and so Philippe Pox puts him down. And Furia make their way into Garage.
It's low-key losable now. I mean, they also lost a player before that, bottom Garage. Anitin swung out, trying to help his teammate. Breach opened up.
Late round plant denial is good though with DD and Kully's C4.
So if you're Furia, you do not go for default plant. Use those Deimos trackers. Use the last bit of intel that you have. Try and go for a kill. Push deep. You cannot go for defaults.
Good trying.
45 seconds. I could have taken a bit of damage on that drone hole. They know they're on the bumps that repel. Herds finds TP2 again, opening up that pick.
Oh, this is it though, the flank from behind, but Herds overswings and gets put down. It's all DD up against the world. He finds 2, needs more, but the Lord will not save him. Furia find a 3rd round. 1 round at a time. They will need to bring this back and steal the map back off of CAG.
Great aggression there from Furia, not waiting any longer than needed, getting that final drone, Deimos tracker, 3-2-1, flank construction, jump in server window, and push catwalk rafters. Again, they recognize, guys, we have a 4v2. It's okay to lose a buddy here and take that risk. We have to make the play. Thinking again, operator bans. We just saw them go out Hibana and Bandit. Again, Clash will survive the operator ban phase despite having, I guess, mixed results overall, but definitely a strong contender for good operator.
Yeah, I mean, picked 6 rounds out of the 9 that we've played so far. One of the most popular operators.
So Shub there was trying to put the shield in the back, turn around, and tank the air jab, and the shield covers him, but it gets caught in animation, so he dies. Valiant effort for DD, though. Valiant effort.
And we're finally seeing some smiles from the Furia boys as well. They're only trailing 1 round behind. I saw a smile creep onto JV's face, which is nice. I mean,
he's just happy they won the goddamn round because he got wallbanged started off. Like, woo, I'm so happy I didn't do anything. It's one of those feelings that's both incredible and awful at the same time, and like you get spawn to die in a really silly way, but you win the round. You're like, oh no, but oh yes.
Do nothing, but thank goodness that we won it. Like,
and then you go, don't worry, this round is mine. I'm gonna do something now, guys. Don't worry about it. You guys carried me, I'm gonna carry you.
You get a lot of time to watch your teammates and think. Herds is on, KZ is on the scoreboard now, which is nice. He had a big couple that round.
Yeah.
But it has been for Esports, who's been Mr. Consistent.
Oh,
Furia.
yes.
Well, something happened on the B stream, I tell you what. I just heard the players going nuts.
I honestly don't remember who's playing right now, so I couldn't even tell you.
I don't either, actually.
Sounds like a Brazilian team, though, no? One of them?
Or is it NIP?
It could. Oh, it could be NIP. NIP SSG. NIP.
No, sorry, we're doing that after.
So it's
after.
It's not
NIP.
it's not.
That's our game.
That's why I know.
I'm stoked for that.
That's why it's in my mind, I suppose.
Just a little tease for you guys. We have the Rio Grand Final rematch now into the Montreal SI 2020 rematch later.
Very different players, yeah, but yeah.
I mean, we got Faults versus Pino still.
Yeah, that's true. Here
we
comes
go.
Boss G, though.
Oh, Shirreep! How does he flick to the head? At the final moment, Herds gonna be pretty tilted about that one. The Blackbeard going down, and KZ, he falls as well. Aggressive into the side. Felipox gets traded back. That's the saving grace for Furia. Down in the dumps. Nade, full HP as JV falls. It's a 1v4 for the Buck.
They know where he is. That default cam was still alive. Mirror window facing motor door as well from Blue. He is completely locked out in his bottom main stair positioning. Soft door and turrets can be opened up, sure, but again, that mirror window, what are you going to do about that? 2 flanks in pocket has to make the work for him.
Oh wow, this is risky to pop that as well. No one exposes him. Yeah, time to drone. Trying to figure out where these players are, open up another avenue into the site, and trust in this DMR. The cameras, flashbangs go out. That's both of them used. Now he tries to force the plant. This is very risky. Even if CAG let him plant, they are favored in the post. But no, he fakes it. He feels he has to. Up against the mirror window, it's an easy kill for Kuli. DD very happy that CAG find themselves on map point.
So it's actually Furia that is taking all of these moments to happen around. They are pushing, they're going off pace, they're pushing side, making these things happen. And I really like it, because we need to see them have this, but they're going to call a tag timeout at the very end, possibly, of the first map.
Fase de preparação pra gente ter mais informação. Leva teu drone até a suíte lá, Pox, pra gente ter mais intel, saber o que tá acontecendo. A gente colocar, tipo, também drone lá no bombeiro, pra ver se a gente vai querer forçar ali. Shield tá passando open, a gente pode usar o Black ali pra jogar pelo rato, que eu acho que vai funcionar legal, tá bom? Agora eles vão provavelmente pegar os 2 bombas de cima. A gente pode fazer, talvez, a gente pode fazer a nade box ali na garagem, a gente pode repetir mais uma vez uma padrão. Aí vai do feeling de vocês, se vocês estiverem mais confortáveis, ou até mesmo a gente fazer... a garagem plantando. É, plantando, pode ser também. Na academia, agora eles baniram o Termite, né? Se eu não me engano. Não, baniram o Ribana. Tá Termite e Ace. Então vocês podem escolher. Vocês querem fazer a Open Kill ou fazer uma abre tudo e decidir onde...
Tá.
Okay, so a lot to say in very short time, so he did not waste a breath. He was ready.
He talked until the admin muted him.
Yeah.
The admin said you've had your 60 seconds.
That's impressive, I gotta say. Now, again, I've said this so many times in my career, I wish I spoke Portuguese.
Oh, man.
Because I'm sure there's so much to take away from that. From a team like Furia, I ain't got a clue what was said.
But you can feel the intensity. I can only imagine what the contrast would have been like on the CAG side. Just another round, DD telling the team what he thinks and probably maybe talking about what they're planning on having for dinner later. Any good sushi in Berlin? Oh, Munich, sorry.
I could see them having, like, banter, you know, like really got like serious, okay, memes.
100%.
Definitely.
2 map points now for CAG, but they have fumbled worse than this. We've seen it time and time again. The team most infamous in the world for cagging rounds.
I think, like, what to expect here, just like off the vibe check for me, is that Fury need to stop doing the off-pace plays and go to defaults. Honestly, do
CAG
the
have
step
read
1.
the fast
They have, and they're ready for it. Do step 1, do step 2. It's a bit boring, a bit predictable, but when you look on the paper, Fury, they're a better team than CAG. I mean, the stats all prove it. Maybe not right today and yesterday, but overall. And I think matching CAG on even ground should favor them. No more tricks, no more risks. Just do your breaching, taking CC control, pushing over to connector, and executing by master bedroom.
The only attack round that Furia have won was when they did that methodical execute onto the rafters, killed the clash, and then converted the numbers advantage. And they did that in a 4v5 after JV got wall-banged.
Yeah.
So I think that Furia...
Slow and steady.
Yeah, that's the way to play for them.
Just, they cannot afford to lose a body early. And most notably, like, JV has to stay alive because I think this man has so much more to provide for us if he can survive the first minute and 30 seconds. I mean, he's an ace, he's got spare hard destruction, soft destruction, but he's often in the grave before getting to use things in his pocket. The only issue with slow and steady here, despite holding that angle, JV finds a kill. It's on the scoreboard, boys.
First kill in 8 rounds for JV, by the way.
And very importantly, if they're going to be very slow and they don't get this kind of pick, the clash, mirror window, and while my magnets could be troublesome. By getting this kill early, you have numbers advantage, you buy a bit of time on the clock, and you get that confidence boost.
Oh, wow. Beautiful pre-fire from JV92. And conversion from Herds as well. The round is surely done here. Anaton, oh, he gets pre-fired out of this universe. JV's had a big 3 to finally breathe some life back into his match. Anaton 1v4. Good luck, son. You're going to need it. It's not going to happen. JV a 4K. What a way to re-enter the server.
It's like he never left. That one round.
And a good conversion. Igor absolutely pumped. He takes his tactical timeout straight away. Furia have their best round that they've had all day long, arguably all tournament long.
Yeah.
One more, and they'll push us into OT.
And I think for them right now, for Furia, it's just going to be the same. Again, nice and steady. Step 1, 2, 3, and don't play into the mini games that CAG are so good at. Don't create chaos, create structure. This, holding an ankle for a good 20 seconds, eventually somebody might just push, you get that freebie, and then you can afford to re-aggress because you got that big lead. Big energy from Igor there as well. Just really giving JV his flowers there.
But you can see the look on the faces of players like Herds and KZ, like they, especially Herds, because he's someone who gets energized. KZ is very much a silent killer. Herds, he's got the Alamo energy, right? He loves getting big, he loves getting at it. And all tournament long, he's been quiet because Furia knows they should never be in this position. Like, they're on day 2, round 3 of the Swiss bracket. They've had 0-2 in their first 2 matches, especially the Shopify Rebellion one, absolutely terrible. Now they're playing up against CAG, who, you know, a lot of people always have this asterisk next to the APAC teams. These should be easier games. And Furia are on the verge of losing one of their best maps against CAG. They know that this is not where they should be. They need to prove to themselves that they deserve to stay at this tournament, or before you know it, they'll be gone.
But the mental is a tough cookie because you can sit there and go, this isn't good enough, we should be doing better, but is that going to help you, right? If I look at the player cams, I don't feel like Hertz is showing that he's, you know, 110% in this, believing in Division. And the scoreline shows the same story. JV down early again, Nate takes a bunch of damage. I guess Penny just swings it and it just works again.
That wasn't drone hole, was it?
I mean,
I think that was a drone
on the breach, maybe. Or
no, that was drone hole.
No, you're kidding me.
You're kidding me, JV. You stand next to the drone hole.
That is brutal here. I mean, if we wind back the clock, the final round on Bang, JV died in a silly way first as well, and they lose that map, they lose that game.
Oh, it's embarrassing.
This is a BO3, only the map is on the line, but again, it paints the wrong picture for Furia.
Right, the last 9 rounds, JV has had 1 where he's had impact. Yeah. That is it.
1 and done, but Herd shows up big with that flank and Master Bedroom. Has a good read in the second as well. They can isolate Deed in office, but look at that, the crossfire is good.
Yeah, he's been put down, and Arkali finishes him off, so the off-pace pick only finds 1 for Furia. Nade's also low on HP. He's trying to figure out a way back into it, but it looks desperate here for the Brazilians. They don't have a clear push. Instead, they're just throwing bodies, and Nade finds 1. But like you say, side is weak for CAG, and the opportunity is born for Furia to take a storm onto site. Shurip now, in a 1v3, makes his way back up the red stairs. He's got good info. Red pings in abundance. As 3 Brazilian players make their way into the side, he finds 1 before he's taken down, and Furia push us the distance here on Clubhouse.
So many small things happen there. For CAG, it was looking good, right? But they had this awkward phase of the bomb site is very vulnerable. The reason for that, they double reinforced the catwalk rafters walls at the beginning of the live phase. And that means that CC, when the jump in, cannot be watched from catwalk rafters. Shuri was on an island on the Jaeger, unable to help his team, and he becomes last alive. They had 2 roamers in master bedroom. Tuberau by the bomb site that died first. And that means it is completely over. No one can help each other. There's no middle link any longer. So it starts off well, you see it here, drone haul kill onto JV, Nate takes some damage elsewhere, and Hertz turns it up. Knows his player in office, 1 person flank main stairs, and this right here, this kill, this opens up the entire round for Furia.
I think you make a great point about that reinforcement on the catwalk rafters into sight. That innovation is kind of recent, and it only happens when you know that the opponent is going for a garage take.
Yes.
Because eventually you're going to lose garage. Even if you have a player in there, you're eventually going to lose it.
That's it.
And then if you're in a 4v4, 3v3, even if you're at a numbers disadvantage, when that's reinforced, it's just another thing for the attackers to do. They'll funnel into the window instead.
Yeah.
If you're in the position that they were in, which I believe was a 4 versus 4, and then the focus wasn't on garage, then your garage player is just not on the team.
Yeah, he's not. Like, the only thing he can do is watch garage. And there was no one there. So what do? You gotta jump down now, go back up the red stairs where we saw at the end, and then lose the round.
So risky from CAG, but also a good read from Furia to ignore garage in that moment.
It certainly is. And despite some small mistakes, JV dying early, like we keep saying, they do end up still fighting back. You cannot fully count them out despite the shakiness that happens in some of these rounds. The 6-6 sides stay the same, CAG on defense, Furia on the attack. JV looking to make his entry into Ostakusu, that's self-destruction, and he's got a teammate to help him this time of Hertz.
So it's time to work on this roam clear before we focus up on the basement. If I'm not wrong, we don't have a lot of roamers. Nobody on the top floor right now. We have Chibisu in garage, actually in blue. Shurip down in strip though, he's trying to make a play.
He's kind of rotated to pool table actually, so he's back in bar very quickly.
It must have an impact.
Yeah. So, but he's gonna min-max the position. He's still in bar, hasn't fallen back, and they're thinking, where is this guy? Oh, they see the rotate, now they recognize.
Oh, this is gonna be a freebie, come on. This should be it. It's exactly what JV needs, the chance to open up onto Shuri, but he's just around the corner inside of bar.
This is risky, James. If Shuri gets the kill here, big for CAG. If he can come back. He knows.
Critical kill.
Setting up first die, first to get a kill almost every single round.
Seems to be the case, yeah. This is a JV impact round, thankfully. And he's going to get that moto hatch open before too long as well. Now, calm that final push. We've got Felipox on the Ying with the shotgun. We've got KZ on the Capitao with the fire. We've got opportunities for Furia to go for an explosive execute come that end of round.
And they got that opening pick. That's going to be so vital. Again, they can overwhelm CAG. There are like 5 different avenues in towards the bomb site, hatch drop, staircase, etc. CAG cannot watch every single one of them. There will be a gap somewhere for one player of Furia to exploit if they want to. And they have, I would say, decent amount of time. Yes, they gotta be quick to the punch, but they have enough to get set up, do a little quick countdown, 3, 2, 1, and work together. But timing is everything. If somebody pushes too early and dies before they execute, that means CAG have less angles to worry about.
And there's an off-piste angle here from Arkuli inside a church.
Oh yeah, jukebox.
He's gonna see the drop. He's gonna find the kill as well, JV. Straight into Arkuli's waiting arms. Everybody from Furia into the meat grinder. But Felipox with 1 and a second as well. Double digits for the Ying.
He's stuck in dirt.
As the shotgun comes out, Anaton is gone. Didi is taken out. And Furia climb their way, tooth and nail, piece by piece, onto map point.
Too many attackers were alive. A gap was gonna happen. It was Felipox on kitchen hatch, no less. Flash, flash, drop down, and with one of the worst guns in the game, the Reaper, the new secondary SMG that has been added to mob raiders, finds 2 kills in quick succession. KC sprinted straight into Jibisu's arms and just died. But this right here, again, one player opening things up, and DD fell for the dirt trap. We see so commonly a smoke operator play inside a dirt tunnel, and you are so limited on what you can smoke and what you can do. Because Kitchen Hatch watches you, and they had a Goyo fire or a Captive fire blocking him out as well.
I think that must have been the Capital from KZ that triggered that fire.
I believe so.
So beautiful there from Furia. And now they're finally where they want to be. After we've seen 2 map point opportunities for CAG, they've fumbled. Furia now have one of their own. And it does change the narrative a little bit here. I mean, if Furia win Clubhouse after looking bad and then making the comeback, we're going to have so much more confidence in them on there.
100%. They're getting some confidence in themselves. I think JV, I mean, again, the team of Furia have struggled, but JV has usually been pretty solid. So him having this much of the off game, which is 2 rounds of impact, is very uncharacteristic. He's surely going to do better on Lair and Border if we go the distance. But for this round, Munty finally brought out by CAG with Glass to follow right after. This is the good old chaotic playstyle where they can go fast or they can go slow, and you're not going to know until they're in your face.
It takes them 14 rounds, but eventually Anderton gets onto that Monty.
It did take a little bit. I mean, the most obvious choice here is just a catwalk clear. That's going to be like this most simple straight arrow shot they have.
Yeah, and the Capital's banned, so you need something like that Monty to get it done.
Interestingly enough, it's actually JV and Warden playing catwalk rafters. It's almost like they've read into the glass.
Yeah.
Or the blitz, if that was going to be the case.
Yeah, true. I still think, I mean, Warden isn't the best position, best operator. I mean, you don't have your Jaeger, you don't have your Omai, so the frags are still going to be a troublesome thing, and you do have 2 on Chibisu.
Yeah. And then again, you know, they double reinforce towards the catwalk rafters. They're saying, JV, you're on an island. Go trade 1 for 1, it'll be fine. But Herds open things up first, takes down the glass. That's massive.
It's the aggressive position from Herds because no one's opened the AC window behind him. He's allowed to play on the chassis. He's allowed to play on the server rack.
I mean, they know he's there. I mean, surely somebody... Okay, DD.
Bites off a little bit more than he can chew, does Herds. Nade's trying to scout for information, but he has to be careful not to expose himself too deeply. JV, double reinforcement on Garage, so he is all alone. And CAG look to focus up their attention onto his position.
It's going to be awkward. It could just be like Monty ADSing and they push him together, that kind of thing. The C4 goes out early, can get shot by Anderton's teammates from the Garrett's door. I think it's visible. But the Goyo Fire has also been seen, so Anderton has to play this kind of safely. It gets popped for 20 seconds.
Chibis has got nades, but no! The timing from JV! Anderton trades him on out. But that is worthwhile from JV on the defense.
No hard destruction. This wall on Catwalk Rafters is not going to be opened up. So they can give Monty Diffuser and jump in the Catwalk window or walk in the breach. But there's going to be no coverage from Catwalk itself. So they're playing CC window Akoli. They're playing DD on the main breach. Monty has to jump on in. 3 Toxic Babes, 40 seconds. This is anybody's round, but Furia cannot afford to make a mistake.
If player runs past and DD misses this shot, I mean, that could be the round done, the plant denied. Anderton takes a hell of a lot of damage. He's getting destroyed by that clash. His shield exposed.
Could you plant here and just risk it all?
There's no way. Nope. There's absolutely no way. Choked out by this smoke. CAG, again, had such an advantage in the round. They had such an advantage in the map. But we are gagging for a cagging. And Furia steal the map from the Japanese. Finally, a moment of life from the Brazilian top dogs as they get their revenge against CAG. It's 1 map in the series. Job's not done yet. But they start to stave off elimination. They start to make their way back into the Munich Major.
We talk about the KCs, the Herds, the JVs. How about Philippox, the captain of the IGL, saving his team?
Philippox has been phenomenal throughout this entire tournament, and Furia, they just start to show signs that they might be able to bring this back. We'll be back after the break for map 2.
What a result from Furia on this first map. Kag's map pick as well. That was Clubhouse. It was supposed to go in the way of Kag, and we thought it was, again, a situation where Kag ended up winning the first few rounds, and they look so good. It slips away, but let's talk about it in two halves, though. That first half from Kag, we saw some explosive takes, a lot of passion and energy from them.
Yeah, I thought that the adaptation that they brought to the game was something that we were not expecting. That slow game that Kag is able to play, but then look at this explosive aggression when it comes to the execution. Here, 3 smoke grenades abused, the glass being abused. It's the Kag that we know, but also ingrained into a more default play style. Yes, they can play aggressive, but they do it all together, and they do it at the right time. They end up losing that round, but to me that was fine. I think the signs that we saw here was very impressive, and then this round is super interesting as well.
I think this is a great round of understanding their opponent and reading into it, because what they understood is that Furia was doing a light roam, and they were going to take full advantage here and go for a fast take, going through dirt, going through blue, and being able to shut down the players trying to get back into sight. So it really is showing that Keg is coming here, watching their opponent, understanding where they can excel and thrive in, but also at the same time, their over-aggressiveness is also their Achilles heel.
And that's the big problem, right? It starts well. They gain the advantage. And a third game in a row, when they're on match point, they cannot close it off. And it's always the same issue. You said it as well. They try to do too much.
Yes.
They overpick. They give back man advantage. And because of that, they keep on losing. And at so many rounds that they lose in man advantage situation, once again, cost them another match. And if they go out because of this, they're going to be, once again, so disappointed because they were in the lead every single time, in every single match.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so sad, especially for their fans as well. Seeing them get to the match point, you're like, let's go. And then you probably think to yourself, here we go again. It's just happening over and over again. And I think when we're looking at the side of Furia, of course, they won this matchup, right? It was individual prowess that stood out to us. Not necessarily from the players that we usually expected to. No JV92, no Hertz, no KZ, but Felipox was popping off today.
Yes, I mean, Felipox was quite literally leading by example here. Again, you know, we've highlighted so many IGLs so far throughout the Major, and it's only been the second day, but Felipox stepping up massive here, getting a big quad kill that ends up turning into an ace here. Prior to this, he ends up getting that 4K. I mean, again, Felipox time and time again, coming alive, showing up for the team when they need him most. But this is where we've highlighted Furia time and time again, is in moments like these where we see players step up, thrive, speak into that individual prowess. Again, another round coming here out of Felipox. I mean, it's just a highlight package coming from Felipox, but it's not something that you want to solely rely on, because as you get deeper and deeper into the tournament, everyone needs to be stepping it up. Yes, it is good to have players like these, moments like these that are keeping you in the fight, keeping you still in it, but it's not things that you solely want to put all your effort into.
Yeah, and you see that at the bottom of the screen. It keeps on happening. On one side, we've got the IGL that is performing. On the other side, you've got JV. JV that was the guy that was carrying Furia the entire stage in SAL, that is now dropping the ball, and that's why the IGL has to pick it up. And if you look at Felipox, I know those clips, he saved 4 rounds. 4 rounds by himself. 1 ace, 3 double kills in the most important moments. He cannot, he cannot keep getting away with it. It's always the same situation.
It's incredible. And I mean, if that's just him really stepping it up wide, I'm just scared for the Kag players to see what happens on the second map if the rest of Furia decide to show up, just like Felipox did in this one. But you see the players are back in the room. That means we're going to take a bit of a break before we light you up with the second map, Lair. We're just about to get into the second map of our series here between Furia and KAG. And KAG find themselves on the elimination point for this series. If they lose this next map, they are going home. They'll be gone from the tournament. And Furia are looking to survive. When we're looking at the second map that we're seeing it at the bottom of our screen, we're going to Lair. A map that we've seen Furia play a lot inside of the SAL. It's looking pretty good for them.
Best Brazilian team on Lair, in my opinion. And also, I think it's exactly what Furia needed. They needed a big comeback to reinforce that trust, to feed back that momentum to get back again. They know they only have BO3s to play. That confidence to abuse their map pool should be there, and they should take it 2-0.
And as for the side of KAG, I mean, for me, the biggest thing that really sticks out here is they need to alleviate the pressure off themselves and understand, yes, everything is on the line here, but the biggest thing that they can take away from that game in Clubhouse that they were doing right is they were getting aggressive. They were taking that control. They were taking initiative in so many of these key points, and that's the biggest thing for me, is then also being able to understand and reel it back in, reassess the situation, understand the win condition, and execute it flawlessly. And if they can do that, I can easily see this going to a map 3.
Yeah, the big question for KAG as well as Court, the SI qualification is on the line for them. They need a good result here if they want to make it based off of points. Furia are looking so much better in that just for this game as well. We'll send it back to our casters, Devin Pengu, for the second map of the series.
Thank you very much. And yeah, it's heating up here. Will CAG be able to keep their heads above the water as we go to Lair? Nick, CAG, if they go out 3-0 here, that is their worst international result in over 2 years. Right when we thought CAG were at their peak, after their grand final appearance in Rio, their roster rebuild, their performance in Stage 2 within the APL, we thought this was their major.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, I saw them and I was like, you know what, they're so much better, they're improved, they're consistent as hell. And I saw them play in Melbourne, I was like, you know what, these, like, they really have that magic right now, but there was a small question mark. Is it a honeymoon phase with ED, or is it the real deal? I don't think this result is showing that it was a honeymoon phase. I think they've had a mixture of bad luck, some cagging against G2 especially, and a tough matchups.
Of course. I mean, like, let's not forget that CAG, in order to get here, lost to FaZe in 12 rounds, and then lost to G2 in 12 rounds.
Yeah,
here they've gone the distance, 8-6 loss against Furia on the first map, but there's no participation award. There's no little pat on the back, well done. You know, you don't have a coach, but you can be proud. No, CAG have a whole lot more expectations than what they've shown today. Furia, though, they finally found their mojo, and it's their chance to get back on top. As we go into the operator bans, it's Furia starting on the attacking side, and CAG do not want them to have that Monty or the Ying available. And so that top floor clear is going to be very different. A lot of teams are executing with that Ying onto the bathroom. I know CAG, one of the first teams to have done it. That's all gone. As for Furia's bans, it's pretty simple. Get rid of that electricity, the Kaid and Bandit, and make that hard breach so much easier.
It's a very stable pick these days, just getting rid of Bandit Kaid. And I mean, I get it. It simplifies the game, less things to worry about. But it does mean leaving open a ton of different util operators on the defensive side. Most notably, the Clash and the Mira, which has seen a good amount of play so far in Clubhouse on both teams. So the question for me goes, that third operator ban, will we finally see Clash remove from action or not?
Good question. Of course, we'll have to get there eventually, but for now, let's focus up on what we've got in front of us, which is that Furia, I think something Leo said about Furia is sticking in my mind. So Leo said, I think this is almost best case scenario for Furia. What did they need to get back on that horse after an absolutely shocking start to the major? They needed a comeback. They needed to not just beat CAG, they needed to be losing and then prove to themselves that they can come back even from the brink. That's what they've done on Clubhouse. And now on Lair, I think that we'll see an even more dangerous Furia, more and more so as the tournament progresses.
I also think they really benefit from BO3s because, I mean, they're a great team, ton of experience, and if you have some sort of weird pressure on your shoulders, a bit of a mental warfare in your own head, this can help you, right? You can be allowed to make a mistake. JV can have a stinker of a Clubhouse and still have a great shot in the BO3.
Yeah, actually, speaking to observers after that game finished, apparently we missed it, but I think it was Shuri, perhaps it was, said in the all chat 0-7 JV, or 0-8 or whatever it was, and then he proceeds to get a 4K the next round.
Well, that was the gym attack right after then, yeah.
Well, CAG, you got to be careful.
You know what to say, if you talk the talk,
hey, poke the bear,
gotta walk the walk. Moodjammer in great effect here, denying KC the Daniels tracker from beneath. It's a great utility operator. That's actually an operator that doesn't get banned enough in my mind, is the Mute. It is such a strong, flexible operator for almost every map and bombs. So the flank is happening to Shuri. There's no coverage, no drone watching.
He knows.
But I think KZ hears him.
Wow, what a shot from KZ. The timing was off, and Arkuli not on the vert quick enough to save his teammate. And even though KZ didn't find the kill through the vert, I mean, he's found the opening. Herds is doubled down. Goodbye to Arkuli. No more Azami's Keepers to worry about. And Fury are off to a flying start.
Yep, they are exactly where they want to be. And they're not a team known to throw these, right? 5v3, they're stabilizing, expecting a swing, aggression, they're holding those angles. They got util, fire coming out, projector wall as well, to get that hard destruction done. There it is. An angle into default plant spot. An angle to take a fight more against CHG's defense.
The 5v3, it's hard for CAG. They feel like they need to move forward. They feel like they need to take fights and get the advantage back, but they will have to succeed some map control. KZ taken low, but not finished off. Meanwhile, jumping into bathroom is JV. He finds Chibisu. Meanwhile, Nade has found his own, leaving Didi with it all to do. 1v4, good luck, son. You're gonna need it. He's found one kill. He's gonna need to ace, and Felipox doesn't give him the chance. This is a fiery Furia, and a dangerous one at that. Bouncing back after Clubhouse and looking solid to kick things off on Lair.
And the big question mark for me was, how will they fare on the attacking side of Lair? And so far, I mean, that's a great way to start things off. Again, the confidence, picking together, good timing, good coordination, and step 1, 2, 3, take upstream, breach, send the guy on the flank. I mean, yes, they got opening picks, which really simplified the round for them, but from a top-down strategical perspective, they did nothing wrong there, and that's the big thing. Furia, by my count, don't have to be perfect, but they just have to make less mistakes. That round was one of the better ones they've had so far.
If one thing's for sure, Nick, any other team watching this match right now in the tournament is seeing Furia getting more and more powerful and thinking, oh, I really hope we don't have to face them later. How good does Furia look once they find their mojo back, once they build that confidence?
Yeah, if you're any of the other, expected top 8 teams or so, you're hoping, please lose sooner or later. Please don't make it further.
I mean, CAG have pretty much all the teams at this event cheering for them right now, taking out who are the tournament favorites, no doubt about it. Coming into the event, Furia were the tournament favorites. That changed very quickly after they lost to D+ and Shopify Rebellion.
The crazy thing is, had CAG not cacked against G2 yesterday from that 5-0 lead, it would have been G2 Fury today. And that would have just been mind-blowing.
Oh, JV, obliterated. Well played from Shuri, very aggressive, well read. Good audio as well from CAG. JV was the first victim in a lot of those rounds on Clubhouse, and yet Furia still got it across the line.
He's got bad luck, that's for damn sure. Always finds himself in the wrong spot. I mean, he wants to do the good job, right? I'm Sledge, I'm gonna break the castle barricade, oh, I'm dead. It's all like, on Clubhouse, I'm a hard breacher, I'm gonna breach the wall, oh, I'm dead. I'm a Maverick, I'm gonna Maverick the wall, I'm dead. Shuri is just on fire. On Clubhouse, here as well on Lair. The window, castled once more.
At this point, 5v3, this is where you stop taking your 1v1s and swinging aggressively. I mean, Shuri can hold this position for a little bit, but he should eventually fall back. Same with Shuri. Don't overstay your welcome and give the advantage back to Furia.
Now, if only you had a third castle barricade in that window. That could really do something. But I think you're a little bit right here. I feel like they are overstaying their weapons just a little bit, but here comes the call. Fall on back, force out that caps of fire as well. They have min-maxed this position excellently, and still watching that window jump in.
Good flash. Shuri continues to fall back, and CAG consolidate their advantage. Forfeiting that additional map control, giving up some ground to Furia, saying, go on, take it. We'll fortify on the site. Actually, no roamers as well. So CAG are completely boxed in.
And they gotta make the first play. I think the glass with the one smoke in pocket, together with Nate's capital smokes, can really make that magic happen. But, oh, actually, Casey strikes first into DD. Smoke from action. One mere window already dealt with. This is completely winnable.
This is how it happens.
Are falling apart.
This is how it happens. There's plenty of time left on the clock.
You got the crossfires, guys.
They're getting antsy, aren't they? KZ has been allowed to afford 3 kills through this doorway. Anaton and Arkuli are both low on HP. KZ, he's hungry for more. He spots out one for a brief moment. Akuli still hasn't taken down the drone. He does eventually. But the Lion is on the prowl. Rifle in hand, KZ waits for his moment as Nade sends his utility into the objective and continues baiting for a kill. Furia are just waiting, and KZ has claimed a fourth. Anaton must clutch up now. The CAG, he finds KZ, finally puts him down, but Nade stands up, looks for the kill, hunts him down, and finds it for Furia. A good one for the young lad. And a round that Furia had no right to win was gifted to them on a silver platter.
Yeah, JV in the chat just spamming LOL, basically saying, you know and we know you messed up. They have no business losing that round for CAG. 5v3, all you gotta do is hold crossfire on two simple doors. Let them walk in. You got the Elamine, you got numbers advantage, then take the fights. They swing before they enter the door and they die time and time again to one guy, KZ. KZ's been a bit quiet, he's been a bit lackluster, really shined on that one.
And third worst player in the tournament before today, and then in that first match today, what he got... Well, let me double check this. What was his final score? It wasn't good. It was 5-11.
Wow.
It was the
worst in the team?
Yeah, by far worst in the server. 67 EPS. Not good. Big round like that is exactly what he needs, exactly what Furia needs. I mean, they're a team that is known to kind of take turns.
Yeah.
Putting the round on their back.
In the best of ways, though.
Yeah.
Because they're all so capable.
100%. I mean, we've seen it from Philippox a lot. We've seen it from JV. We've seen it from KZ. Even Nade coming through in that 1v1, a player that I feel like we talk about a little bit less often because he's not the hard support like Philippox is a lot of the time. He's not one of the core entries. He sits in this middle ground. He's like the middle sibling that doesn't get as much of the spotlight.
I'm reloading. I mean, it's one of those games where if all things go well, Nade and Philippox shouldn't be mentioned all that often. When things start to slip and slide, that's when we gotta say, like on Clubhouse, Philippox, because other players were not up to that level. And that's when they take over. That stable backbone, the structure. It's gonna be your two players in Nade and Philippox. Right now, it's Hertz actually on the Thermite though, doing the hard destruction duties, as Philippox and Nomad and Sniff of Flank Watch or some Clash counter perhaps. There is no Clash, we know that, but we might not have found all 5 defenders in the drone phase. Tertiary side for CAG, they're just going through the motions.
That they are. Often it relies on that hold up above. Anaton's one of those players, he's got that boss G, but it looks like Fury are doing something a little bit unusual. Sneaking in from behind is Hertz. He actually gets wallbanged. It's a completely wallbang fight between the two of them. I don't think Akuli will be aware that he's taken down Hertz, but KZ all the way from outside the breach will refrag. And after Furia found that initial kill onto Shuri, but it does leave the Japanese in dire straits. Hertz might be revivable at some point as well.
Oh, they're gonna hear him now probably. They might hear the injured, they see the blood. Yep, kill confirmed. The second player waits outside. The issue for Tibisu is that this is a very high-risk gunfight. If you die here, you lose that backside pressure. But if you get the kill, you even back the numbers. And CAG, they need to take a risky play.
I mean, Anaton's even aggressed on his position. And with Shuri dead, the Soulless, there's far fewer ways for CAG to be aware of where that plant's going down.
Yeah, that is the worrisome. There's no BPs, actually. It's going to be all impact grenades, Barbara, and C4, so they have no intel at all, in fact. Plant going down.
Impact comes out, it does destroy part of it, but the gas has missed the planter, and so Nade will be allowed to stick it. DD falls on down. No more gas remaining. He knows exactly where that diffuser is, but he doesn't know where the players are. Chibisu's found his Anaton up above, retaking. The track stingers will block his path, and JV is lying in wait. A second for KZ as he continues to hold on from outside of the breach. DD left with a mountain to climb and no gear to speak of. Another kill for Furia, another round on the board. They are running away with Lair 3 rounds straight.
It pretty much comes down to if you give Fury an opening kill, they will take the whole round. Clubhouse is a story of often JV dying first and Fury playing that 4v5 and CAG winning those. Right now, Fury are making less mistakes, and with that, they're just winning every single round. It's like, again, nothing spectacular from Furia.
No,
it's good, it's simple, and again, they're making less mistakes, and at the level of play that they're at, That's all they need to make a big difference between barely winning and a landslide win.
And it's not like it's these crazy hero plays that are winning a lot of these rounds. I mean, I guess you could say KZ's 4K, not that it was anything particularly special.
He just won 4 individual fights, right?
And they were all from the same position. It wasn't like he had to make a play. He sat there and held down right click, waited to click some heads. And in that round, it was very much just Furia as a team saying, okay, we have a plan. They're a little bit of sprinkled in spice, which was Herds going for an aggressive play. That was the one thing that didn't work.
Yeah.
Maybe they just need to play really simple.
I mean, ever since OT and Clubhouse, I feel like, or since the tack talent rather, I feel like that's been the story. Because
a change of tack.
A change of tack, you know, CAG, they can play the strats that they were faced with on Clubhouse, and then they kind of shifted the gear a little bit, and CAG couldn't hang as much. And here and there, it's been a different story entirely. And Furia, on the more difficult side, I would argue, is finding a ton of success. CAG are going from first bomb site to second to third, back to the first one, and they can't seem to figure out what the singular problem is. And I think the case is here is it's a multitude of problems.
Yeah, that's the issue, isn't it? If it was just one thing going wrong, you could point to it and say, okay, we need to deal with this Monty or this Glass or this whatever it is. But no, it's that Furia have completely changed their play style. And even when CAG are finding success in these early rounds, like the 2 picks on Garage, Furia are still winning rounds. The Brazilians are feeling themselves right now, and the Japanese are starting to capitulate.
Mid-jam on the wall stops the breach from Hertz, but they gotta get some assistance here. Secondary EMPs in pocket of JV, who's on the roof, can... I mean, he's right nearby. Should be able to help his teammate out here. He's gonna make the rotation, get the angle lined up, and hopefully not miss.
Nice.
I think it's good, and there it is. Wall opened up, that's step number 1. Step 2, either go for a front push, an ops room, or a back push towards Chibisu in the hallway. Impact trick on the wall, that means Hertz's position is limited, and they're gonna keep swinging him!
Oh my god, Akali!
There's the minigame.
Yeah, beautiful play. Aggressive response from CAG, nets them an early advantage. But we've seen them forfeit these positions before. And KZ has been deadly in this game. He's 7-1 at the moment. And on the Deimos last time, he dealt a lot of damage.
Not to that guy, but playing the ace with the mirror being banned and banned the Kite. Like, just get the Thermite in there, get the wall done and dusted, because these impact tricks have been an issue on Clubhouse and here in Lair as well. But that's... Oh, I thought he got him there for a second.
No, he's almost fall. He's out of rounds. He needs to fall on back. He is taken out on the retreat by Chibisu. But I don't think Chibisu is going to be able to confirm that kill. He's in an awkward spot, trapped here in storage.
Not worth the risk. He's gonna reset the round for Furia, get downstairs and help KC, but it's not over just yet. JV finds one player in Chibisu. There's 60 seconds to go and KC only just getting picked on up.
I mean, it's winnable.
They're low on health though. They gotta really hit their shots or let JV do the carrying right now. Also a possibility.
Very much. KZ eventually finished off. Nade low HP on the blitz. I mean, shield operator is the last kind of ops that you want to be playing with low HP. A shot to the hand or to the legs and he's done for. So Furia rest their hopes and prayers on JV92 at the M4 in hand. Making his way forward, bit of damage done, but no headshot onto Didi. Eventually puts him down. Nade still surviving, and Impact taking JV extremely low. He's about to walk dead into a crossfire, spotted by the Yokai, but finds it. So CAG to have a really good idea of where these last 2 players from Furia are. But I don't think there's any way for them to force their way into it. Akali will hose down the final 2 players and get CAG onto the board.
Still a little bit of over-peeking there from CAG, but they had numbers advantage. They're feeling comfortable, and again, you don't want to give Furia too much space in the server. Hertz looks bored of this match, by the way. He looks bored out of his mind.
He's looked bored all tournaments so far. Most of the time he's been getting destroyed. Maybe he's sick of playing Hardbridge.
He's like, get me off the Thermite, man. What am I doing here? Then he's playing Ace, gets impact treated and dies. He's like, man, I hate playing Hardbridge. Just look at him. He
does not look like a happy.
He needs a hug.
I don't think he needs a hug. I think he needs Ash.
Give me Ash and give me a win. He's on Sledge for now.
Yeah, a little bit better.
It's crazy how big that meme became, like the whole Ash main, Ash Shaker player, for so many years.
And now most of the time you're playing Ash because you are picked for your utility to counter mirror.
Yeah, the mirror window counter.
I remember when the R4C got that ACOG back, everyone was like, oh yeah, like people are playing it for the nostalgia, but I don't know. Hot take, cold take, medium take, it's not that good. R4C ACOG?
No, but it feels reminiscent of the good old days.
Except that you're looking at the ceiling.
The recoil is kind of tough sometimes.
It's pretty bad.
But that's a skill
compared
issue.
to the good old days.
Wow. I mean, to be fair, since then we've gone through like 4 different recall iteration systems. We've gone through a lot of balance changes, etc.
I don't think I've ever opened up this wall before in my life.
It's a first to me as well. But you know, you live and you learn.
I forget that exists. There's an the external wall within the donut of Lair.
It's one of those like low traffic areas, but again, it means if you're not ready for it, you sprint past that corner, you're gonna die. But there's gonna be a very comfortable roam clear from Philippox on the blitz, very quick to the punch in the building.
Yeah, bro's trying to set fastest lap.
Yeah, but no one's there. CAT is saying, you know what, you can take a lap, but it's not gonna end because there's no goal in sight. No. You're walking aimlessly right now, son.
Yeah, I mean, this was the round, or the bomb side, I should say, last time where CAG had that early 5v3 thanks to, I think it was mostly Shuri. And then they just gifted up 4 kills in a row to KZ as the 2 remaining Furia players just looked through 2 doorways. Ooh. Big from Herds. Getting back on a fragging roll, he'll find kills. Shuri re-roaming onto the top floor after taking out KZ. That's the best operator you could take down. Herds finds Chibisu as well, so that's goodbye to the Skopos. No more flanking with that Greek operator. Chibisu's had a stinker of a game, by the way, but Shuri is still on that top floor.
Bok DMR, by the way. Bit of a new one.
Don't knock it.
Flank the flanker. Oh yeah. Drops the hatch as well, actually. Knows your coast is clear. Can drop down the hatch for side if he wants to. Here's the ramp. Boogie Jordan thinks, you know what, maybe I'm good for one more.
Oh man, what is going on? Didi. Yeah, he traded back. Is Shuri going to stay up in this position as JV reveals his with that ram? I think JV got on cams for a sec. Yeah, he is. Wow. So Shuri doesn't know it, but that would have been a free kill had he swung for it. 2v2, this is anyone's game.
Anybody's round indeed. Spare reinforcements 4 in pocket for CAG to close up those angles if they so wish, but be careful of the verticality. It's an awkward one because in a 2v2, planning's kind of hard, but also kind of hard to deny it. The fishing on the vert, not being given the angles though. Here we go, they baited out for the impact trick, but they missed their shots. They don't get the kill.
Oh,
again, he's just running around!
Stop tempting fate! You're not going to luck out forever. And he's put the team on his back and got 2 kills in this round, and now he's looking for another one through the vert. Bit of damage on the JV. Oh, eventually he is going to overstay his welcome, and Nade will find his as well. I mean, Shuri, mate.
He forgot to be scared. He should have been
scared. Out, brother.
Man.
I do feel like Kate probably should have won that round, but Fury are up 4-1 on the attack of Lair.
Oh, he's smiling!
The first smile of the tournament from the big man.
Oh, this is dangerous territory now for Fury.
Once Hertz stops being bored and starts having a good time, it's Jova.
Give him Buck, give him 2 kills, give him the roam clear. I mean, I'll be happy. Look at this. Catch the first guy, then jumps down, box the wall, tap, tap, tap.
That's going in the montage right there.
Oh, yeah.
Not this, though. Forget about this.
I mean, you got the skills, you know, but this? Swings out, runs back, runs forward, and then he runs one more time past the back where he came from.
And he doesn't even try and contest it.
Boa, boa.
Boa, boa.
Did you say guys? Boa
guys?
guys?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Shuri's confusing the heck out of me.
It felt a little bit like old CAG there for a second.
Yeah.
Where it's like, guys, you don't have to do this. I mean, you can if you want to, but...
2v2 is dicey, even if he did stay in position, but I don't know, it just felt like he'd already run past it so many times. Of course they're going to be watching it.
Want to praise Fury, though. They've been good at problem solving and turning back, you know, hard to win rounds.
That they have, yeah, credit to them.
And they're all shooting. I mean, as I said before, when we don't speak about Philippox and Nade, things are going really well. Philippox is 1-4. The guy has not been mentioned a single time besides the blitz room clear.
Kind of a good thing.
Very good thing, because everyone else is shooting. Casey, JV, Hertz, Nade, everyone else is active. This is what the better side of Fury looks like. tertiary bombs that attack once more. Last time, they really relied on that sense to get the job done for the plant, and they got that operator once more in their pocket. Same with the Capital, heavy on utility. CAG, they need to hold top 4 like before, utilize information from the Solus. They cannot afford to die early, but JV's pushing down this hallway. He's looking for a kill. They have no idea that he's here either. Right around that corner.
Are they gonna feed him? I don't
They think
they
they're
are.
on the staircase, but they left earlier from that position.
Oh, Akali would have heard that. There's no way. JV surely thinks that this is free. He's been droned up ahead.
I'd be tempted to make a push. I mean, if they drone the rotate, and there is no vert on it, which I don't know if there is or not.
Surely there is.
I mean, surely there is, right?
I like the gridlock pick here. We're seeing the impacts used to try and counter those track stingers. Could this be an early execute from KZ? The Sen's walls.
I mean, they got the Solus, so they will know what's happening. Unless they do the thing where they plant on top of the wall, because see all those different dots? That's each singular little wheel drop from the Sens. They don't know if they're planting it on as they overclock, then you'll see it.
He's not going to know. He hears it. He knows where that plant's going down. But there's no way to deny that plant. He might be able to double impact it. Surely misses the second. That surely would have denied the plant, but no, instead, CAG have let it slip through their fingers. And Furia are well on their way to a decisive first half of Lair. CAG might just be a few rounds away from saying goodbye to Munich, but not if Akali has anything to say about it. Philippox might trade him on back. Job not done yet. Furia need more kills, and Herds has gone big for 2. Chibisu trades, but there's nothing left to be done for CAG. Furia dominate on their attack. It's a 5-1 split, and the Brazilians are back in action.
That round feels like a bit of a heartbreaker to me if you're a CAG fan. They played well. The sense, the information, the ping, the impact grenades, but the execution, it falls short. They were gonna deny the plant, they're gonna take down Nate, play the round 5v4, and they're not gonna give Furia a second plant attempt. But he's jiggling on the vert, and the second impact hits the beam and does not find that spot in between. And just like that, with that one singular mistake, Furia, they get the post plant, and with that, the round. The Devil's back into being the details, and when that's the case, it means it's going to be a closer matchup. But again, in a close game, Furia, the more experienced team, the better team, will more often than not come out on top.
And now for CAG, 2 rounds away from elimination.
That sucks.
After such a challenging year.
It's been a challenging year, but they've done so well.
They have. I mean, they started this year by winning the APAC Major, APAC 6 Invitational qualifier and going to SI. They beat Furia 2-0 at SI. They exceeded expectations at the start of this year. We thought finally this roster rebuild is looking good. You know, Akuli was back on the team. They looked really solid at Reload. Of course, the first ever APAC team to make a grand final. Stage 1 looking solid until roster drama. DD has to sub in as a coach. Well, firstly, they had to forfeit the whole of Stage 1. DD comes in the coach. Stage 2, these guys are like, we're kind of out of the conversation of the best in APAC North.
How good could they possibly be?
We're talking about Furex and D+ now, and then CAG come through and do it. They not only win the APAC North upper bracket, but they also go and win the APAC Major qualifier, take first seed at that LAN in Melbourne, and everyone's thinking they're the best APAC team. Ready to make a splash. They lose their first game against FaZe. They choke the hell out of their match against G2, and they run out of steam against Furia.
I had to wonder what could have happened if CAG had a few more games to prove themselves. But then again, the best teams in the world don't get that many chances, right?
You know, what if they were playing teams like, you know, SSG, Wildcard instead of teams like FaZe, GC? They did. They got a bit unlucky.
FaZe, G2, Furia.
But it's 3 different teams. I mean, look, D+ played Furia. It wasn't a problem for them. Shopify Rebellion played Furia. It wasn't a problem for them. You can't dwell on excuses. All you can do is act. And there is no time like the present for CAG.
You got the ops for it. Deimos and Blackbeard and Grim, they want to take full control of the information game and good weapons and gadgets. Right now they're waiting down that fire from the Goyo canister. Fire goes out, and Eniton walks on in, has to make the play, lead his team forward. Just gets a Sally behind him, and it's swung by JV. And just like that, another round with CAG are playing 4v5.
Another angle as well for Herds. Dancing between the beams, Shurip will fall. Akali tries to save his pride, but a second will be found. Thankfully for him, it's even numbers. After the bloodbath in operations, Furia must fall back.
Even numbers, but still a long way to go. CAG, they're missing map control. They're all outside the building right now, just droning and resetting. We know Fear has fallen on back, but they need to make sure that there's nobody hiding in the corners, nobody going for a play. They got hot destruction, they got intel, 1 Grim P canister, and they got grenades and flashbangs. They technically have all the tools they possibly could need for this 3v3. It comes down to execution, it comes down to details. And that is where Fury has been the better team.
And what can CAG do when they don't have the Ying, when they don't have the Monty or the Blackbeard? What can they do when it just comes down to getting your guns up? The last of the Grimm's Bees is about to be deployed by DD, and it lands square in position. However, straight on that jammer, KZ will not be exposed. Nade prone in his position, but KZ will fall regardless. Pox and Nade. The clutch up for Furia and claim match point, but Pox has fallen. It's all up to Nade. TCSG in hand. DD puts it to bed. CAG are not done yet.
Simple but good. Simple but effective. And in that 3v3, when they were resetting the round, just droning it out, I could hear DD just talking the entire time. They are mapping out where the players were most likely and how they can pick it apart. Because, you know, breaching, planting, all those things, it can be a bit tricky against the smoke. So just trying to figure out where can we walk on in, what angles are opened up, which angles we gotta worry about, and take it from there. And it kind of comes down to Hertz going for a swing and a miss onto Akoli, because he whipped half his magazine. Sometimes it's as simple as, guys, I missed my shot.
And let's look at the energy from DD after that round happened as well.
He's screaming every round, and he's IGLing every second.
Isn't that
Guy's
incredible?
voice gotta be shot soon.
Like, dude, is this the missing ingredient for CAG all along? They actually just needed to go and recruit their coach back onto the playing roster. I mean, he's never played on this roster before. No. He's only ever been their coach. Maybe they just needed that backbone, they needed that IGL, so everyone else on this roster who's a great fragger has that license, that permission to go and play how they need to play, take more risks.
There's got to be a ton of respect from the players, because if you assign someone to be your coach, it's because you respect their understanding of the game, their knowledge, and what they're capable of. When that coach then has to become a player, again, because DD was a player once before, I'm sure there is so much respect from the players of CAG, despite the fact that they are more experienced than DD is. Because he is now their leader, he's their captain. And they've not seemingly had any internal issues with that.
It's funny, I mean, we've talked a little bit about, you know, obviously getting DD in onto the playing roster. That was kind of like a band-aid fix to what was a bit of a dramatic moment. What's the long-term plan, though, for CAG, right? You go and you recruit another really solid Japanese player. There are tons. For example, Nina has, for a really long time, been one of the best players in Japan. There's plenty of others on that list you could consider. Realistically, don't.
Get a coach?
Just go and pick up a Brazilian coach. Like,
a Brazilian coach.
All you need to do, brother.
All right.
Like, keep DD on the playing roster.
No, I think you're right. I do think that what we're seeing, assume that DD wants to keep playing because that's on him, right? Like, he didn't sign up for this. He just happens to be here. But you're making international tournaments. DD himself individually is playing above expectations, I would argue. Despite he's also, you know, IGLing, strategizing, etc., prep working it all. And he's going even, or just a little bit below even in most of the games. That's quite all right. CAG, no, right now, what they need is entry. They need that opening pick, but right now, they're not getting that, but they're getting map control. Doing hard destruction, going through the motions, A, B, and C's. Timer, though, taken away, and I'm getting a little bit worried. Smoke, Clash, Goyo, and Ela Fenrir traps. What Fury have now, they have plant denial, they have information, and they have traps in pivotal areas that when CAG walk in, they'll be exposed.
Yeah. That's it. I mean, CAG have made good progress, but the problem is all of the investment from Furia into this defense is in this basement. It's all of those traps, all of that late round area denial and time delaying utility. Ooh. We need to see an explosive slew of frags from the Japanese, otherwise Furia will likely lock this in.
They've fallen back on the timing as well, can reinforce off the wall if they want to. The verticality though might be tricky. Not sure if they have the angle for it. Smoke goes out, as does the gas. Timer taken, 50 seconds. CAG, when they gotta push that side, there's no stopping.
Oh, but they dropped the hatch straight in with the Rayora, but the Clash will spot it. DD might be able to take him down. He needs to make sure that there's no one there to support him. Nade is holding on, and Philippox will help him just in the nick of time. And Furia collapse as CAG one by one fall on the bomb side. Akali, Anaton cannot find his. Akali does finally break double digits, but leaving Chibisu all alone. JV laps them up one by one. And CAG will fall down into the depths. It's a match point for Furia.
Another massive mistake. DD drops against the Clash, can't find that kill. That's not the big problem though. He turns around mid-fight and shoots a Goyo Vulcan canister, and the fire on the door stops 2 of his teammates from walking in to help him. He isolates himself mid-side with Diffuser with no backup. Again, I think right now the pressure is becoming too much for CAG. Small mistakes that have massive consequences are happening time and time again, and they are possibly 1 round away from going home as one of the first teams here.
And CAG will need 4 rounds in a row to keep that dream alive.
That's just OT. Then you gotta win OT, then you gotta go third map, then you gotta go border. And again, CAG very capable, but the whole restructure of their playstyle is that they're a little bit less lethal player by player.
A little bit less border-esque.
A little bit less border-esque, exactly.
They're a good border team, but look, I don't think we need to be worrying about map 3 at the moment.
We gotta worry about this round.
I'm worried about round 3.
Yeah. 5 seconds remaining. That's it. And just to, I think the Death spoke about the scoreline. I think Furia were 33-1 on border, something like egregious like that.
I only have their more recent stats. I could try and look at the longer
I think they went back
stats.
as far as they possibly could. I mean, 34 games.
Let me see if I can do that. Can I do... Well, I could do last year. Is that all right?
Yeah, you
Is that long enough?
Year. Let's try it.
In the last year, I mean, Furia is 7-0.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if I can go... Does it take too long to go back further than that? I don't think it's even going to be relevant anyway.
No, the point is, it's now or never for CAG.
It really is. I mean, they're literally staring down the barrel of 4 match points in a row. On the verge of elimination after what was meant to be their comeback stage. The fairy tale, after being down in the deepest of depths, they have risen to the highest of points. And here in Munich, they must hold on round after round, but the Panthers have woken up.
It's been a good look for Furia, and perhaps they might just have a chance at this event after all. But game by game, map by map, and day by day is what they have to focus the most on. That opening kill is waiting for us. CAG, they've really slowed down their pace. I'm not sure if they're scared or just respecting Furia or feeling a bit lost in the server, but they are not striking first. They are not pouncing at their prey like we're used to seeing them. And Timer is slowly taking away while they are still all outside the building. Gotta get in there, James.
Yeah,
I mean, go down swinging.
It's the thing that we want to see from CAG is live by the sword, die by the sword. It's all about that iconic aggression. It's a lot of measuring. When do they make the first incision? An attempt at a hard breach, but it doesn't work out. Another attempt, and KZ takes down Shuri. But a very quick plan attempt from Didi inside of the smoke. It's highly risky, but it's not going to matter. Because Furia do not have a way to deny the plant. They will have to retake 5 versus 3, and they might be able to long arm this diffuser. KZ's gone big for a triple. Birds finds 1, and the Panthers bounce back and send Cyclops for the hills. The Brazilian behemoth will stay alive at the Munich Major. Meanwhile, CAG, their hopes have been dashed. They have been eliminated first round, their worst result in 2 years. While Furia will live to battle it out another day.
Of course, it comes down to a retake. Yes, they had numbers advantage with Furia. They had to win a difficult final round, but they make it look so easy, and they look so confident. There's a hope for them. There's a future for them here, but every single day, they cannot falter. They cannot show up at 70%. They have to fight that they are a rookie team because they are at the very bottom of the standings.
I mean, this is exactly what Furia needed. A hard-pressed comeback victory on the first map, and then a confidence-boosting domination on the second. It's the perfect ingredient, the perfect cocktail to get Furia back into a championship contending position. We'll break it down after the break.
stays alive in the tournament. In Felipox, you did a pretty amazing game. And I want to know, how is it for you to play a game that your life depends on it? If you lose, you're out.
It's pretty, like, I won't say it's easy, but it's a lot of pressure, and we are used to it. We have to deal with it, being a competitor. And so, yeah, it was a game just like the other. We treated it that way, the preparation, everything. And it was a game about confidence, because we are lacking a lot of confidence in the other games. So today we had a lot of it.
And after 2 hard losses yesterday, what do you learn from that?
It was a bad day for us. We were really sad, but we know the team that we are. We know what we are capable of. So I think that today's match, it's about getting the confidence back, and we'll bounce back. We'll be in the playoffs, and we'll win this major.
Also, the last question, why the timeout so late in the game in the first map? It was in the overtime.
You have to ask Igor. I don't know.
Yeah, he's giving an interview right now, so that did change something for you, but like, do you want it a more earlier timeout or no?
I don't know. I think answering honestly now, I think he didn't ask a timeout because we were doing things right. We were just losing a little bit key gunfights in the game, but strat-wise, we were doing everything fine. So I think that's why he didn't ask for an early timeout.
Oh, okay. It makes sense, right? Well, congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Maria and Felipox. And I feel like those are very wise words as well. The game was all about confidence today. That is why Fury survive in the tournament. They make sure they win this game against CAG, keep themselves in, and confidence is definitely something we saw from them, especially after map 1. It was already going good, and then into this one, they found this kind of like energy to close out the game here.
I don't even think it was necessarily about the energy. I think it goes into exactly what Leo was saying from their last game. They needed to be led. They needed to be able to come back and reassure and reassess and prove to themselves that they are the better team. So we see going into this matchup into Lair, not only are they comfortable on this map, but just being able to find their footing already from the previous match and apply that pressure. And it was almost an exact replicate of what we saw when they played in the grand final at Reload, where it was one game right after the other where they were just knocking the confidence away from KEG to be able to muster any sort of comeback and just putting the clamps on them through and through each and every single one of these rounds.
I mean, look at this map, 7-2. It's night and day between map 1 and map 2, and I think it tells a very important story, one that was told by Felipox during this interview, the story of confidence, the one that we mentioned before. Look at those statistics, and I want you to pay attention to the right side of your screen. JV92, KZ, the guys that were supposed to have or to be the biggest fraggers, right, on this roster, still, lagging far behind, and Felipox still leading his team as the exemplary leader. And I will say this is why confidence matters. This is what the story tells here, is that Furia struggled yesterday because they only care about maybe the fragging power, and that wasn't there because of the lack of confidence. They needed a comeback. They needed a confident victory. That Lair game was that map. They should be on with the right momentum going forward. Arculido, amazing match from him. I will say this again. Doing it on hard support most of the time, doing it on the Ace, doing it on the Azami or also the SMG-11 of Smoke. I think he was going amazing so far, and if it wasn't for him, I don't think KEG had a chance.
I mean, I want to say it's just unfortunate again that we're seeing KEG exit early, especially after, what we saw that performance Reload. Everyone was saying, what's the next time we're going to see them? Are we going to see an improvement?
Even the performance from the 2 first games, man, I expected more.
Again, it just comes down to that inability to be able to adapt, understand the opponent, being able to slow down their aggression. It really bites them in the butt every single time, and everything being on the line. We mentioned SI points. They aren't gaining any SI points here. It really is going to come down to those regional finals, whether or not we are going to see KEG at the next Invitational.
Yeah, that's very hopeful for them indeed. But when we look at the MVP, it's always sad to see an MVP on the side of the losing team. We say goodbye to KEG with it as well. But Maria was speaking to the MVP of this game, Arculi, before they exit the tournament.
Yeah, KEG is not playing Munich no more. Yeah, you guys, I mean, it's hard to have the game that your life depends on it. Being against Furia, they, did really well in Rio against you, and what amazes me is that you guys left border open, so it makes me think that you were really sure that you could win this game, and it was not like that. So what are your thoughts about it?
The border one, I mean, we know that they were good on border, but we have confidence in border as well, and in club and Lair as well, we had confidence, because we thought it's just gonna be a 2-0, we don't even need to go to border. That's what we thought.
but you know, they fought back. So.
What is the learning from Munich? What do you take with you out of Munich?
Definitely the mid round to the end of the round, like near the end of the round. Because the starting rounds, like the first 1 minute, like we're actually doing good, especially in attacks. But after that, like the communication is like it just kind of like it's chaotic now, like and like I don't know, like everything goes chaotic, like yeah.
About SI, you only have one shot left. That is the regionals. How is it for you to, you have to do a pretty good preparation, or the SI hopes are almost gone?
Well, the enemies are gonna be a little bit easier than Munich, so yeah, we'll just do our best in regional finals. Hopefully win it all, and just because I don't want to go to LCQ, so yeah, definitely win the regional finals.
Thank you so much, and also congratulations for the tournament.
It is always sad to see a team leave, but despite that, loose interviews are never easy, but I'm glad to see there was still a bit of humor left in our Cooley when he mentioned about, the regional finals, and the teams are going to be a little bit easier there.
And I don't know if it's humor, I think it's a big truth, and I think it highlights something for me. It highlights that CAG never plays the same in their home region and international events. You can see that pressure getting to them, that pressure to be afraid of winning. That one that happened 3 games in a row where they're in the lead. Some of them where they have a huge lead and can have the match point and they can never close it. You never see that in regional. They feel confident when they're in Japan. And they just don't win in international events, and I don't know how to help them.
I was just literally about to ask you, how do you break through that? Because this is time and time again. This isn't the first time we've seen KEG exit early.
And different rosters as well.
That's what I'm saying, and I don't know how you overcome that because they're doing everything right. You're beating yourselves every single time, and I would say as a former player, that's the most frustrating loss, is when you're losing to yourself because you're making the mistakes, you're not capitalizing on situations, you're not reading the proper strategy within the play. And it's just, again, it's unfortunate to see them leave so early because, again, we know what this roster is capable of. It's just time and time again doesn't show through.
Yeah, and that's with that. They're our first eliminated team from the Munich Major. We're going to have to eliminate one more team today, though, as on the B stream. As you can hear, beside us, there's still a qualification going on right now between Sucre and M80. They're on the final map as well, so whilst we go for a bit of a break, I highly recommend you go and watch that game and see the conclusion of that one, though. You saw the players getting ready, though, on the side of the A stream. That means we're going to take a bit of a break. And after that, our final elimination game of the day, NIP versus SSG.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité où séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai 2 amours. Paris, toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Welcome back to the Munich Major, where it's time for the final elimination game on the A stream. NIP going up against SSG. And we're looking at these two teams going up against each other. There's some beautiful piece of art that we can use to further illustrate this matchup between these two going up against each other, because this is like their biannual matchup. They face off against each other once every 2 years, it feels like. It's time to do it again now. And looking at these two movie posters just gets me even more hyped for this game.
I mean, this is my first time seeing this. I mean, I'm laughing over here when I'm looking at the Ninjas in Pajamas one, Leo, but then I'm seeing this near airport. I know this was a dig at me regardless. You know, I'm just taking shots left and right. But overall, I mean, this is a beautiful piece.
I mean, this is just the truth, right? The Ninjas are definitely in pajamas so far. They've lost their 2 games, and it was not even close. A 20% round win rate, but they were playing against Weibo and W7M, the IPL champions, the major champions. What's the excuse for SSG? Already near the airport, playing against one of the worst team in Europe and the 5th ranked in NAL.
Why are you getting closer to me?
I'm asking you. Answer to me. Why do we have a 30% win rate here?
I'm not making any more excuses. Only excuse I can make, best of ones. We're in best of 3 territory now.
All right, let's start talk about that, though, because when we talk about SSG as a roster, I mean, a lot of players will come on here and say, oh, we'd like those best of 3s so much more than the best of 1s. So, I mean, luckily for SSG, after the best of 1s did not go their way, they only have to play best of 3s now in order to make it through and out of this first phase of the Major. Now, even for themselves, if we look at the track record, best of 3 has been so much better for SSG than the best of 1s have been.
Absolutely. I mean, best of 1s really are their Achilles heel. You can clearly see they don't care for it too much, going 11-13 overall, all of 2025. And then you look at when they start doing best of 3s, 10-4, and you can see the teams that they did lose to. And the fact of the matter is here, when you look at best of 3s as a whole, and especially for a team like SSG, they need time to find their cohesion, to find the right form of play, because 1 year in a best of 1, you don't have that time. We already talked about risk assessment. There's not a lot you can work with in a best of 1 that best of 3s allow, and SSG, they're not a sprinting team. They're a marathon team. They have the endurance.
Yeah, I think that endurance really is their asset, right? The mental game, the discipline, all of the things that we praise them for really comes into play in those BO3s, because the games are longer, they get more chances to experiment, and they get the upper hand in the end in that endurance game because they train so hard, because they go to the gym, because they do all of the outside things outside of the game. So it always is an advantage for them in that setup. We'll see if that goes to a 3rd game today, but maybe it would be an advantage.
I mean, when we talk about this and the whole like best of 1, best of 3 ring, right? I feel like I don't want to call it an excuse, because I feel like a lot of players mention it, but I can't believe that's the only thing that was causing them to lose these games in the first 2 days. What else do we think is required for SSG to make this big step up?
There are 3 big things that really stick out, not just them being in a best 3, but it also comes down to individual performance. And that's where we really have to look at certain players that we've highlighted through the NAL and that we have to highlight here. Let's first start with Fultz, the captain of the team. This is a player that I have to see coming into these games, especially now in the best 3, to utilize his brain, utilize his experience as a whole, being in these situations, being able to rally the troops behind him, being able to read certain parts of the strategy, adapting on the fly, and just understanding their opponent at a far faster pace, because they are now in a best of 3 series. And that's where we need the shot calling coming from Fultz, because getting 3 attack rounds out of 2 games being played so far isn't going to cut it.
Yeah, and if you look in the middle of your screen here, oh, Secret is getting hyped.
Yeah.
On the side of us. I don't know what the score, but it must be really close. Looking at the center of your screen, you can see Benja. Benja is the disruptor, right? He's the one that's going to play the utility-based operators. Most of the time, one that you can play alone, because he loves to abuse the game sense. I think for a long time, I thought he was one of the best players in terms of game sense, and he would be able to go lurk, backstab. He's not really doing that anymore, and I think that he needs to create that space, especially for Ashen to perform in the entry game. These two are supposed to be the hammer and the nail, right?
Yep, absolutely. And then you have to look at Ashen, the breacher, the one that's either going to be the spearhead, take that shield front, and just create that space. But I don't need him just getting that first pick. Where SSG really thrives is whether he's that spearhead or he's finding that gap that he can not only get that first initial pick, but he's then taking space and then doubling up on that kill, maybe even tripling on that kill, because that's where we see Space Station really start to hit the ground running, is when they're able to set up in that mid to late round and go for one of those flawless executes.
Yeah, I feel like the fact that he's going neutral so far on the entry is not what you want from your main entry on the team. I mean, I did some content with Fultz and Ashen as well, and I asked them for like their best players of all time. Not trying to spoil too much, but Fultz did mention that he thought Ashen was one of the best entries in this game of all time. So he needs to go and step it up. And when we speak of entries on the side of SSG, of course we have Ashen, but on the side of NIP we have Fantasy, a player who on his day is absolutely lethal. We sat down with him at the beginning of this tournament to ask him a few questions.
É bem difícil isso, porque quando você está no topo é de boa, geral fala bem de você, geral acha você um bom jogador e acabam elogiando você e massageando seu ego, então... Eu sou o Fantasy, jogador da NiP de Rainbow Six, tenho 22 anos, jogo Rainbow Six há uns 7 anos, 8 anos já.
I always looked for Fantasy for joining us, but I would say that it wasn't the really good timing. After a couple of years, and especially after he joined the Tier 2 scene, I guess he developed way more.
Então, sobre a volta para a NiP, assim, eu sinto que agora eu tô muito melhor do que eu estava antigamente. Tanto no meu estilo de jogo um pouco agressivo ali, eu consigo ter uma visão diferenciada que eu teria na época. Então, basicamente, eu sinto que eu estou bem melhor e eu sinto que agora é almejar títulos realmente com esse time. O time também é o melhor time que eu já joguei em toda a minha vida. Eu confio neles plenamente e a minha parte eu vou fazer e eles também vão fazer a deles.
Yeah, he's really aggressive. He really likes to shoot heads. It's really good to have someone like this on the team.
But it's a 1v5, great idea. M&M just need to push at the same time here and they should be able to secure the kill. But here goes Fantasy. We know how good he is. Surely not a first round ace. He's gone in. He's done this all alone and finds the final kill. Fantasy 1, M&M 0.
Basicamente o time me deixa bem confortável assim para jogar tanto em game e off game. Eu acho que o Bob deixando a gente tranquilo, eu acho, brigando pela gente também, pelo time assim, sempre do nosso lado. Eu acho que isso dá uma motivação a mais. Eu acho que é um boost assim para geral joga melhor. Eu sinto que, entendeu? Ele faz isso bem também.
There's just a couple teams that can really lift the trophy. But that's all about their mindset, their mentality about it. And we have the feeling right now that we can really lift the trophy. So that's a really special tournament, I would say.
Então, eu queria agradecer só geral que torce pela NiP e minha família, minha mãe, meu pai, minha namorada, agradecer todo mundo aí que tá no apoio e é isso, vamos pra cima, Go Ninjas!
Very nice to hear from a player like Fantasy because I feel like he's not always the players that we immediately think of when we think of content or interviews or something. So hearing his story and hearing his journey as well has been really inspiring, and he's going to have to show it up again today here against Ashen. If we talk about spearheads in regards to those entries against each other, it has to be a best of 3 as well though. So we'll take a peek at the map veto, see where the series will be taken as which 3 maps have been selected for this matchup, because if we look at the picks, NIP starting off with their first pick here, they're going to Clubhouse.
I'm not surprised to see that, to be honest, when we see the entrance of Space Station in this tournament on that same Clubhouse, completely destroyed 7-1 by BDS. I understand why NIP would pick it, it's also one of the favorites. However, if I remember well, watching SAL, the last few times I've seen NIP play, it was always against W7M and they could never win.
It doesn't look too pretty. Honestly, I want to even focus on this Clubhouse. Obviously, SSG didn't look too great on it, but for the fact of the matter is they're allowing it to go through here because it's instilling a little bit of false confidence where I think NIP is going to try to pick apart at that. But then you move to Console. This is a map that SSG is very comfortable in, and not only just in Clubhouse, Console, and then we even go to Lair. These maps are all small, condensed, and confined maps, and this is SSG territory. This is where they can play aggressive and control that tempo. So when I'm looking at this map, well, I really do think this favors SSG very heavily because it really feeds into their dynamic of playstyle. And again, we talk about them being in the best of 3. If things don't go well for them on Clubhouse, they get to go to their pick on Console, and they will have definitely wrote their wrongs and been able to aggress properly going into these next matches.
That Lair decider feels special to me because NIP was 1 round away from not making the Munich Major. When they started the ESL playoffs, they faced Los. Everyone was ruling them out. Everyone was saying NIP surely is the favorite. Well, Los was leading 1 map in that BO3, and they were 7-7 on Lair. They were down 3v1 against Wizard that you see here on your screen, and that guy on your screen went and clutched this 1v3 to bring NIP all the way to the Munich Major. Surely that should be a good sign for these guys if they land on that decider.
Yeah, and we're expecting similar energy though from these 2 teams because survival in the tournament is on the line between NIP and SSG. The game is ready, so we'll send it to our casters, Dev and Pengu.
Thank you very much, Anne and the guys on the floor. What a day it has been, Nick. And guess what? We're sending another team home.
Just like that.
We had the Rio Grand Final rematch. Turn the clock back a couple of years.
How far, huh?
How far exactly? 5.5 years ago.
Quite far.
Ninjas in Pajamas and SSG went head-to-head in the Grand Final in Montreal of the 6th Invitational. And SSG reverse sweeped NIP. The last time these teams actually played was 2 years ago in Atlanta. Okay. And SSG won that 2-0. One of them will go home now. Will it be the Brazilians at their first first international event in God knows how long, or will it be the old tried and true North American SSG?
Yeah, SSG is a funky team because I feel like often we go to international tournaments, we don't think, oh, they're gonna make the grand finals, they're gonna win all this stuff, but they always surprise us. Like they make it a little bit further, quarters, semis, whatever.
Solid top 8 team.
Solid top 8 team, yeah. But this event, I feel like we haven't thought about them at all because they're gonna keep doing that. They're gonna keep making top 8, of course. And somehow, when we forgot about them because we thought it's too early for them to exit, they find themselves on the brink of elimination.
I mean, plenty of differences between these two teams, but they also have a lot in common. Both former world champions on both sides. Pino from that old NIP SI winning roster, and Fultz on the SSG side. They played against each other when Fultz won SI20.
I
guess Benja winning SI23 with G2, of course. Yeah, can't forget about him. But what's more than that, these guys also have something else in common. You know what it is, Nick?
What?
They both have played absolute shocking Siege so far.
That's not good.
NIP have won 4 rounds in 2 maps so far. They got 7-1'd by Weibo, and they got 7-3'd by W7.
They got 7-1 by Weibo.
Yeah, SSG got 7-1'd by BDS, and Wildcard 7-5'd by Wildcard.
Sheesh.
So it has been an absolutely shocking game so far, and a history so far between these teams yesterday.
You know what we have? Speaking of old times, SSG Rome.
There's no way.
On the base, I mean, it's not.
Sorry, are SSG doing an SSG Rome right
How
now?
How dare they do what they created?
Is it?
No, granted, there's no must-mute combination, but what we're seeing right now, the whole idea of playing the basement roam game, and then with some people above, the mute jammers to disrupt the drone work, that was known as the SSG roam way back when. And of course, nowadays we see a newer iteration. We're seeing the Scobos hiding in a strip club, no Mossy, but the mute, the Goyo canister stop a potential rush, for example. So it's many years later evolved, but that is where it originally came from. That was from the SSG boys.
Know how to do it, and of course now they're doing a modern interpretation with the Scopos, who is a great operator for going for that kind of a roam because he can get back to site very quickly. Jedano as well, great operator with the Goyo for SSG roams, because if you do go for a rush, you can of course delay that out. And it does seem to be a little bit of a rush tendency here with Cons, lowest rated player in the tournament, by the way. He's on that Monty, he's marching down Dirt Tunnel.
Bit of a tricky one. Gonna pop the Goyo canister, wait 20 seconds and keep moving forward, but there's a Clash rotated over in response. Now the Clash counters any shields in the 1v1. For the same reason that you can stop. He's in the side and he's dead.
All right, Hates.
Okay.
International debut for this guy, by the way. Not a good start for him.
Also, a lack of full commitment. I mean, Wizard was behind him and was like, you know what, I'm not gonna keep moving forward because he died, but like, what's the plan B now? You've gone out of dirt, you've given back up on blue, you're gonna reset the round effectively, but in a 4 versus 5, so you're worse for wear. I feel like a full commitment might have been better off. Still got Scobos around as well, can TP up or down. He's currently in the basement, but got Ashen up above. Oh, he just, wow, vaulting gets the kill, all right, just like that. SSG looking for more though. Ashen wants this fight and gets shut down from behind.
Nice job from Fantasy.
The TP is there though.
Yeah, Benja's tempted. He's just using... Oh my god, Ashen in the old chat.
Like he died.
Never change, Ashen. Never change.
And they've missed it. Benja's TP'd into master bedroom upstairs and has an active flank. Now, NIP they have no clue this is happening. They know Scobos exists, but not what the shell was.
Oh, there's going to be a free kill, surely. I mean, Fantasy, he's on the main stairs, and he might get flanked here, especially now Cons is no longer watching for him. Benja would have heard that happen.
He's reaching.
He's actually going to try and prioritize the Monty. Takes him down, about to find a second as well. Good night, Fantasy. Wizard is going to have to conjure up some magic, 1v4, and it's not going to happen. See you later, Alligator. That is one way to kick it off, SSG style.
Absolutely explosive, decisive, bit of good pace there, some trash talk in the in-game chat in the very first round.
Doesn't get more iconic
Ashen
than that.
gets a 1-for-1 trade, and it's like, oh, get shit on. It's like, brother, you went 1-for-1. Benji got a 3-piece. Like, come on, dude.
How's it feel to see the Dane doing well?
Feels good.
Yeah?
I mean, okay, I'll take it back. It would have been feeling better if he was playing for the EU team.
Yeah.
He's a Dane playing in North America with a bit of a fraud behavior.
Yeah, I mean, well, how does it feel to see not only Benja, the only Danish player at the pro level, playing in North America? Yeah, you've got Spoit, the only Swede in North America, and you've got Fabian, your old duo, and another Swede playing or rather coaching for a North American team. How the greats have fallen. And you're casting.
And I work APL. No one's actually in Europe. That's the thing. We're all
we did
abandoned
2 days of EML.
We did do 2 days of EML, and we're casting in a European country for the major, Germany. So technically, we're still kind of here. It's one of those things where I don't know. 5 seconds remaining. Imagine there was a world where Benja, Fabian, and Sport were on the same team. Fabian coaching the 2 rookie Scandinavians.
I heard a rumor that there was a new up-and-coming team which was actually looking to try and recruit Fabian, Sport, and Benja. It was called Pengu Esports.
Okay.
I know you've been itching to return to form. I had you for a second there.
I was like, what have you heard? I was really thinking about it.
Dude,
okay,
I haven't heard shit.
I'll tell you a fun fact. When Fabian and I first joined PSG 2 years ago and was unsure what roster we're going to keep, we did consider trying to pick up a new master.
Yeah.
Now there was no contract, there's no negotiation. I don't even know if
for
it's
PSG.
For PSG
Yeah,
and make your import roster, right? But then Fabian and I was like, right, we're taking over an APAC team and want to keep it APAC players and not do the whole import thing because that feels kind of bad.
At Elevate, at D+.
Well, you know, they've done their thing and they've gotten as far as they have, and PSG did their thing and they got as far as they did.
That's
they beat
valid.
BDS one of the only teams now.
I mean, well, PSG got further than Elevate.
Well, PSG's not here, right? So there's that.
No.
But you know.
True.
The
And we can't fault D+. They're doing
No, not at all. Just banter, right? But there was a very 1% chance that Fabian would have reunited with Benja Master and PSG if like all the mountains got moved and all the things happened.
That would have been pretty cool. Yeah, I do remember back in the day you texting. I remember being like, what are you texting there? He's like, oh, nothing, just talking to Fabian about some conniving little plans.
Just trying to figure out, you know, what we're gonna, pick up. The thing is, if you go back to the last 9 years of Siege Pro League, there are so many roster changes that almost happened that would have been like revolutionary that never did.
Can you spill some?
I mean, I can only speak for my own sake because I can't leak everything, right? But I was supposed to play for TSM instead of Chala.
Wow.
So when Gio joined and Pojo went to coach, it would have been me, Gio, Merc achieved, and Bolo.
That would have been a third SI win for you in SI Sweden, SI 22.
Well, perhaps he's...
Charla did win that with TSM.
Yeah, then I couldn't play, so Charla joined, and, you know, classic case of, you know, contracts and negotiations and orgs and all these things. And G2, they're not known to happily get rid of a good player to an enemy org because they're going to strengthen their opponents, right? But I pretty much told my team, I told Shaz, my coach, I was like, hey, Shaz, you should consider looking for a 5th player because there's a chance that I part ways with you guys. I did not. And then I retired.
Not exactly by choice.
Not exactly by choice, but no, I was kind of blocked there. That's okay. But that's like one of many. And I know there's so many, like, even back when I was a player in G2, you know, and we're trialing for Goga's spot when we benched him after North American event. What's it called? Riley Major, yeah, sorry, thank you. Riley Major, it was like, who do we pick up? And we made a list of like 10 players.
It was Cryan you tried first, right?
Cryan we tried first, ended up with Serbos.
Yeah.
We did trial other people as well. But what people don't know is like the other 7 players on the list that we never trialed. And there are names in there you go, on D2? No chance.
All right, hit me with some.
Nope.
Come on.
Okay, I can tell you one. One of them, way back for consideration, was Aces.
I was literally thinking about Aces because at the time he was one of the best fragging players
in Europe.
He's been kind of disgraced these days.
But there was a bit of Sussy Baka around him, and I was like, you know what? I feel like we should just steer clear just in case.
A good move.
Good move in hindsight for sure. But back then it was like, you know, you think of like who would make sense. A player that I always wanted to play with, but never had the chance in proper tier 1 was Hungry, and we trialed Hungry back in like. For Uno spot, I think, way back when.
Yeah, I'm surprised that never happened because Hungry did have a stint on G2, if my memory serves.
After I left, yeah. So it was like the Hungry Yonka, I think Kanto Uno roster kayak.
Yeah, kayak.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. That was an interesting.
But we trialed Hungry, and it was his first time going from a German speaking to English. He was also sick. And he played like an absolute bot in trials. And I remember our entire team be like, yeah, this guy's just, I guess he's just not that good after all.
That's funny.
And then he didn't tell us he was sick. And he didn't tell us that it was his first English-speaking team. So he really had a hard pass.
And now you've played with him
now I
at a LAN event with GK.
And I loved it.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know what? I told him this in person. I was like, Hungry, I always wanted to team with you. And I'm so happy I got to play Tier 2 finals because you are the kind of player that I would want in my team if I was a player still. Like the creativeness, the freedom and communication, the willingness to play out of the norm because he sees the box and he goes, I'm gonna work outside that box every single time. And he said, you know what, Nick? I had the same thought. And we had a little giggle together. It was great. But no, there are so many small roster changes that never happened across all the regions that you'd be like, wow, how different that could have been.
Yeah. Looks like SSG are just getting back in. If you guys couldn't tell, we're just having a yarn because there's a little tech pause. We're getting everyone back.
You either get this, you get a break, so pick your choice, right?
I mean, yeah, we could throw it a break, but I mean, this is what we'd be talking about anyway off air. So.
Yeah, we may as well.
Or we'd be scrolling.
Yeah.
Get us off scrolling. We don't need to be scrolling
Scrolling's
anymore.
getting bad these days,
It's getting
man.
real bad.
Like, if I'm walking to the bathroom and the phone comes out of the pocket before I enter, I know it's bad. That's when I'm like, you know what? Keep it in the pocket.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. How nice would it be to have like a dumb phone? You know,
I thought about it, but then I thought I have a lot of work that depends on my phone. I kind of need it.
And then you're like, how do I get, like, which train do I get to get to this place?
Exactly. All the small things. And it's like, you got to pay, there's an email, there's a signature you got to do, there's...
we use Discord all the time for work.
Exactly.
We use WhatsApp for work.
Yeah.
We use Messenger for personal.
I couldn't do it with a dummy phone.
No.
I feel like just being better at discipline would get you the distance there.
Yeah, for sure.
We went on a good walk today, though.
We did.
That was our time off for the phone.
Are you taking any good pictures? I know I don't know if people know this. Surely people who follow you, especially on Instagram, would know this. But you're quite the photographer.
Oh, the camera does all the work. I just clicked the button. It's all the camera.
I mean, you did the work of buying the camera. How much did that set you back?
Too much. It was like you splurge. So getting into photography is like a lot of money up front for the equipment, and then you're fine. But I mean, Stefan, our observer, got into it recently.
Yes, you guys are birding.
And I was like, so Stefan, how much did it cost? And he goes, yes. Yes, it cost.
Especially for the bird photography, because you need those big telephoto lenses.
Exactly.
See any good birds today?
No.
We saw some sheep.
You promised me the Mandarin ducks.
I did not promise you anything. You told me Stefan saw this special whatever bird, and I said, oh, I know how to get to the English garden. Yeah. I'll take you to the English garden.
And the duck wasn't there.
But I did. There were like 50 sheep. We saw 50.
A lot of sheep.
There's a lot of sheep. In the middle of the city, by the way.
What's it called when a sheep says the sound? It's not like a moo. Yeah, but like, is there a term for it?
A bat.
Is it just bah?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so the cow moves and the sheep bahs.
Baz, yeah.
That's weird.
Now, you know Bar Black Sheep? Have you any wool?
What?
Yes. What? You don't know
I'm
this?
Danish. We do Danish things.
Wow. Hey, cultural moment there.
I think we're through, though. I was just waiting to see if there was going to be a rehost again or not. But
No
I think
rehost.
we're actually into it, so time
Wonderful.
to sharpen up on
Wunderbar.
the siege. Wunderbar. Sehr gut, mein Freund. Ja, genau.
I used all my German.
I do the, hast du eine große panzerte Hose, mein Freund? Ja.
Yeah.
Ja.
Yeah.
I heard a laughter from someone. Either someone heard or somebody timed it, I don't know.
All right, we're into it. SSG, first round on the docket. Yay. Love to see it.
Thoughts on seeing Clash half the rounds today across our series?
Dude does not mind that.
I feel like it's one of those, like, I don't mind the Clash, but it's not as exciting as like a Munti. Now we're seeing both in this round, but I don't know, it just feels a little bit unfair.
Who's playing it in my eyes.
Oh, the ace trick. So this is like the Maverick trick. You do top and bottom part, and it'll become soft. Oh, you got jammed.
Yeah,
There's a jam.
unfortunately, the second one's not.
Well,
gonna
that's
detonate
awkward. So now you got a giant hole up top on the rappel ankle, and you can't work with that. But it's fine. They brought EMPs and Munti, right? Nope.
No.
It's fine because they brought Thatcher, right? Nope.
No, how is he going to get rid of it?
He can't.
He's not going to get an angle. If
You literally need to rotate Fantasy's grenade to get it. It was not worth it, by the way.
Oh,
he got it.
Eventually.
Oh, Catwalk Rafters, I guess. No, do you know? I don't know. He got it. I actually have no idea.
It's some magic, apparently. Speaking of nades, oh, that's going to hurt. Bonk. That's not what the doctor ordered. Smack that mirror, though. Deny the line of sight. Fantasy's going to see the clash. Meanwhile, Hates has fallen. I don't know where he was playing, but he's taken out very early on. Not a good look for the new player on NIP.
Oh, bad start for sure. And this feels like a bit of a lackluster attack. They're just in connector, can't quite reach the wall just yet. And then they have the ace of Pino still by that main CC breach. And there's no pressure being applied. No one's below, no one's attacking Garage. SSG know this. They know where all the attackers are currently, just waiting for the next step. We see Cons now with the Munti, Solo and Garrett's Calgrafters, but he shouldn't get this kill ever.
No, there's no way. Come on.
Got diffuser
give it your all, but you are 100% going to lose this.
Kill.
Oh, J90 gets deleted. He's toyed with, but Cons gets the better of him. Sees the player down below.
Oh, I don't like this.
Retreats on back. Venture's also caught out of position. And
this is awkward.
Feels like Cons has an inkling. And now that Fault's the Clash has fallen on side, it becomes very dismal now for NIP. They have a good read on the player going for the flank. With Cons down on the floor. He needs to get picked on up again.
What
the Nitro cell from way downtown. Amidst the whole kerfuffle up on the bomb site, Benja rotates and finishes things in style.
That is such a confusing round. So the default cam in Garage is shot very late by the Monty. Monty had diffuser, solo catwalk should have never gotten a kill first of all. But secondly, Monty looks back, shoots default cam, turns his eyes to the side. Benja flanks, injures C4, perfect, and an NIP tactical timeout so early.
A gente não tá esquecendo que a gente abriu o server bugado. O server não tava aberto, tá ligado? Porque você não foi lá abrir.
Eu abri o outro lado, deu pra abrir.
Lembra que não, beleza, mas pra gente comer por ali, ficaria ruim, entendeu? E lembra que eram os dois pelo server.
Sim, isso mesmo.
Lembra? Então, mano, vamos voltar a lembrar das ideias e, mano, melhorar aqui nas comp. A gente não precisa de tanto com o Zé, porque os adbridges estão open, então a gente só precisa trazer EMP. Pra gente não ter que ficar gastando HE no Jammer, entendeu? Então, mano, volta, tá ligado? E outra coisa, mano, nesse mid-round, mano, só fica off, velho. Porque, por exemplo, agora o plano daria muito certo, tá ligado?
Fechou.
Só que a gente tomou a kill.
Beleza, fechou. Vamos aí.
Entendeu? Então, mano, só lembra disso, velho. Já era, velho. O jogo tá muito fácil, mano. Tá de boa, velho.
EMP and mute, as far as I think I heard. This could be a matter of basics of the 1-2-3s of Clubhouse, because they struggled to get what they wanted in that round with the breaching specifically. Also, that's Dan, right?
Yeah,
that's our boy Dan that we spoke about yesterday.
Dan, yeah, new addition to the roster for NIP.
Felt very confident to me. I like it.
Yeah, no, I do like that. It'll be his first major as a coach with the team. It's a lot of these players' first major with the team.
Good on ya.
Good on ya.
Good on ya.
Sounded almost Aussie there for a second call out.
And my boy Benja, 2 rounds in a row now, finding a good bit of value.
Yeah, looking very, very solid.
The timing was ridiculous. So he climbed the ladder and injures the Monty as he jumped through the window. And I'm like, who downed the Oh, it's Benja, okay.
Yeah, long angle.
And he was stuck on that ladder for a while. I'm thinking, this is just not a good look, because his teammates are dying on the bottom side.
You know, something that we actually haven't talked about yet, but the former coach from NIP that they removed post-Boston.
Oh, yes!
T-Chubbs.
T-Chubbs, he's with SSG now.
He is now one of the coaches for SSG. He's not call out standing behind them, but he's on the team. I mean, long-time teammate of players like Pino and Fantasy, so would know this team extremely well. SSG does have that kind of extra advantage over NIP in a one-to-one matchup. We're seeing that very early. I mean, what, 30 seconds in, a tossed C4
on main breach.
Wow.
I think he was soft breaching the wall and just got punished on the timing there on the sound cue. And we saw them check with the EMP there in the mute jammer if there was one on the jacuzzi wall. They got that breached unopened, but it's another round where NIP just start very slow. And now it means they have nobody on CCTV applying the pressure for the windows and the backstab. So Neurus and CC is just like, guys, this is clear. We know it's going to be a jacuzzi take right now. It's the only area where NIP has applied any sort of pressure. So if you're an SSG player right now, you kind of let go of your mouse and keyboard and go, guys, give me sound. And when you hear where the sound is coming from, that's when you know where the push has rotated, because this will be a plan B option for NIP. And they're currently rotated 2 or 3 people on Garage, CCTV side. But the big thing here is SSG fell back. Newers was solo roaming, and they said, guys, let's play out the bomb side 5v4. We got the crossfires, we got a vertical C4. We're happy with this.
Yeah. First phase of the round, won by SSG in more ways than one. It's a shield, a bit of hard breach, some Bs, and of course the Deimos tracker to try and make this work for NIP. No more hard breach though to open up this wall into connector. Jane, I know, has got a mirror watching it. What kind of a counter do you have for that mirror? Realistically, nothing except for...
melee blitz?
Maybe. I mean, I was going to say go down from below, and that's exactly what happens. Good spray. That's from the kitchen roof. The ceiling looks up into logistics, so well played from Fantasy.
SSG have been good at playing. They just kind of peel back the layer strategy. Great bit of from Fantasy, actually, but SSG are letting this happen. They could have walked on the main stairs, they could have dropped the hatch, they could have gone for a pick, but they aren't. They're saying, you know what, this is the cost of business. We still got the man advantage, and they have one attacker below who has to walk that main staircase, but now they're swinging, and he sees both players.
How did you survive that long? Faults eventually does fall. Amidst the chaos, NIP, they look to try and erupt onto the site. They've got the blitz to utilize as smoke goes out as well. What is their way in here? J9, oh, he sees through the smoke, peering with the Warden's glasses, and Ashen for 2.
Never change.
The growth from Ashton is phenomenal because for the longest time, he would make that scream with the mic in his face. He's flipping that sucker up these days. I think his teammates got sick of it.
Yeah, his teammates are like, dude, I can hear it enough. You're standing right next to me. Please, like, just do not do it into the microphone.
Did you hear what he said?
He said you got to win some rounds.
Yeah, he did. You got to win some rounds.
3-0 for SSG.
One thing that I want to see change from Ninja's Pajamas is I want to see Hades get off the shields.
Yeah.
He's on the shields and kind of ineffective and not really getting in the battle. I mean, in that round, he smokes off the doorway to master bedroom as the Blitz sprints past the wall and dies to the smoke. That feels kind of bad, man. And, I mean, NIP just gotta calm down in the first 60 seconds and stop losing those early bodies to C4s, to pre-fires, to wonky gunfights. Get together. Slow down, because if you can't get to that execute stage of a round, this is cop house attacks. You're not gonna win. It's all about getting to side in a good enough condition and with enough tools available to go for execute. And they haven't had that so far in 3 rounds. They're always missing something.
It looks like Hades is onto the Ying now. We've got Cons back on that Montaigne.
I like this more. Gotta say.
Still, it's down to the basement. I mean, Monty's fallen out of favor when attacking the basement.
What are we cooking here? Okay, so I think they're gonna do a catwalk hold, mirrored on CC, and then peel back the layers once more, because reinforce the catwalk wall and both CC walls.
Is this a fake?
No, I think it's looking for drones. I think you stick around here and just make them burn util. Like hard destruction, deal with the mirror window, etc.
The thing is, when you bring Monty, the main way that you're playing Monty on the basement bomb side is by pushing dirt.
Yeah, most often, but they tried that last time and they had to rotate away from it.
Yeah, but that was when SSG didn't have all this set up over
that
on
is true.
CCTV. Maybe... No, NIP is still going to address it. Okay, fair enough.
Oh, careful. Okay, wall gets opened up. There's a bit of a vault angle. It's a bit awkward to work with. And for SSG, again, the playstyle they've almost always had, since back when they won inside with Troy, is peeling back the layers strategically. So they always have about 3 layers to a defense. The very first one is the CCTV catwalk hold. Then they can fall back to lounge blue stairs, for example, and then back to side. That's the 3 layers on that portion of the map. What this means is NIP have to deal with so many issues at the same time, and there's always one more to follow up. They gotta keep the pace, they gotta stay quick in this one. If not, time will slip away. But immediately happens first. Ashen aggresses on Garrett's door, runs out and takes down Wizard.
This is where it gets scary. Once you let SSG start to find their little pokey bits of aggression, once Ashen starts getting lippy, that's when things turn from bad to worse.
And you see what's happening. Because there are so many small things with the layers that I mentioned earlier, NIP are not sure what's dangerous. Like, they didn't think Garrett's door was a problem because they're on Coward Raptors, right? Now,
oh my God! Cons! Absolutely deleted J90 using the new features from CGX to perfection. Fantasy might find something, but it's not an opening. It's just upstairs. They're going to desperately drop down into Newer's waiting arms. A double for him. A third one likely coming up soon.
It is so over.
One of the best players out of North America, deleted by Fantasy. Let's see if he can dial back the clock to the days of old where Fantasy was one of the biggest names, those deadliest fraggers in Brazil. I love this from Newers.
Just go.
It's textbook SSG, isn't it? I mean, Ashen's always done it. Newers, ever since he's joined the team, it's been right at home to get all lippy, embrace the toxicity, sledge the opponent.
I'm not liking these shields, James. We have not seen a single round of shield being successfully utilized by NIP, and dying to the gas pipe on bottom main like that, dropping way before your teammates, that is the ugliest way to die. I mean, I'm with Newers. It's time to go, Fanny. You were here 30 seconds ago as well. Then you went up the stairs.
Got to find your exit frags here. Got to keep that KD looking good, and he'll find nothing. Zaga? He just typed Zaga in the chat.
That's what he's yelling too, I think.
What does that mean? Am I not zooming
I'm afraid to. That could be a bad naughty word, James. Let me look it up.
Well, I've just said it on stream, so I really hope it isn't.
Defender?
You know this? You are Defender? Okay, sure.
I don't know.
Maybe is it a Portuguese word, is it?
It is, yeah.
Right,
I mean, I assume so.
I mean, I just saw on your phone that you showed me, it said translated from Portuguese.
Yeah.
But then again, that's AI.
Maybe.
They're always right.
No, can't trust it. They're coming for our jobs. Look, Ashen is 8 years younger than you, 7 years younger than me, so he is a certified Zoomer.
I mean, his entire personality is Zoomer as well. He really is.
I was in school, like, learning how to do, you know, like, fractions.
Okay.
When Ashen was born.
Was born.
2005.
Oh my god. So you guys hear the background noise. I believe it's M80's Secret still going at it on the third map?
They're still going because we.
think so.
Yeah, that
they went
was
third map.
That's a big game.
They had a 6-8, I think, victory for Secret in map 1, and then they had like a 7-2-ish from 80 map 2, and I have no idea what's happening on map 3.
Winner of that is the first. Oh wow,
we have a little bit of an update.
6-6 on map 3.
Banger
between Secret and M80. That's a big EU NA banger. The winner of that, of course, is our first team to qualify through to the playoffs.
Good for them. You know, M80 is my dark horse this one. That's in that
M80.
M80 is, yeah.
That's, again, such a lukewarm take. They literally won NAL.
Okay, and that
if it's a hot take to say that the best team from North America is going to be good,
the best team from NA hasn't been good in a while. And M80's been dropping the ball since Sport was in that roster. So, like, it's their time now.
I mean, what, it was a year and a half ago that North America won a championship. When was the last time the EU won a championship in the main circuit?
Okay.
Can't say EWC.
Okay, that was going to be my ace up the sleeve right there. They literally won the last one.
But genuinely, when was the last time? Rio was Furia. FaZe in Boston. W7M in Montreal.
Manchester was Beast Coast.
Manchester was Beast Coast. Sao Paulo was... Literally, it has been years since Europe won anything that wasn't EWC.
Well, it's because EU lets other regions succeed.
Oh, shut up. Last time EU won something that wasn't EWC was Montreal 6 Invitational SI23, which Benja won. So get off your high horse, Mr. EU.
You know, as a European citizen and former player, I thought we had one more reason for that. Anyways, I think Emilia has what it takes. NIP right now, I'm not sure because they're on the Munchie again, James. I'm not buying what they're selling.
Oh, he's
dying to the barbed wire right now.
Brother!
He's alone. Help him!
I mean, Jaden is surely going to kill him. Oh, deleted! Kongs, hang up the mouse and keyboard. Put the shield away and go play a real operator. It's Wizard looking for a couple of exit frags. NIP, they only won 4 rounds coming into today across the first 2 games they played. They could not buy a round today against SSG.
So there's this one thing, right, that bothers me right now, and I hate to be the guy, but I feel like NIP are playing backwards siege. Almost always, when you see the catwalk walls reinforced twice, you kind of leave the catwalk guy alone or attack him from the the carrot door. They had 2 people jump in the window from the breach.
Such a troll.
After Monty died. I'm like, you're doing it backwards.
They're desperate.
Like, look at this. Monty says, I mean, he's gonna die. Then they jump in the window with 2 people. One, a second guy runs in shortly after and tries to blow dies. Like, it's backwards, my guys. Where is the let's have a nade bottom garage or a Grimby or a Capital or just 2 people? Why is the Monty just walking in and gonna hold right click?
Cutting corners. I don't know if it's because they don't respect SSG enough and they think they can cheese it or...
This is their map!
Yeah, like that's the thing. This is NIP's map pick.
I don't know.
It's hard to believe, but like, I mean, NIP have been shocking all tournament long. We obviously just casted CHE getting eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah.
But they had some really horrible chokes, right? They had some throws, but they had some really good moments as well. Yesterday against G2, before they started choking, phenomenal. Even some moments today in the first map against Furia, really good. They took them to overtime. NIP haven't really had even a single moment where they looked like a solid team in this tournament. They have been gutted from the start.
Activating drone.
And they find themselves right in this elimination match, and down 0-5 tells the full story of their event so far. They're not really finding their stride, they're not finding their playstyle, the win conditions, and like you said best, I think they're just kind of cutting corners and oversimplifying these rounds. Okay, they find one to Ashen. This time goes down. Right by the bomb side, but it's a gym defense and they're in connector.
Second one.
Cutting corners effectively here.
It's what we need from Fantasy to step it up. 3 kills, but it might not be enough to win the round. If Fultz is able to clutch up 1v3, the former world champ, as he makes his way up the stairs, the Blackbeard just around the corner from him. Cons falls back. Diffuser not held onto, and Wizard finally around on the board for NIP, but far from the elation that you would hope for.
Yeah. And around is around, but at the end of the day, that felt like an act of desperation. Fantasy was back to his old Furia ways, jump in the window, take some gunfights, solo bolo, and make magic happen. It felt that they were just saying, guys, nothing's worked so far, let's just try something. And they get the one round, but now it's Sideswap and SSG. Very fundamentally solid team, very good in prep work, very disciplined, right? The whole work culture they've built amongst themselves. I think they're gonna have some mighty fine attacks to come up, and NIP's only answer, looking at how they were attacking, seems to be brute forcing gunfights and not problem solving or putting up difficult problems with SSG to deal with. Monty ban, Thermite ban, and then Kaid banded. I like the Monty ban because, again, that's the one way that SSG can like kind of really simplify their direct attacks.
But SSG, they like a lot of different shields.
They do.
I mean, Ashen is very partial to a blitz, so it's get rid of the Monty, sure, but you'll see a few others. Like you said, just to reiterate on that last round, I mean, really, it was just a fantasy hero play.
It was.
Dude jumps into sight and gets...
They didn't time it. There was no trade. There was no anything. It was just
dude,
fantasy.
Great fire up, but like that's not how you're going to win a game.
Well, right now, they got to always work on the rounds.
Yeah.
They got to work on that second one. Let's see where they go first. CCTV, first choice. Okay. Despite the... With a Kaiden Bandit ban, I am not the biggest fan of the CCTV bomb site. And without a Jaeger or a Wamai to help play Catwalk Rafters without the Capital ban, I'm all sitting here thinking, like, I'm not sure how they're strategically supposed to hold on to this. They can't play Catwalk Rafters realistically. They can't deny the walls being opened up either. But then I'm looking at SSG's lineup. They got Kali. They have Sense. They're not going to go for a default attack here, James. They have some sort of pocket strat possibly up their sleeve. And I'm all for it.
Yeah.
I love me a good Kali play, and it could just be for the new jammers, but then you wouldn't pre-place the Skyro, so I'm not sure. Yeah. Unless they can shoot it from the window on strip roof, and it goes all the way through. That might be the angle, actually. So from here, through the window, clears the jammer, and then you can breach.
Yeah, again, like, why are you bringing Kali over Thatcher? There has to be a reason that is unique to Kali.
In case of clash? If they're hiding operators?
Yes.
Don't do it.
Yeah, this is the problem.
Don't do it,
it's
buddy.
Destroy
Go
the...
CC window!
Brother!
Ow! Well,
okay.
The cost of doing business, I suppose.
Well,
let's hope this... Oh, he broke the pellet. This might not work.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay.
They botched it.
That is embarrassing.
That's not good.
Genino does have one more Selma left, but I mean, you bring 2 dedicated hard breaches and the secondary hard breach from Benja.
It's okay.
Yeah, okay, sure.
They fixed it.
Forget about that. It was a very messy start to the round, but forget about it. Still winnable, especially if Wizard just gives
that
away
makes
a kill.
Up for all the issues.
Dude, Rafters, usually you have to put so much effort in to take and kill the Rafters player.
Yep, they have it.
And it's free.
So I'm curious if they're just going to go for it. So right now they have 2 players working to Kusa Master Bedroom. I'm curious if they make the call just like, let's just take Garrett's control, guys. We killed the Asami player. It should be absolutely free. But they want to contest the roam. Still by Gym Window, still by Jacuzzi Breach on the roof. They're looking for this pick onto Fantasy, who is technically alone, but 50-50 gunfires are risky. Oh, the timing!
It was his double down. Good kill from Fantasy. Could he be the one thing that separates NIP from getting deleted on this map? No, Hates is going to support. Here's a big jump out. What a massive long angle. New is not finished off. Benja.
He's on sight.
Deep into sight as New is finished off. That's ballsy from Fantasy to commit to it, but you're right. The diffuser is being held by Cons outside this breach. If Benja gets the better of him, it's going to be a 1v1 against Fantasy. Now his position revealed. It is a 1 versus 2. He knows exactly where Fantasy is, and he's got an inkling on Cons. How does he play it? Out come the Bees.
And behind him, yeah, there it is. Go for Diffuser, get to side, and play the 2v1.
Out comes the Bailiff. Goes for the sight. He has the entire objective to himself. It's going to be a retake forced by NIP. And he gets a bit of info on the Grim Bees. Out comes the Bailiff. Misses the shots, and Cons will take him on down. A second round on the board for NIP. Finally, a brief moment of reprieve for the Brazilians as they start to find a couple of rounds on the board. It's a long road back to bridge the distance between these teams, but one round at a time will get the job done.
Still a very inconsistent way of doing it though for NIP. I mean, they make a mistake here early on for Wizard going down, and then a little bit of good timing here, Fantasy, brute forcing gunfights, jumping out, aggressing in a 3-on-3. Very risky, inconsistent playstyle, but it works for this one. I do want to say that for SSG, I feel like a call could be made there. Just go for Garrett's control. When you get that freebie versus roam clearing the entirety of the map. But it still seems like it's Fantasy's world that we're in for NIP. Yeah. He leads the boys home onto a second round.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Dan is hype as well.
I like Dan.
I like him already.
He's growing on me.
Yeah. We casted the, which game was it? It was the W7M match, was it? We didn't cast.
No.
We casted the Weibo 7-1. Yeah, we did.
Oh, we did.
It's funny because you.
Oh, we cast that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we did cast.
Dude, you don't even have jet lag. What's your excuse?
No, what? Dude. Yeah, we
got
did.
dementia. How old are you again?
I'm just old.
It's funny because, yeah, when you questioned me, like, oh, wow, did they lose 7-1 to Weibo? I had to double check that and make sure that I hadn't just miswritten my notes.
Oh, we literally worked it.
We literally casted that game. Weibo doing pretty well at the moment. They're 2-1
on layer, right?
Yeah, it was on layer.
Okay. I do remember then.
Yeah. And that was when we talked quite a bit about Dan because we, you know,
we didn't know who he was. Yeah.
Yeah, you were like, oh, I don't recognize this coach because obviously T-Chubs for a while was their coach. Cons is gonna find Newers.
Okay.
Surely this is a free one for Benja. Oh,
no.
brother.
Brother, ew.
Unlucky.
Also playing the Zero, I mean, it's a high-value operator with that active utility that's gonna just be in the grave now. It's gonna make whatever plans they have with that information game a lot more difficult, but Benja Master on the Deimos can still, of course, try and go for a pick and a kill. Ashen again, we're playing a Kali here on basement bomb set, sorry, on gym bomb set instead. Not against the Kali, but I'm still missing the full vision for it.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Here we go. That's the vision. X12 zoom.
So you can thread the needle. 12x zoom. Is this what it's like to wear glasses?
Must be nice to have perfect vision, no? You wouldn't know.
I actually don't have perfect vision. I think I need reading glasses.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
then you go to the optometrist when I get home. I'll have a chat to Gassan. Did you know this is a bit of lore? You know Gassan trained in optometry?
I did know that. I did know that.
Fun fact for you guys at home.
Pretty sure he like graduated and then just like became full-time esports shortly after.
Yeah, I think he was casting even before he finished studying. Actually.
Yeah.
It's the way. A lot of these players are studying as well.
Another fun fact.
Deferred their studies.
Milosh knows half the Brazilian pro players in the Battlefield Pro days because Milosh worked Battlefield as a commentator and half the Brazilian pros came from Battlefield.
Oh my god, what a shot.
I mean, this is just a T-Hunt round. Cons is running out the building, just getting kills, and SSG are nowhere to be found.
Literally. 3v5. Man, that secret M80 game is getting hyped.
That might be game.
I don't know if you guys can hear it through our mics, but it is getting very hyped.
It was 6-6, so it had to be game.
Yeah. Oh my god. Fantasy's gonna fall back. Him and Cons are just running amok down in bar. SSG have not achieved very much.
Nope. And they're stuck outside the building right now. This looks like a Fury round all of a sudden. I mean, they were on this gym window.
Defense demons, but
they're just hoping for a swing, hoping for a mistake from IP, but they're on the attacking side now for Space Station. They have to make the play first.
You can't stand here forever. You have to make a move.
3, 2, 1, here we go, boys.
And he goes, all right, what have you got for us, Faults? First one in there, Jane, I know, is going to fall, and immediately the Goyo fire will disseminate all over Logistic, and I mean, Faults has to wait. You can't even push for a refrag now.
He's gonna have like 10 seconds left, though. I mean, they're forced into a rush. He's fire! Nah, dude.
Utter disrespect. It gets better and better for the Ninjas, one round at a time, 3 in a row. Maybe defense was all they needed. Perhaps just one round of attack was enough for them to come back in the second half.
Okay, we're gonna give SSG one more round, and if they lose this upcoming one, it's attack timeout for call-out. Bit of a reset on the structure, the play style, and then we get a real series, because right now SSG, they are trying to find their way on the attack, and they have been very lackluster so far. Fantasy, I'm not gonna lie to you, this guy still got it.
He does.
He was incredible. Back on the Fury roster.
Yeah, back in the old Fury days.
It's the old Fury days.
Yeah, good old days.
And then he kind of vanished for a couple of years, I would say. Like, he was in the pro play, but not on any, like, relevant team.
He was
not
often
playing insane.
talked about, but I feel like a lot of those Brazilian teams, they didn't cycle in new talent. Brazilian rosters, It's been hard, though. This is vibes-based. I don't have the evidence to back this up, but I feel like a lot of the iconic Brazilian rosters, Liquid, FaZe, now Furia, they've kept really solid rosters for a long time.
Yeah.
Right? And when they do make changes, they are massive sweeping changes. You think about like the FaZe history, right? Where they dumped almost their entire roster except for Cyber and brought on all the old MIBR players. You know, Furia, this current iteration, back when they were W7M, they didn't make any roster changes for a long time, and then they've made 2 roster changes at once. It's the same case for a lot of these teams.
Even Liquid as well. Also
Liquid, I mean, obviously Nesk and Palu staying together forever.
And then they're also like kicked out the roster, Legonis, you know, Palu, etc.
Totally. I think a lot of people would have expected that Fantasy would have found his way onto a top team earlier.
Yeah.
But he never did until he joined NIP. By that point, NIP wasn't really a top team anymore.
We're vibing. There was a player in Team 1. I completely forgot his name right now, that I thought was going to be the next big Brazilian player.
LML?
Good one. I need to look it up. I think it was Team 1 at least. And he was like popping up like 17 kills every match individually. And he did join one team later on that might have had potential, but again, never did. And I don't know where he is these days, actually.
I don't know. I feel like a lot of the old Team 1 players have been really good.
I think it was Team 1 at least. Like an older iteration. Maybe.
One that's no longer active?
I don't know. I don't know where he is.
Well, I mean, a lot of the old Team 1 players are top players right now, like KDS, for example. KDS, Alamal, Levy, Neskin, was it him?
Nope.
No? Obviously, Dots, Maya, Loban.
He wasn't Team 1. Oh, they have a lot of good players in Team 1.
Yeah, I mean, Team 1 was just like the... I mean, Dash was on that team as well.
What? Okay. Team 1 was W7M before W7M entered the stage, because they're also, you know, crazy rosters.
Very much so. Hey, Philippox was on that team.
What?
Damn.
Well, you know.
Anyhow.
Brazilian rosters go deep, that's for damn sure. This round versus D looking better because they're all alive, but oh, don't be called at the right time, gets the information, Hates gets shut down, couldn't teleport away.
Don't do it. Don't do it, man. Fantasy.
You want to because you've been so good, but not right now, not right here.
Don't ego chow Ashen when it gifts up match point to SSG. Ooh. Wow, they are contesting every vertical angle. As soon as this hatch is open, it's going to be a very different story. However, we need Newers on the Bucks start opening up some of these angles. As he does so, Collins is so committed to the bit here, fighting.
And look at the lineup, right? They got Lesion, Mute, Castle, Scopus. They have no execute. They can't deny a plan. They can't deny a C4. They have to go for kills. They have to play this desperate round. Again, they're ready for it because they're aggressing themselves with a good follow from Benja.
Yeah, I like this. Straight into Church from Benja. He's about to be supported by 2 other teammates. Meanwhile, he comes and conjures up 3 kills. Pino in a 1v3. Good luck here in Church. He's going to need more than a hope and a prayer. J90 faults and Newers with the plant going down. He is being cut off by J90, who locks him down and locks in match point for SSG.
Love that play there from Benji Master. The follow from his team. I was thinking, okay, Ashen solo play down the long haul. Not a good look when enemies aggressing for you, but there was a bigger play at hand for Space Station. Pushing blue, dropping Moto, making the play together and trading each other effectively. Benja saves the round. And I really like that pace switch from Space Station, slowing it more. Nice and steady pace. 6-3 now. Operator bands coming out, the final one to this clash finally happened.
Yeah, I think that's a good move here for SSG because they want to play that aggressive style.
Yeah.
You know? And not to use the buzzword, but that was kind of a bit of split theory there. We had, I can't remember who was
not missed that word.
On the Hibana, sending it straight
Ashen,
down. Ashen, yeah. So Ashen was straight down main.
Yeah.
Right? Meanwhile,
it looked like a troll play for a second.
No, but at the same time, you've got 2 players going both of the avenues into blue, and you've got Benja going in from Moto. So it's just everyone pushing at the same time from 4 different angles, technically 5 if you include the player up above the kitchen hatch. So it's 5 different players in 5 different positions, all pushing at once, and it was timed well. So even though Ashen died, didn't matter. I mean, it does rely on players fragging out. Thankfully, you've got Benja, so that's going to happen. But for SSG, like the one thing that would have made that really challenging is the clash.
Yeah.
You can't trade out a clash. You can see her, you can't kill her.
Yeah, that's it. Big obstacle, and it's mobile as well. It can just move around. Like we said before, Mirandos's stuck in one position, but that clash can be anywhere. Roaming in lounge even, as someone said once.
Yes. We saw that last game. Was it Furia?
It was in the Furia match, yeah.
And they just randomly had Clash sitting in lounge.
Kind of everywhere,
round.
you know?
Yeah, but no, she like died in the first 20 seconds
yeah,
of the round.
yeah, very going back to blue
round
stairs, yeah.
Yeah. Bit of a silly maneuver. Oh well, Furia, I feel like, hot take, I know this is distraction for a sec, but hot take, I think Furia might be out of the woods. I think all they needed, I think they might be back. If I'm matched up against Furia in the 1-2 round next up, I am scared.
There are some good teams in that lower bracket run because of day one upsets, so I don't know. Yes,
true. I mean, it could be whoever wins this game plays against Furia next.
I think Furia might take that one, but you know, they gotta fight BO3s the rest of here in phase 1 because they're elimination matches, so I think they'll be okay. For SSG, I feel like I haven't seen them play much this event, sadly, but
they haven't played much, dude. They got 7-1 and 7-5.
That's true, but they're looking better than the scoreline has shown.
Right now, absolutely.
First map, though, a lot can change in a BO3. It can be a long series or a short one. But they want to get this one down in a 7-3 fashion. And looking at that Calg attack, last time there was a roam clear. This time, nade, fire, watching the angles. But so far, Wizard stays alive.
Oh,
That's
see ya.
nade.
Wow, somehow he stays alive. I thought that surely would end him. A nade in the fire doesn't time it well enough, and they still cannot put him to rest. Hates is also covering in case SSG decide to make an entrance. And here they do so. Another fire goes out. The Blackbeard making his way up the stairs. It's J9O. Oh, perfect timing! As Wizard goes to shoot the Vulcan canister, J9O threads one between his eyes. NIP are falling to pieces. It's Cons and Pino left on the bomb site. Try and make this one work for the Ninjas. But Space Station, they're dialing it up and they're putting that pressure straight onto the bomb site.
There is no Fanny to save them right now. It has to be Cons and Pino. But with that BB, the constant information game. So much time on the clock. There's the first shot for Cons. Gets back down one player, but there are so many more waiting for these fights.
Don't choke this now. The call run out. Ashen does not have any more remaining. There's not a lot of util to speak of. Newers has one smoke.
Could plan on breach, maybe?
Fultz is going to go for it. There's no sound cover. There's one nitro cell in the hands of Cons, but he doesn't have the angle going outside. He's not going to be able to see it, but that might cause enough of a distraction to enable Pino to march on forward. But NIP now just rely on Pino. Ashen straight up the stairs, and the Gym Bros flex their muscles on Clubhouse. Their first map win of the tournament. And they are back on top, baby. NIP on the verge of elimination as the Americans put them down on Clubhouse.
Looking good, looking convincing on map number 1, but what they need right now is consistency because they've had some sloppy games earlier at this event. Can they do it, James?
Map number 2 coming up after this, and we'll find out if NIP can bounce back.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready! I'm taking them out!
Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
SSG are now one map up in this survival game here at the Munich Major, the first best of 3 that they're playing, and this is looking really good from them. It fell for a second if NIP was really struggling to get a foot in that match, with some players having a donut until a few rounds in that game. But what we talked about at the beginning of this game, what was needed from SSG was for the game plan to be A+ with the side of Fools.
I think it was 3 things. It was Fools as the IGL, it was Ashen as the entry, and it was Benja as the lurk. And what did we see? We saw the right game plan executed and called by Fools. Slow them down when you're in defense. They're the second slowest team in this tournament. We're going to play utility, and we're going to abuse that as much as possible. Great calling. Second thing, and that is Benja. Take a look at the first few rounds. Benja is given the space to lurk around and get kills. And that's going to get him a few kills by just being able to lurk around the bomb site, around the utility, go up the main stairs here, get another pick. The space, he is taking it. He gets a triple kill here. And here, on the second round, he is given a double kill with the C4, again by lurking, abusing the fact that they've got utility around the bomb site. And even in attack, he was finding that space, finding those gaps. That's the lurk that we were waiting for, Lax.
Yeah, that's exactly what we said needed to happen here, and it was being displayed, and a lot of that also was coming off the backing of Fultz. Even in that first round, being able to use that clash to feed the information, to stop and thwart off the attack from NIP, which then allows Benja to thrive in this environment. And again, this is where we needed to see everyone come alive, and they absolutely delivered on every single front, which is why we would see such a dominant performance coming out here on Clubhouse, where I'd say they could have closed this out even sooner.
Yeah, and then even the entries game was going super well for them. I think Space Station overall, the 3 win conditions, they're all checked out, and that is why they take NIP's map.
I mean, even talking about the opening kills, I mean, I just even want to see the stats and what those look like, because this is something, again, that I really wanted to see. And the fact that we're highlighting Benja, we're highlighting J90.
82.
Sure, Bolts might not have had the best performance, but your IGL doesn't always need to be topping the chart, as we see players like Savage or Hot and Cold, big IGL step up. It's the fact of the matter is that he can lead them to success, that he can lead them to water, and that's exactly what we were seeing. And Benja, by all means, was taking as many drinks and gulps as he could take. I mean, 60% cost, 11 and 6, dominant performance.
8 opening kills for SSG, 2 for NIP. That's 4 times more for Space Station. That's just how dominant they were. It's exactly like we said. Every single win condition set up before this match is right now for SSG.
Well, it seems like the Space Station is definitely fueled, and they'll be taken off to Consulate very soon, with that being the second map of our series. We're going to be back after this.
I can see what's in front of me. I can no longer feel a thing. I can see what's in front of
Welcome back to the Munich Major. We're about to head into our second map of the series here for survival. SSG is on map point to stay in the competition. NIP need to bring it back. Now, for those NIP fans out there going into Console, what is their spark of hope that they're looking forward to on the second map?
Well, I think on Clubhouse we started to see the hope in defense, and that was on the back of Fantasy. Look at how aggressive he was, just picking the gym window, jumping out, taking a gunfight on the roof. That just kept on going. He was the one player on the side of NIP that I thought was bringing it back for them. If he can do that again on Controller, that would be amazing, especially because if you think about it, on which side is NIP starting here?
Defense.
So he can do that, go aggressive, bring them back into it, but he needs support here.
And I think that's the important thing to take away from here. Hope is a very, very dangerous thing to go against, especially when your back is against the wall here. And again, Fantasy, if he can have this same performance, he can muster out some of these rounds, claw them back, that can give everyone the confidence that they need to be able to step up their performance and realize not only for themselves, but as a team, that they can compete with SSG. They can bring this game back. They can push this into a map 3 and claim their spot and not go home early. But again, it doesn't just start with one player. It starts with a single round that then snowballs and possibly turns into a match 1.
Well, they definitely can, but NIP will have to give it their all if they want to stay in the competition. Console is the battleground. We'll send it back to our casters, Dev and Pengu.
Thank you very much, Anne. There is no doubt whatsoever NIP do want to stay in the tournament, but it's going to be a tough one because SSG, man, they're finally firing. It's been a rough slog for them so far. Both of these teams got 7-1 and, of course, had another win, another loss for SSG. It was to Wildcard. Now they're up against the Brazilians, and it finally looks like they have a little bit of confidence in them.
Yeah, and I gotta say, after NIP showcase on Clubhouse, I don't see it, man. I feel like they're missing a bit of fire on the rounds they're losing. I know it can sound weird, like why would they be excited when they're losing? But it's like they are 110% when they win a single round. Fantasy usually won individually most of the rounds on Clubhouse that they won. And then when they lose, it's just quiet. I feel like they're missing the hype guy. Come on, guys, we got this. You know, come on. It feels like they don't fully believe in this.
Yeah. Especially when Ashen is yelling at them after every round. I mean, SSG are the opposite. They have all hype.
Yeah.
Sometimes all hype, no substance. But NIP, they just need whatever they can get. At the moment, it's just the fantasy train. And it could be...
shield play. God damn.
Yeah.
None of that.
No.
I love the fact that, you know, I don't think SSG will ban the shields come the sides up either because...
You want them to play shields because they suck at it.
Whoa! It is one of those. Although NIP will find some comfort in the fact they're starting on defense. So the first 6 rounds should be relatively straightforward for them, hopefully. And if not, that's game. Like, they need to get, at the minimum, 3 defensive rounds, ideally 4.
Yeah. Oh, well, here on SSG's map pick, NIP have their work cut out for them. It's funny that SSG picked this because actually, I mean, the only time they've played it in Stage 2 was a win against M80. In Stage 1, it was not their map. They lost to DZ, Wildcard, and M80. On the flip side, NIP actually beat Liquid on this map 7-4 and almost beat FaZe just a month ago 7-8. So NIP, they're no strangers to this map. They don't mind it.
Let's see if they have what it takes, though. In the first round, they're going to bring out a couple of interesting operators. The Aruni, the Pulse, the LF.
I love a bit of Pulse. No Shoddy, though, is a bit of a surprise. With the Reaper buff, I feel like a lot of people are picking Pulse Shoddy these days.
They have. Just the ability to shoot people vertically through the floor and not only rely on the C4 itself. An early disc there from Falsto in the window towards admin offices, interestingly enough.
I think he was just trying to burn the Aruni gate.
But he threw 2.
Oh, true.
So maybe he burned the gate and tossed one in. Maybe that's one the angle. And then Blitz, Repel, and okay, this could be a cook.
What is this?
Jump on in. Blitz, no diffuser. It's going to be a push.
Oh, okay. So he's gone deep. Like you said, no diffuser. He's kind of baited and switched it, but Hates does take him down when he looks the wrong direction. Con's aggressive, but this is a completely strange round from SSG. I'm as confused as you are. NIP weather the storm. They find enough of the kills. Look, SSG, that strat, if it was an art piece, it was a Picasso. Ashen finds one nice one tap, but he is swiftly put down.
I kind of like the push. It didn't work, but...
What was the push?
Yeah, so you know, often on Contra we see a lot of default plans like CO window, plan, combo, whatever. The blitz goes deep, trying to find the player by the connector window, but I think there's one, a small gap in the sense wall, and secondly, a bit of a bad time with the post running in, looking the wrong way, etc. And then you just execute yellow, skylight drop, and then bathroom jump in. They lost 2 of the initial gunfights, so they're starting at round 3 with start effectively. But then quickly trading back from Newers, he dies in bathroom, Fantasy gets a 2-piece, and the round is over. If Fantasy doesn't get those 2 kills, they're gonna have full CO control, full yellow control, and Newers caught in the bombs in the half in bathroom. That's wraps.
As someone who hasn't seen a lot of this new NIP, I don't believe we casted them at EWC.
Nope.
And of course, we did cast them yesterday and today, but you know they haven't been an international event since Sao Paulo a year and a half ago. What I'm seeing at the moment, it actually reminds me of the very old Fantasy Furia roster.
Well, because Fantasy
because it's literally Fantasy gets a few frags every round, and the rest of the team just capitulates, lies down and dies. Look, Hates did find a 3-piece that round.
That's more than he did on the Clubhouse.
Give him some credit, yeah, but yeah, I'm just not seeing as much substance. Obviously, that was, you can't read a lot into that round, at least not for NIP. That was SSG throwing a crazy rush, and NIP seeing how they can do it, what they can do about it. But we'll see. Look, I like that SSG can be creative, but I want them to also have a little bit of the basics down pat as well.
On the opposite side there, I think conjured attacks are so difficult that breaking the norm is going to benefit you more often than not. And it came down to 1 or 2 gunfights, right? To be a win or a loss in that one. But SSG, they're known to have the one-off strats, the rushes, the fast ones, direct attacks, and then if it doesn't work, they can default back to basics, right? So I do expect this one to be a bit more stable. They got some more slow pacing. They got the Brava that has to get activated. Nurk has to sneak on in from basement. They're not going to have much action the first minute and a half of this round, most likely, unless NIP overstep their boundary and find them first. Well, Nurk is still in basement.
Ooh, what's the play here?
He's a scanner. He's a scanning man.
He's not far from one player, but he wasn't looking the right direction.
He must have heard something.
Well, I mean, you can hear the bullets being fired from outside. I think that might have been false.
Okay, so SGs are kind of rotating around. Nurk is still hiding on the server staircase, just waiting. Got info from Cons, but they can't do much with this, I don't think.
This would be a very hard run-out angle. He is going to go for it. No, he's just going to taunt it.
Yeah, just pressure. Now it's going to get him off the rappel instead. They got good drone information. There's C4.
Ballsy. A lot of damage. No kill. Benja almost showed it in time. There we go from Wizard, though. The lurking Nook. I mean, Ashen spent the whole round getting into position just to fall. At least Cons will go down. That's the pulse. Newis is getting very active on this top floor. Remember, Bombsite is down inside of lobby press. There's a lot more ground that needs to be taken. Love that usage of the Sens to cut that top floor in half and enable the push in from Newers, isolating angles one by one. The Blackbeard, it's what he does best. And SSG have top floor dominance.
Great utility for sure. Little bit of lack of Pantanal here though. No more C4s and pulse being gone, so they can just drop the hat, sense off, cover vertically, and go for what should be a pretty free planet tent right now. NMP, all they have are guns blazing, going for gunfights, and they win that. Fantasy again on fire. Phenomenal shot on Genano.
Very rare from Genano, usually a very sharp player. Oh, Newers. Guard broken for a brief moment. Pino's just tossed out another one of those Elemines as well. You're right, though. Fultz might have an opportunity to go for a plant here. If he drops down, it'll only be Benji to cover while Newers is isolated. Never mind, Newers is dead. And yeah, it is very bad. Fultz needs to drop straight down into the smoke. Sees a player amidst the chaos. Finds a double kill out of nowhere. Benja Master cannot drop into the site soon enough. Another strange round, another chaotic one, but NIP will take it regardless.
I'm not gonna lie, I think Fantasy won the round again for his team. If Janano doesn't die there and he gets the kill instead, they get backstep pressure, bottom spiral to connect on yellow, deny the crossfire from the defense of NIP, and they have 1 man advantage. What's also big is they knew the Fenrir was hiding either in server or Taylor's Visa. He was off the bomb site. That would have been a 4v2. And the smoke can't use his gadget either. That one gunfight, Fantasy just beams him on Spiral, changes everything. Great collab there from Fultz.
Yeah, it was very funny. I think you're on the money about that kill out of the Blackbeard. It meant everything.
Feels bad, man.
It might take SSG a while to win a round of attack, but let's not forget, I mean, map 1, it was very much a similar story. It was very defensive favored.
Sure.
NIP lost 5 attacks in a row. Of course, they ended up losing the game, but...
but those first 2 rounds could have been won by either team.
That's
like,
true.
Definitely.
That's fair. It seems like SSG, instead of trying to play textbook Consulate really well, they're trying to play chaotic Consulate. And it's like, look, if you roll the dice and it's a 50-50 or a 40-60, then you're still going to win 2 or 3 rounds. And that's pretty damn good for Consulate.
Exactly. That is all they need. And as I said, in the first half, in the first 3 round attempts here, they can kind of do whatever. And if it doesn't work, they can't just back to defaults. Because they got defaults. We all do here. It's top 16 teams in the world. Mirrors finds a pick onto Fantasy, a big one at that. And I guess it was a cheeky spawn peek-ish on Visa window. Mirrors expected it, held the angle, got that freebie.
Let's not forget, Deimos in play makes the roam clear far expedited. Bomb site is downstairs, and we have plenty of hard breach. We have plenty of verticality. This is, in some ways, you know, the perfect lineup for SSG to be in a 5v4 attacking the basement.
And of course, if you get this opening pick, you can do one of 2 things. Either speed up and keep up that pace, or just slow things down and not throw that body. And given the fact there was a anti-spawn peak, you can't really speed up that much because you're outside the building. So they're gonna take it nice and slow here. Use the tracker, find a player, get their flank drone set up, pick another pick. Ashen takes down Pino. The Mira and Legion both remove from action with a fast push backside from Benji Master.
Oh, they're rushing.
Closing in that net. They're on site.
There's no one in the basement. There's not a single player.
Hold up.
Not a single defender is in the basement. Wizard is upstairs. He does find 1 kill on Benja as he retreats on back. But Cons is quickly shut down. This is a very strange decision from NIP. I mean, why is everybody upstairs? I don't know whether SSG knew for sure if they took the calculated risk, but they completely stole the side. Hates his... I mean, he's dead meat, that's for sure. Weird round.
Great gap find, though. Gotta say. In the building, full info, push the bomb side, plant, profit, round win, that's it.
Yeah, easy as you like, bit underwhelming. Still cannot believe NIP did not have a single player on the basement.
Crazy band, I'm thinking Deimos, Blackbeard, potentially. Maybe Mira.
Get rid of that Deimos, I reckon.
Mira, Kaida Bandit.
What?
Glass.
Brother, they played Glass 1 round and they lost.
Interesting. Okay. Like the Mira ban. Big fan, big fan. It's
helps SSG rushing even more, doesn't it?
It certainly does. And also just, it can be awkward to have the right operator, like Ash, for example, in the right spot, because rotating around the map of Control is quite tricky, right? Say you're going for an admin attack, you need the Ash elsewhere, you gotta go out on the rappel, up on the roof, run across the map, rappel down somewhere else. It just takes a while.
Yeah.
It's very one side to the other on Control. You don't see a lot of, hey, we're gonna start on A and then go all the way across on the side.
I've just thrown up my hands in confusion. NIP have banned Ying and Glaz, and they're playing Warden.
Well, if you think about it, there are other smoke grenades.
I really hope you guys can hear that at home.
It's loud.
Who is that?
Brazilian team, surely.
Oh, that... I don't know. Who's Falcons playing? Oh, W7M.
Ah.
It's W, because it's Falcons v W7M now on the B stream, about to begin. Bumped into Julio in the bathroom. He's playing it up against his old org.
Yeah, he is. Yes.
I also literally bumped into J90 in the bathroom.
Yes, did I?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So we just like accidentally like almost killing him because I opened the door to the bathroom and he was there and he like jumped because I almost hit him with the door.
Oh, I'm a friendly kind of fella. I didn't do that.
I mean, it was an accident. I didn't want to be late.
Yeah, was it?
So I was
it an accident, James?
And so we just stared at each other and I was like, oh my God, I almost killed you. He's like, yeah.
Oh, so he does speak English.
J90, of course he speaks English.
He does, but he doesn't. Oh, J90. Oh, sorry.
No, not J92.
Sorry.
No.
I was thinking JV. Jesus.
No, not JV.
No, we gotta help SSG here. You know, they got Benjamas in the roster. Nice. Dude, I met J90's dad in Boston.
Oh,
and his dad is his son's biggest fan.
Oh,
I love that.
That's amazing. I love that. I feel like a lot of the North American players have family members come to these events. I've met a few.
Yeah, they do. And I think for SI, it's going to be a big family one. I hear everyone's bringing their mother and father and daughters and sisters and brothers. And
I love
everyone.
that. Yeah, I know it also definitely happened at Brazil with all the Brazilian teams.
Oh my God, yes.
So much Brazilian family and the partners and the siblings. Oh, it's adorable. Seeing KZ has his whole entourage, his whole family.
Yeah.
Turns out.
Oh, bit of feet there. Nice angle.
Not sure we can show them on Twitch, Newers.
I mean, he's got shoes on. It's okay.
For now, I think he's just shot them off.
There could be a Kivera skin in the future, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, let me just pretend you didn't say that. Fantasy's found his.
Yes, he does.
Hungry for more. I mean, this is classic Fantasy.
He's really, feeling it.
He has this energy where he's like, I feel like I have to get a multi-kill every round for my team to win it.
For the 5v4, you don't gotta make this swing, and if you die here, you look like a fool, but if you get a kill, though, you're the hero.
He's surely gonna die. He's in an exposed position. Out comes the fire. He falls on back as Fultz evens up the numbers.
There's the aggression.
Dude,
he's
Fantasy
for 2.
Can't help himself.
Dude, and they're waiting for it too, but he's just better. Another swing by a different player. It's Pino's turn.
Yeah, NIP have decided to turn it up to 11. They're swinging everything. They're not letting SSG get into position to execute. Cons deals damage first as well, and even though Newers puts him down, it just goes to show how aggressive NIP have decided to be today. 2 of them low HP. They got to be careful. This is clutchable.
There's the nade though. Nice piece of util. Good collapse. 2v2 in 25 seconds. Again, anybody's round. Pino low on health.
I think Ashen can win this. Great gun. No util to speak of, but it doesn't matter. Newers is low HP, so's Pino. Here we go though, the flank from Pino.
1v1.
Newers has made it onto Fantasy. Ashen on the ground means that Newers has to decide. Does he hunt, does he revive, or does he plant?
I don't like
the choice is the latter, and he's not going to have a lot of time left. He's decided to fake it, and Pino's run it to perfection. It's a critical mistake from Newers, and NIP will lap it up.
Such an awkward spot for Newers to be in, because he can't go for the revive because there's no coverage, and there's no time to wait for him to crawl back behind the corner. He can't plant because he's got the door to his right, the door to his left, so there's no coverage there as well. Doesn't have time to go to CO, but SSG will call their tactical timeout. What do they have to say?
Mara shotgun, crew, and Fultz. I want you guys to pressure and copy CO window for that. We're going to get him onto yellow early. After that, you guys are going to flip back into our normal, like, fucking piano bass. Benji, you're gonna pressure beast when they're doing that. Jack, you're gonna play like B2 side the entire time for Liam. Like you two are gonna be on that yellow side hard, shotgun in hand. You on the B2 cut, while those 3 are gonna clear across the other side.
Alright. So you want me to Walker and then to just clear?
Yeah, I want you 3 to clear across admin side. Benji, you pressure beast for the C4 below, then we're just gonna fucking float. Last time it was a pulse floating in and out, so just be aware of that. For basement fells, just read it as assume. We have the mirror band, we can ISO if we want to, or we can clear. It doesn't really matter either way. Just press the Jonesy, read it.
Go boys.
Okay.
Yeah,
let's fuck them. Let's go. Jay, go nades. I want you to nade yellow, like as soon as I'm like kind of at the top.
Putting the tactical into tactical timeout.
I was gonna
tell
say,
you what.
Very specific.
That was some like military comms right there.
80% of that was one strat. This upcoming round where we're gonna have you go here, you to go there, etc. Then it was a quick basement. We can either go for a clear or go for a direct. Doesn't matter either way. And I actually did not expect it to be that specific for Corner. I thought it was going to be more about general stuff like expect the swings, the aggression, be ready for it, but it was very much like what we are going to do, not what they're trying to do.
He was the captain of the ship. He was telling you go here, you go here, you go here.
I feel like Kolar definitely could have had a playing spot in a different world in today's era of Seeds. Like he's got good comms, clear precise, he's got a good head on his shoulders.
Do you think he can keep that while in the midst of the chaos?
That's the thing.
I mean, Callout, he did play for a while on... Did he actually play on the Astralis roster? I can't remember.
Ooh, there is maybe something there, actually. He was a player at one point.
Oh, yeah, he was.
Exactly.
But, I mean, I hate to say it, but I don't think he was a particularly good player.
I mean, that's why he's coaching, right? People who coach are not good enough to play. That's pretty much the story.
Let me have
People
a
who can't
look.
coach, they cast. So here you go, buddy.
Oh, thanks, brother. So he played with a few different teams. He played with United.
I remember that United,
their main team. And yeah, they did not do great. He had a few stints on a couple of different Tier 2 teams after that, but then moved coaching where he's had a lot more success.
Yeah. I mean, he's well suited for it. I mean, he's the main pushing force of the whole culture they've built within the team, right? The discipline, the work ethic.
Was he on the team with Leo on a United?
I would assume so. I believe so. Him, Yeti, Leo, and 2 other guys. if I had to.
I don't remember off the top of my head.
I mean, I don't either, but I would assume so. But no, it's I like call-outs. Solid guy.
Yeah, a lot of respect for what he's done with SSG. I mean, these are the gym bros, the meditation yoga boys, sports psychologists. Like, you know, that's what they're all about. That kind of treat it like it's a
full commitment.
We are here in the BMW arena at the basketball court. It feels very befitting for an American team that conducts themselves in such a way.
Go slam a dunk in your off time. So we heard a specific strat in action, and I feel like for SSG it's been a bit slower than they would have liked because there was so much early aggression in Visa from Ninjas in Pajamas.
Well, I'm not sure if they expected it to be the split bomb site because this is the first time NIP have played it.
Oh, you're right. They probably did not expect it at all.
I mean, in a way, it kind of nullifies the entire tactical timeout from SSG. NIP taking us to this bomb site. SSG looking very direct now with that Monty.
That can work. I mean, walking, if they get Visa control for the corner hatch, they could walk in and plant hard right here off the door, walk in for J9O. And look at the outlines. Most players from NIP are quite far away on a different floor entirely. This might just be plantable, especially with Smokes live, but Cons has to be dealt with first.
Oh, they haven't checked the corner.
Nope.
Cons sees one and takes his head off. Looks for the second one. The Monty trying to take the fight. Ashen swings in to save the day. And now the plant opportunity is available for SSG. J9O starts forcing it down. It's a very safe tuck. And it will be a 3v4 post-plant retake now for NIP. And it's not going to work out for them because Benja is watching from outside the Visa window. Picture perfect round from SSG.
Good problem solving. That Monty literally saved the round. And despite Cons going unnoticed for a bit there, going for one kill, they were quick to act back and go for that final pick for the bomb to go down. And now it's SSG's bit of a...
What did he say?
Huh?
What did Ashen say?
I could not tell. It's just, wow.
Sorry, we got Milos here. I thought he was going to tell us.
Mr. Lowe's.
He's just brought my laptop charger. Thank you very much, Milos. Did you hear what Ashen said just then? Nah.
No.
It's
go
all
ask
energy.
him.
Yeah. Just dropped in mid-game. I mean, Ashen, he's all energy and no comprehension, at least. That's the way I interpret it. Maybe we'll get a replay.
Wait.
Here we go. You have defense?
Oh, you're G-bots? Like, I don't know.
No, I think he said, hey, you have defense, as in
Saga.
You guys are defending, you should be winning.
Saga. That's a lemon defense when he said that in English.
Maybe, okay.
There's something about it, but I don't get it.
Something about defense. Maybe he's like having a go at a team that's fumbling defenses, because this is something we talked about earlier on in the half, right?
Round score.
Well, yeah, I mean, NIP were up 2-0 at the start of this. Since then, SSG have brought it back 2-3. They've hit par for the course for consulate attack. They win one more, which is very doable, and it's happy days.
It would be happy days. And, you know, that was SSG having to work off the flow after attack timeout that wasn't about the bomb side. Now they're going to go back to a call-out set and go, okay, what do you say again? Okay, you go here, I go there. And then wrap it back around. So it sounded like they're going to go for a attack one side, flip it mid. Oh, my Fantasy is too good, dude. But Ashen flies in the window upstairs instead, finds a kill on yellow stairs, a trade back to even numbers. But smoke for ace? Pretty good value, I gotta say here, favoring SSG. But Fantasy is literally running into people's faces, and he has no care in the world. He's being so successful at finding those opening engagements. Cons, ton of intel. This time they can't quite act upon it, though. And they hear that scanner being ripped up and down. And Ashen's got yellow locked under wraps.
Not flanked down below.
Yeah. Not sure if they're trying to get away or trying to get to someone. What are we doing here?
It's a very active defense here from NIP. Extremely mobile. Every single one of these operators making moves, rotating around that map.
You can see SSG, they're not sure exactly what to do right now. And I get that because they know there's a pulse somewhere. Call-Out mentioned that before. They always play that operator below. Ashen can hear the operator, but can't quite see him.
He's on drone. That's the thing. It's a dangerous game if he does go for the flank, because Ashen is watching his own flank. Now Giselle goes out. Hayes actually spots the drone, so good time delay here from NIP.
Very much so. And they can open the floor for a C4 planted out on the concrete portion of the bomb site, so this ensures that Cons are safe in the late round, unless they go beneath.
I mean, it means SSG do have to clear down below if they are to try and plant in Piano.
Or just get hatch control by taking the full bomb site, right? Because the Piano hatch is opened up. But right now, ST are very spread apart. Diffuser case on Sense's top floor, holding Visa flank, as is the Lion. And Jinano at the building. Ashen on yellow stairs. They have no one really pushing the middle of the map. They're on the exterior and on the ends of it. They need a way into this bomb site.
It's a strange, complex position. Both of these teams trying to fake each other out.
Could be a catch.
Both waiting for the other to make the first mistake.
Doesn't he hear him?
Fantasy might gifted. In fact, he is gifted a chance as Ashen exposes himself. NIP in control with Fultz on the floor. Wizard continuing to hold on to his position with the shotty in hand. He finds them both. NIP have evened up the half. Or rather, they've exceeded their expectations. It's a 4-2 split for the Brazilians. And that might be just enough to continue their march forward. As they move on to the attacking side, SSG are the ones that need to lock in.
So this is what we spoke about. 3-3.5 is bare minimum. 4-2 for the defenders is what they really want to aim for, and they got there. NIP now, there are no excuses. They got what they needed in the first half. It comes down to their attacks. It comes down to the more difficult side. If SSG want to play their usual game, it's going to be about the layers, peeling back and having a backup plan for every single defense setup. NIP, they have to be good on the plan A, and they always need to be ready for a plan B if something doesn't go their way. So far, it's been Fantasy finding so many picks alone, single-handedly saving them. And I am wondering here, on the attacking side, where it's much more difficult to get those engagements, what happens when this kid stops shooting?
Yeah, that's the question, right?
He's so good.
Yeah, he is.
Attackers have discovered the location of a
But it's hard to force those fights. I mean, what are you going to do? Rappel and CEO window? No. Walk up yellow staircase? Probably no. It's going to be so hard for Fantasy to have that playstyle. He's on Ash here in the first opening round. He's going to go for kills. That's going to be his whole thing.
That's right. I mean, NIP have been playing this like little roam game. You get people sneaking around the map.
They were
Fantasy waiting for their chances. They're playing reactively.
5 seconds left.
Oh, the Fantasy. Yeah, I mean, he's literally trying to translate the defensive playstyle onto attack. I don't think it's going to work out.
I can see the nuke working, but it only works once.
I mean, the thing is, you look at the SSG lineup, and it's like absolute on-lock plant denial. Goyo, Tachanka, smoke. You've got Ella for preventing the creeps. I don't think it's going to work.
This is how you know a team is the real deal in Siege, okay? If they play Tachanka on top floor consulate, you know that they're good.
You are such a Tachanka sim.
No, it's like if you don't, they can just plan CO window. And this happens all the time in T1 play, much more than it should.
I mean, I'll tell you what, if NIP plan on the window in this round, then hats off to them.
Oh, the timing's incredible.
Should be a freebie, and it is for Hates.
They had two attackers watch that angle, by the way. Two separate ones. One on the roof, one on the ground. And Pino finds Ashen, and here comes the lurk from Fantasy. This is falling apart very quickly for SSG. Mind you, they have utility. They have 3 spare elements in pocket for J9O. They're not ready for this.
No, not at all. They're playing way too aggressively. They lost a hell of a lot of firepower very early on in the rounds. And now NIP have to decide, okay, well, if we're going to clear the map, we're going to clear from admin, or are we going to go for a CEO take? Now, we've established with the amount of plant denial available, probably don't go for a CEO take. That said, I mean, Ashen's dead, so your gas is gone. It's just Tachanka and the Goyo fire. I think admin take is the play in a 5v3.
I am with you on that one for sure. They could also just go for a flood, right? You get an admin, you like jump in bathroom window, jump in meeting breach, you know. They got the 5v3. Like, the hard part is over in this round. Just gotta convert this into a round W. There is the meeting breach, for example. So once they're ready for it, they can go for a push. They're still just barely inside of admin. Droning soda machine, top Visa stairs. But now they're starting to stabilize, and there's no cheeky C4 from SSG. There's no real easy way to get a kill but gunfights. And that's where BB of Cons can walk in first and get the info for his team.
Well, the thing is here that Tachanka can actually rotate and use the fire on the other side. I really like how Fultz has used it very aggressively.
Yeah.
It prevents those NIP players from even peeking towards the side. And now that Hates has fallen, Fantasy is separated from the rest of the team. He's actually got to the top of yellow stairs now.
He's flanking.
He might be able to make a backstep here. This could open the round. 4 ninjas in pajamas. He's putting the ninjas in their name. Straight back up from the yellow stairs. He finds one, looks for another with the pistol. But the projector meeting is clear. Janino flanking up behind. Cons on the Blackbeard. Knocks him down. Shuts him out of it. It's Fultz. in a 1v2. The round that surely should have been to SSG has been ripped away from them. As the Blackbeard watches, Pino confirms that plan, and the Lord marches forward.
Can't wallbang it.
Can't wallbang that position of Pino, but he can bring out the fire, and so he re-equips the Shamika, tries to get the guard break effect. It doesn't land. Needs to take the 1v1, and he gets it. Cons, where are you? Faults is coming. Oh, and so he gets back onto this defuse. Cons has to make the move. Faults tries to bait him out, but the Blackbeard lies in wait. NIP find a 5th round on Consulate.
Nice try is all you can say there for Faults. I mean, that's an impossible clutch position, and he makes it so close to the 1v1. It almost hurts more because it felt winnable, but let's be honest, it never was. The BB post plant with 13 seconds left, open lines of sight, can play from far away. The BB made the magic happen right there. Shot down the flank, got the kill, covered the planter, and got the information for his team. It started off his team losing 2 players shortly after each other, and still it comes down to the wire. Fantasy flying yellow stairs, and the crazy part is J9O had 3 elemented pocket with half the round to play. One of those being placed on yellow would have stopped the entire thing, but they never expected the nuke to come into action.
Look, there are not a lot of winnable 3v5s out there, but that was one for SSG, and one that they're going to be really fretting that they lost. Ashen, mate, you're on defense.
Saga.
10 seconds
Saga. 5-2 in favor of NIP.
5 seconds remaining.
Lair up next, should they win this map. Reckon we'll go to a 3rd?
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I feel like this round will tell us that.
Yeah.
This is the one. SSG need to show us a convincing round victory, or they gotta just shut down the star player of Fantasy right now, because he is thriving, floating, and getting way too much valued, way too often. And I feel like SSG, you know, going back to the tag timeout, it feels a lot like they want to play their own game and not worry about NIP. But there comes a point where you have to worry about what they are doing that keeps messing you up.
Yeah.
And right now, I feel like it's unexpected aggression, but this far into the second map, it should be expected aggression. They had the trap operators last round, but didn't use the traps because they had a different plan in mind. When they were on the attacks early on the attack timeout, it was about where to go, not what to expect. Yo, we're wiggling. One could see it shaking.
Damn. That Rotera's got moves.
I like that. Put a disco ball on it, all of a sudden we got a dance party.
Germans do love their techno.
Yeah, it's true. They have a scene.
All right, Wizard in with the Roteras now. This one not for a dance party, just getting a lot of information. Not really going to actually clear any util, but not a lot of util to clear. I mean, you look at the lineup here, a lot of this is active utility. The Warden, the Pulse, the Solus, that's all util that the operators have to actively be using. A lot of it is about denying those drones, about finding that plant in the late round. NIP really focusing up on this ground floor, but that means they're vulnerable to the vertical game. Ashen spotted them, but those holes work both ways.
And that's Fantasy, baby. Careful, he's been so good this far, and the Monty's forcing back those defenders, getting so much map space for free. I mean, they're by the bomb site door, and they got the vert above them, but they don't care, they don't mind it at all.
Utterly fearless.
I mean, they could just walk in, there's no one, there's a pulse in the basement actually, so a C4 is possible. Benja finds Pino as well, but they're stalling out in IP.
Yeah, we need this vert. But that said, I mean, somehow Fantasy
in reverse.
Again, through the vert, finding a kill, bringing things back into the realm of possibility for NIP. This is a good read for Faults. He's waiting, hates, goes for the swing, doesn't land the shot. Flashbang should seal the deal, but he dodges it, pre-fires him, and stays alive down below Faults. Still with that C4, deadly and ready to deny the plan in the late round. Monty sends it inside. NIP decide to take matters into their own hands, but Newers holds down the fort. Wizard in a 1 versus 3. He will need to live up to the name. And yet Newers will lie in wait on the side. He's taken down. 2 more to find. Diffuser equipped. Faults no longer has his C4. 10 seconds remain. There's no way that he's going to be able to guarantee this plant. He's going to need to bait it on out. And SSG know that he's not stuck it, so they don't even need to swing. The round is done, and SSG have got it across the line.
It all comes down to Faults. Winning his one downstairs, the C4 injuring. Would have killed the Monty if it wasn't for his teammate of Ella getting the job done first. SSG, they play the layers, they play different floors, they play together. Despite that being a very chaotic round, they stayed composed and patient with the plan in mind of what was going to happen next.
No unnecessary swings in the 2v1.
Not at all, disciplined. Not giving anybody any free fights. But it's going to be a round-by-round basis right now. One at a time, don't think too far ahead. This kill right here is disgusting. Through the floor, through the beams. Dukes the flash, pre-fire out, C4 shot there, so right here, injures Monty. Or injures the teammate behind the Monty, rather. It's really good coverage. The thing about Consulate that I feel like makes it so different in our favor is that there's not that free tertiary attack. Like, think of all...
No, I don't start listening. I also love it. Sounds like they're yelling at replying to him, but it's actually just that the W7M versus Falcons game has almost perfectly lined up with us.
Yeah.
So our round is ending about 5 seconds before their round ends.
Because, like, think of Oregon, right? You go basement, kid storms, tertiary. Yeah.
There's a lot of rubbish tertiary
It
sides.
is.
Even Clubhouse, right? Like Cash, a lot of teams hate defending Cash.
And no one plays bar. Here it's like you go basement, nice. Top floor, nice. Lobby, nice. And then you got the fourth split bomb site.
Also pretty nice.
Half the time pretty nice as well, but harder to play, arguably. That means that SSG don't have to worry about the usual bomb site rotation of you win the first, you win the second, and that means this comeback is so possible for them. Fantasy now off the entry with the gun, but on the entry of the shield on Blackbeard. Not against it, but he has to make that work still occur. Maybe more solo play because you can just walk in, face tank the angle instead of droning everything for himself first. Got the Dokkaebi as well. There's the call. Can push on in and take map control for free.
Oh, here we go. Ashen, for a second, I thought he might be gifted a freebie, but no. I think it was a Dokkaebi call that gave away his position. Cons is in the building. NIP taking from the top floor downwards.
Let's see what Boogie can do.
Yeah, it's going to be a full clear.
And they got the ram for the vert as well when they do get down. They're actually using some of the ram offside.
They are. That can be costly later on because only having 2 boogie drones for all of piano vert.
There's a lot of... Oh, what?
Oh, it's a backside take. It has to be.
I mean, yeah, at this point.
It is too big of a commitment otherwise.
And there's no backup. There's no sledge or buck for more vert. I mean, technically you got
soft on ace,
charges.
maybe?
Yeah.
But still, I mean, you're gonna be kind of low on vert. I mean, there is a clash back here, but you don't care about the vert that much. You can walk past it.
Yeah, I mean, the clash is going to be the problem because if you're pushing from a rear take, right, you need the Blackbeard to be really having a big impact as you walk down those long hallways and start to aggress on kitchen. If that clash is still alive, it's round over.
No more vert. It's been used everywhere at the minute. It's a little bit limited, but it's there in the back and the front. This could be a full take where you push the front side and the back side all at once. But that's where the 5v5 of the SSG is going to favor them. They have clash that can shut down a whole hallway by themselves. I'm not sure about this attack. It feels very last second because those 2 bar canisters, they're coming out, and that hatch will not be opened up for a good while.
I have a very bad feeling about this for NIP.
15 seconds left.
Ashen in position. He's got the smoke. He needs to try and hold on for as long as he can. He will fall back. One gas still in pocket. He doesn't want to lose his life. And it's a rotation from Cons.
20 seconds. Flash goes out. Another toxic paper as well, stalling things further. There's the clash.
Yeah, this will need to be explosive from NIP. And with that clash, it's not going to be easy. Straight into the side, but Newis catches Hates before he can find anything. NIP, one by one, funneling through these doorways, and one by one they will fall until none remain. Flawless for SSG. They're running it back, they are closing the gap, and they are chasing NIP.
This feels a bit more like Clubhouse now, the side swap, where NIP half-baked attack, using utility, almost like it doesn't matter, it doesn't have a cost, but it does. Limited verticality means where you use it is the only place it's gonna go down. If you had a buck and a sledge, you have infinite possibilities, but committing those 2 boogie drones for the backside, which you never really saw at the end of the day, that's expensive. Not getting the hatch, that's gonna cost you. Not getting main breach, that's gonna cost you.
I mean, I really wish we'd seen them rotate the breach, but it is a tactical timeout for NIP. Let's see what Dan has to say.
Isso que a gente tem que fazer. Demorou? Então, olha só. Mano, se eles forem server agora, eu quero que a gente priorize a horizontal. Só que o que eu quero, mano? Mano, traz demos, traz, mano, Black Beat, mas, mano, vamos explodir rápido, tá ligado? Não vamos deixar a gente execar lá, mano, na porra do piano, por exemplo, com 30 segundos, os caras com Kaid, com tubarão, entendeu? Não faz sentido, entendeu? Por exemplo, a gente não abriu o alçapão do Moringa ali, tá ligado?
Sim.
A gente não abriu o alçapão do Moringa ali. Então como é que a gente quer progredir? Como é que a gente queria tirar aquele smoke ali, sendo que a gente faz o stepzinho de bangar lá?
Sim.
Demorou? Realmente. Então, mano, se eles forem server agora, quero que a gente faça horizontal, tá? E cuidado com uma subida, uma descida da amarela, tá ligado? Só cuidado com isso. E bora, caralho, bora?
Bora.
Bora.
Tá de boa.
So if you were Dan, James, what would you have said there, huh? Are you gonna be hard on them or are you gonna be soft on them?
I don't know the players well enough. There are really some players you can't go hard on because they go back. We talked about, you know, the Kanto Raketi type player. You can't just like smack them down when they're losing. I mean, I think for NIP, the big thing is like, look, we know attacking is hard on this map. Let's not discredit the fact that it's really challenging to attack. Look, SSG only won 2 of them. True. Don't let it get in your head. All right, you're still winning. It's 5-4. You're 1 round in front. Like, don't worry too much about the fact that they've just won 2 defenses in a row. They were expected to win those defenses. The basement, that's hard. We made the wrong call, going for a server side take. Now we're going into the top floor. We have to decide, make the call early. Are we going to go admin? Are we going to go the other side? Let's make sure we get info on what operators they're picking so we can make an informed decision. Because if they're running Goyo, Smoke, and Tachanka...
You gotta speak faster. Like you don't have more time. That's 6 seconds. But I like what you're getting at, though. And I feel like if they cut you off, they would have gotten the message too. But you gotta either finish faster or stop faster.
I now have an extra appreciation for the coaches. I mean, we have so long to talk about
You need to
games.
really pick what you want to say.
You're right.
And if you even like mess up for like 2 seconds and lose your train of thought, oh, you're cooked.
Your point has been made, Nick.
No, but
I feel like I was so savage and I really like it. You just stared at me. He's like, time's up, shut up.
But no, I honestly think you're right on it. Like, I also think it should be soft because NIP with the current roster, they're not the go-to every international tournament they expect to win it, right?
No, it's their first international event in a year and a half.
And have they played Perfect Siege? Oh, hell no. Have they met their expectations? Probably not either. But going hard on them now is not going to make them believe in it more.
No, and we know Fantasy's got that energy when he starts fragging.
Exactly.
You want to feed into that. Give him the confidence to keep on playing that way. Just make some better decisions in the macro about the strategy. Because micro's all right for NIP. I feel like it's just the big picture stuff.
I heard him mention smoke at one point. I'm not sure that was like, if you see the smoke, don't push where he is because you can't. I'm not sure if that's the angle, right?
Like I was saying, I mean, it's only Tachanka here for the CEO Plantanal, so they very much could go for it. They don't have to burn a lot of util if they did.
And I mean, they got the round, you know, victory last time around. They got the distance.
True, yeah.
Got to the bomb site. Falls almost clutched it, but still.
Ooh.
Starts off on the wrong side, though. Pino goes down first on Capital, and now General can play this soda machine position. Who's shooting Newers? On the door behind him, I see.
Oh, Newers is 13 and 6, by the way. I missed that completely. J9-0. He's stuck behind. They had absolutely no idea! It's the whiff of the century from J9-0! Oh, you unlucky man that we were watching that.
Stick the corner.
Come on, hide.
Stick the corner.
There's no way that you're going to survive this if you keep on peeking with that tiny little pistol. Get out of there while you can, son. It's been embarrassing enough already.
Swing and a miss. Here comes the push. Taking that sort of machine. Nate comes out as well. But General thankfully moved away to top spiral instead. But there's a nasty crossfire. Only 35 seconds left. You got to smoke and you have to push.
Oh, the smoke fell through the holes.
Oh, no.
And so they have to push dry, and J9-0 redeems himself. A double spray and falls to close it. The distance has been made. SSG have marched their way back 3 in a row. And we are tied at 5 rounds apiece.
Right after the attack timeout as well for NIP. And like I said before, it's not gonna get a whole lot easier because, yeah, you lost downstairs, you lost upstairs, so now they're gonna go lobby a split, and that's also difficult. And to make matters even worse, almost every single site revolves around the same areas. Taking top visa, taking meeting and CEO, that's the key to most of the sites. We see Ashen saying Saga in in-game chat, and we saw Nero's also say, stop picking, I think it said, keep picking those shields, you're really good at them. And I feel like if you were to like really simplify this BO3, I would say NIP playing shields, and it goes against their success, has been a big problem for them. On Clubhouse, not a single round did the shields work out. And so far here, one time it did. The first attacking round on top floor, that was the Black Beetle to great effect. But other than that, I'm not feeling the shields.
Yeah. I actually have a translation of the NIP tactical timeout, courtesy of Maria.
Okay.
She's texted it to us. She said that Dan was telling NIP they were jumping over a lot of steps, which is kind of what we talked about on that basement attack. And she said that the game is on them. They just need to keep focus on doing each step individually if they want to progress. Don't jump those steps ahead. And use the example of the hatch not being open, which I thought was mostly due to the tuber out.
Yeah, low on time.
And being low on time.
They could have gotten it, but there was no time left,
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting that it's that specific. Like, he's going into the really nitpicky stuff.
I think he's gonna, if you're a visual learner, right, give them an example they can think about. Like, for example, missing that was crucial. Because you can say, like, okay, there's an obvious thing you can miss in every attack, and we can't miss those. If you look at the previous round...
I mean, it was the fact that you kept letting Janino in and out of that.
Exactly, like the fact that they never cleared it the first time, and he swings, injures the Twitch, and gets out, that was the big mess-up, I would say, previously. And it's a small detail, and it's a small mess-up, but it has a massive consequence. Contis is in the building with Blitz right now. Everybody else is on the repels.
Love that.
And again, step by step, as I said before, you gotta do the same things in most attacks. Taking admin, taking CEO, taking meeting. This is just like attacking top floor in that previous round, but you got more map to work with. And you have to worry about those C4s below if there are any. There's just Ashen on the Warden, who is playing top floor. No pulls, no trickery, but there is an IQ just double checking. So they're respecting the possibility of faults.
Yeah. I mean, a happy accident is maybe the IQ will spot the Vigil at some point.
Yeah? So that's like the 4th Boss G recently. Like, we're seeing more and more of that.
A lot of Boss G these days, yeah. People are loving it, despite the nerfs. NIP have been pretty slow, though. I mean, we've talked about they need to go step by step, but if you're not ticking those boxes, you need to expedite the process or have a simpler plan.
This is the problem, right? If you're going a little bit too fast and therefore skipping corners, well, if you're not play perfect, you're going to play slower naturally. When you play slow against SSG, they will use the time against you because, like we said, they're disciplined. They're not swinging and taking silly gunfights. Look where they are. They are so far back on the map. They're not even near NIP.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't taken the correct half of the top floor. They haven't taken the correct half of the ground floor, and I'm pretty sure there's still a bit of garage presence as well. So in they go. Cons has to start making some moves, but those dread mines from the Fenrir make things very challenging. Not a single drone remains for NIP, by the way. They have no information, and they're just going to go for broke on the bomb site.
They're only taking half of top floor and straight to the bomb site. That means Vert can work against them. Hates finds one, though. Ashen is down.
Good pick. And they've also forced Newers back. I mean, not a great operator to be trying to contest against the Blitz. And 2 picks for Hates on the bomb side. The gates are open, and the flood begins. NIP have 3 kills, and the plan is going down. Janino has to sneak back in, but he's taken out. It's Benja against the world, up above, caught out by the air jab, and far too late to deny that plant. It should be a lockdown post-plant here for the Brazilians.
Oh, yeah.
Benja making his way back, but there's just no hope. I mean, like, they can sit all the way back and deny this when he gets on it. This is, yeah, so rehearsed, so tense. Benja is caught by Fantasy. Map point for the Ninjas on the verge of sending us the distance.
I gotta say, very impressive and decisive round for NIP. From the outside, it looked kind of over because there was no decisiveness in what they're gonna do, but they were just, again, working for that perfect setup. It was in top floor, air jab, leave one guy top for the flank watch, sprint downstairs, straight into side. No hesitation. And I always feel like the fact they had no drones just made them more aggressive because they couldn't even opt for it. They had to go in with their face, with their gun, and make it happen. So quick to switch it around.
Fantasy is absolutely magnetizing to heads today, and the energy from him, it's insane.
I feel like that's his strength. Like he feeds himself off his own energy, almost like Ashen.
Oh yeah.
Ashen tends to kind of troll half the games when he gets loud.
Yeah, he does a bit. I've not seen that from Fantasy. I mean, he's always been Mr. Consistent, right?
From memory, I would say. So, like, back in his last peak, if you want to say, like, that back when he was on the Furia roster and being, like, the guy, madly consistent.
When Furia was winning, he was fragging out. When they were losing, he was still positive. You know, he was still fragging out.
Speaking of the Kara skin that might happen one day.
Oh, sorry.
Down on... Oh.
Ashen, speaking of the devil, just spawn peaked Fantasy.
That is a disrespectful round for SST.
Wow,
That's the NA special. Match point, down 5-6. Kavera pick, check. Spawn peak Ego challenge, check.
That is insane. I only just noticed the Kavera pick. What the hell?
Yeah, he's been hiding in basement the entirety of prep phase. Got the shotgun now on yellow stairs. But there is a Dogebi on the board. There's BB as well. Two pretty big counter-ups, if you will.
Yeah. No, I respect the hell out of that from SSG, both of those things. So you were saying something about a skin?
Yeah, I mean, it's no big deal, really. It's just like, you know, if you want to think realism, because like Sieg's like a tactical game, right? Kavera's gadget makes her quieter when she moves.
Yes.
And if you take off the shoes, and maybe the socks too, you get quieter.
You want a dog's skin. You want a dog's out skin for Kavera. You want the dog's out for Cav. It
just makes sense.
Any operator got the dog. We actually have a dog's out skin for Grim.
I mean, we got the...
So like he's wearing like it's one of the collabs with one of the is it one of the fighting games? I don't remember what game.
Oh, is it the? I think I know what you mean.
Yeah, he's like he's not wearing much. he's got like a little bandana on. Oh man. Anyway,
out goes the call, but I mean, the damage is done. Hade's low on health. They lost the player early. Kavera, I think, spotted by now, but. Where is she? You know, could be anyone running out the building.
There's 3 of them inside of admin. Am I wrong?
There is two of them.
Yeah,
and one below as well. It's almost the reverse. You're attacking admin now, but from the defender's perspective.
Skopos and Ashen together. Nice one on the bench.
Second.
Yeah, very much aware that Ashen's in position. Oh, Ashen's about to get cornered and taken down. SSG were in the lead, but NIP have well and truly brought it back.
Okay. Again, decisiveness to take admin control, take the fight to SSG, get on the table for a safe spot. No, JK, get down again. No C4 on post, but there is one on General's Bandit. Newer's Kavera could still... Oh, hold up.
No way. There's no way.
It's close, but there's a metal beam in the way. Sadly, Newer's is in the basement though in servers, so a flank not possible. Kavera gadget kind of nullified in this positioning game, but with a singular C4, going for a plant and alp from below is kind of risky.
This should be a free kill. Geno's in a very awkward position. Out comes the nade, but he loses the fight. Good trade from Pino. This is where NIP could take us the distance to Lair.
No C4.
If Wizard and Pino can get this done, but there's a flank opportunity from Newers. He's snuck up on the Cav. It has been read by Wizard. He spots him, goes for the swing and finds it. Fultz needs to 1v2 and he's found the first. Diffuser planted. And the team captain from the Americans must take matters into his own hands. Can he stick this? Wizard is sending it below. Goes back upstairs. Fultz fakes it. Swings it. Bites his time. But Wizard strikes back for NIP. SSG might have taken the first bat, but NIP have given them a taste of their own medicine.
Dude, Fantasy left the chair in 0.2 seconds. Up, fist bumps, hands and cocks. Let's go next map, boys. I'm so ready. I'm so hyped up. They made that happen. It looked rough. Tag timeout. Dan enters the room and says, guys, step by step, don't cut corners. I believe in you.
First map win of the tournament. Check for Ninjas in Pajamas. Can they find a second and stay alive? Let's find out on Lair.
NIP tie the series back up 1-1. We don't have to say goodbye to any of these two teams yet, as we'll need a decider to see which of these two teams will be leaving the tournament. Now, talking about NIP, because of their comeback, one thing that we see from them a lot is that they can be very slow on their attacks. I think that's the thing that hurt them on Clubhouse as well, was hurting them here on Concert a little bit too. And SSG played into that quite perfectly on their defenses.
Absolutely, and that's why I was talking about Fultz being able to read into their opponent. How do you counter? You already know you're going against a very slow opponent, so this is where you then bring out the Tuberau, you bring out the Cade, you bring out the Clash, you bring out the Smokes, and you dwindle down that time. But that still simply wasn't enough to stop the attacks from NIP.
No, one of the biggest reasons for that was the way they were using that shield. We saw it from Cons. He was gaining space. He abused that as much as possible. I think that was a big thing to break apart the defense from SSG that was bringing the Tuberau, the Cade, the Smoke, while you bring the shields, and you can see that. You can see that improvement. If you look at the team profile here, the attack win rate is at 25%. Now, that's really low, but when they started this, it was at 20%. So the few attack rounds that they won in that map were the difference maker to bring them and save them from the direct elimination. And that's also, I think, on the back of someone else than Cons. Cons on the shields, yes, but Fantasy, once again, the player that steps up, the player that goes aggressively, the player that gets everyone hyped. He's the raw diamond that they've been refining. This is the stats from the second map. Already again, double digits, and already again involved in injuries.
He was the catalyst in this moment. He was the reason why everyone at NIP could get behind him, find their footing, believe in themselves. And again, why we're now seeing them push it into a map 3 was solely due to the fact that not only was Fantasy performing in their first map where they were looking shaky, but they were able to do it here. And this was the round where I was talking about where SSG did use the Smokes, use the Clash, use the Tuberau, use the Cade to slow down the attack from NIP. But again, it just highlighted how well NIP quickly adjusted and used cons on those shields off of Fantasy, playing extremely well.
Yeah, the shields are really annoying on the side of NIP, and I felt like SSG had some issues, I think, dealing with that here and there. Sorry?
It's been a big crutch. Like, Cons abuses his IGL style. Is all about the shields. He almost only plays that in attack, and NIP used it as much as possible in SAL, and that's probably what pushed them here in the major here in Munich. I'm thinking that's one of the things that you need to ban as soon as you start there. That's what you need to get rid of.
That is the question that I have, I guess. I mean, we talked about it in the green room. I thought that map 2 was a bit of a copy-paste of what we saw on the first map, with certain issues, I guess, arising again. How much of that will really linger into the third map, and how many shields will actually either be played or get banned? There's a lot of questions for us to still answer, and of course the main question is to answer who's staying in the tournament. Is that going to be NIP or SSG? We'll take a quick break and then we're back with the decider.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
One more map is needed between NIP and SSG for this decider here for survival in the competition. Now, a quick question. What do we want to see from both these teams, starting off with SSG for this final map?
I need to see them ban those shields, eliminate that comfortability from them, and then also controlling the tempo.
I think on the side of NIP, they're going to start in defense. You want to go and abuse the same things that they did on club and control it, mount up that lead, and then afterwards, I need to see that chaos, right? That aggression from Fantasy, the abuse of shields if it's open.
That projectile.
Otherwise, use the ying, use the sense, use things that are going to break away a turtle strat.
I mean, that was, I guess, the question that we had. The question remains to be, who survives in this competition? Is it going to be NIP or SSG? Well, Lair will give us an answer.
Yes, it will, and it's the answer that we've been waiting for, the question on everybody's lips. Who survives to fight another day here at the Munich Major? And it looks like you guys at home are picking the North Americans, despite fumbling things on consulates.
I'm not sure we can keep in track of numbers, but SSG started in the high 60, low 70s. Then they were 65, now they're 59. Time by, map by map rather, they're getting lower and lower on the score.
I tell you what, Fantasy has been an utter pleasure to watch for NIP.
Character.
He started winning me over. He really has. I think, if it's a battle between Fantasy and Ashen, Ashen talks more smack, but Fantasy, I mean, he's got more energy, and he proves it in the server.
He does. And that's kind of been one of the big talking points for Ashen throughout his entire career in Tier 1 is he's so loud in the chat, but he's quiet on the scoreline.
I mean, he's had his moments.
He's had like an even game, no?
He went 8-8 in that last map.
That's what I figured.
It's actually Faults and Ewers got 13 kills each.
Yeah.
More than Fantasy did on that map. Funny that NIP won the map, but actually had a lot less kills than you would expect for a team that won 7-5.
Okay.
Let's dig into it. It is Lair, of course, the map that we've been waiting for to determine this series. The Ninjas, their first international event, their first major in a hell of a long time. SSG, I was having a look back in the history books, Nick. SSG have been at almost every international event, in fact, every single international event since Jönköping in Sweden in 2022. The last time they missed an international event was, ironically, Berlin, the other German major.
Nice.
It's been a long time that these guys have been through to the playoffs as well. They've qualified for all these events, but of course, first rounded, not a good way to end it.
We expect more, and so do they of themselves.
That we do.
And I very much believe it's possible, but NIP, they are slowly winning me over. I'm not gonna lie. I gotta say it. Although I will say, a bit of a divide here between us and the desk about the shield situation.
Yeah, the desk really wanted to lean into the fact that those shields were
problematic.
A hindrance for SSG, but we felt like
they were trolling.
Yeah, look, there was a good blitz round, if I recall correctly.
There was like an individual round here and there.
Yes,
but overall, not a fan.
Even what Ashen was saying, or what SSG was saying, they were saying, keep playing those shields, you're really good at them.
I think that was a newest liner, but yeah.
Yeah, oh, there you go. One of the other toxic players.
Whoa, toxic? Someone penalized this man. I like how NIP are just not giving into chat at all. They probably have them muted since the beginning and have no idea this is happening.
Probably. I mean, one thing I really love about the Brazilian teams and the Brazilian players is they have so much energy and they get it out verbally and physically. They don't waste their time in the all chat.
They really don't.
With the exception of JV92.
Well, JV's a special boy.
He's special in many ways. He holds a special place in my heart. Actually, we've, I guess I probably shouldn't say the matches for tomorrow because I'm not sure if they.
No, I don't think you should.
Stream. But we know some of the games that are going to be happening tomorrow, so I'm getting very excited. And of course, we'll be casting JV tomorrow, so I'm very excited. You guys will have to wait and see who they're playing against.
We've cast every Furia match.
I think we have, yeah, lucky us. I love Furia.
It's been fun to watch their story because it hasn't been, oh, they're winning. It's been, oh, they're losing. Oh, wait, now they're kind of winning now.
Great storyline throughout this tournament so far. Can't wait to see them win it all.
Gonna keep okay.
Again.
They win their first game against CHE of the tournament, and now they're gonna win the whole
Hey, they haven't won a major in 2 years, mate. Come on. It's about time.
It's about time. They must be hungry for it. Another Buck DMR in action. We saw one earlier today as well. From Hertz, if I recall correctly, actually, on this very map. And he got 2 kills with that one. See if Benji can do the same. Very simplistic attack right now, but that's not a bad thing from Space Station. Take ops room, breach the wall towards the bomb site, gets a bit of pressure. They got the Monty for plant, the sense to cover. But look at NIP's lineup. Tons of plant denials, C4, smoke, Tashanka fire. A default attack is not gonna cut it here, unless NIP they make a mistake.
Yeah, plant denial is gonna be the name of the game. So SSG have a shield of their own. They've rotated over to the other side of the map. What's Fault's going to be able to achieve? I mean, not much while the fire of the Janker is keeping him at bay. I think they're going to need some explosivity from over on Bathroom. You need some pressure on R6 room to prevent that Tachenka.
Instead of the block beneath, you start finding something. But no, as I say that, he's dead. Fantasy, he ends some rounds and he starts a lot of them as well.
He is that guy.
He is that guy right now, and I think if you can make a simple strat, just counter Fantasy, take him out, you might just win the round. But SSD, that's plan A done. They lost the verticality. Demo spam, can't play that operator. No Asami stuck in this corner. That should be a freebie.
What?
It doesn't go off.
He hit on the... I think it landed on the wall.
They clipped the corner?
It didn't... Yeah,
oh
yeah,
my
technically
God.
It's on the... That's so frustrating for Newers because that would have been a guaranteed kill onto that player tucked in the corner. It is Cons, I believe. And yeah, he's going to swing it on out. That is a calamitous way to go down for Newers. SSG, they just lose Benja early and then nothing happens. Another rotate now from Folds as he tries to get aggressive, but the Tachenka is owning this bomb site for NIP. A second for Cons, about to be a third if Folds is confident enough to peek it, but I don't think he is. J9O's on the grounds. And eventually, Folds will go down. Flawless start to Lair for the Ninjas.
Frustrating way to start off that third map for SSG, but they got a strong mental. We know that. They can keep it cool, calm, and collected, but they gotta really stop their game. Fantasy is too lethal in the server right now at forcing the plays. And NIP is simple defense, but I gotta say, Tashanka can be pretty strong, no?
Yeah.
That fire, man.
I know you've been at Tachenka Sim for a very long time, but that map in particular...
I mean, that Selma, though, oh, heartbreaking. I thought there's no mute being played, like, what's happening? But it just clipped the wall.
Yeah.
I will say, Benja was already... Benja was already dead earlier, so I'm not sure we're mad all that much, but it's these small things that SSG are missing the mark on. And small things can make or break these rounds. We see it time and time again.
Sorry,
do you remember? No, I was just thinking. Sorry. Do you remember when Ace first came out and he, you know, how now you throw a Selma and it was 3 explosions.
I was actually thinking about this the other day because I was thinking about the buffs that we're getting
next season,
which they haven't talked about, right? They haven't said what they are.
You can say it.
Have they? Have they said what they are?
Do not say it. Do not say it.
You always got me fired there for a second.
Hey, it was my bad if it happened. Okay.
You're like, you can say it.
No. Okay. The changes are not public. No, you cannot talk about it.
Well, anyway, I was thinking about, you know, what the things they might be doing.
Okay.
And
might be doing, allegedly. They're not actually doing this.
I don't know what I was going to say. And I was thinking about, like, Ace is so good, and he's already been nerfed significantly.
Yeah, like years ago. Yeah.
One of those operators that got nerfed in, like, so much before he even came out. I think it's hilarious when operators get nerfed before they actually release. The one that always, like, my Roman Empire of operator nerfs is Nomad.
Oh my God.
Remember when Nomad came out?
She
like
was
not a
Sophia
flank watch
stuns.
operator. She was she was literally an entry fragger used to flush people out of cover because it would detonate mid-air when you shoot at someone.
Just like Sophia's stun with the knockback effect. It was crazy strong, actually. A whole different operator.
That was hilarious. Literally like the most funny thing that's ever happened.
Least balanced thing ever.
Least balanced thing ever. Hilarious.
Yeah.
Because there's no counterplay. It was
the Jaeger every round.
The fact that could have ever been an operator was just ludicrous.
One day I'll make a book, but I did bid as an operator like in 2018 that will never be released because it did not fit seed, but it was crazy as well.
You have to tell me after the show.
Okay, we'll see if I can do that. But SSG, slow and steady, trying to find their pace, and NIP, I gotta say this with respect, they're really holding on well. Nova on Clubhouse is swinging everything for no reason. Now let's swing things with a reason.
What was that? I think, how did he get stunned? I think that might have just been the fire extinguisher detonating right next to him. That is perfect.
A little concussion there to add to the negative effect on the player. Jump in, the bait is perfect for Hertz.
Yeah, this is not a very pretty situation for SSG. Ashen, surely he was favored in that fight, and yet the concussion loses it for him. Fultz desperately jumping in the window. This might be that one for Newers. Can't get enough damage.
One more bullet would have done it.
Hey, they have thrown everything they have at this NIP defense, and they have very little to show for it. Ben just got to go and recollect that diffuser. It died with Fultz cold on the ground. Cannot believe that Fantasy is still alive.
They're just running past the vert. He's also 1 HP now.
Disrespect.
Same guy of Newers who can't land that final crucial shot. 20 seconds, and SSG gotta come knocking because time is running out.
All right, here we go, Benja. This is the way that SSG win the round. It needs to be a Danish explosion. Apparently, Wizard is going to turn cloak and help out SSG a little bit, but Benja won't find any kills.
He just killed everybody. His teammate, the enemies.
Fantasy's like, dude, what's going on? Wizard's like, I'm busy. I kill everyone. I don't care what side they're on.
Well, I think they're counting how many he gives it. 2, 3?
The only player that died on... Whatever. Let's listen to this timeout.
Benja, we're going to say cut out. We're going to say fuck the lurk below. We're going to prioritize more so the top pressure. Ban the... I think we do the Tachanka third here. Quite frankly, our master's going to be a fucking shit show to push. So just say fuck the mirror, go for that. Same thing for the fucking garage side right here. If we want to go garage side, get a shield in front of the face. If not, clear across the whole top floor and look in back towards like the gen side. You're looking for one of those two things on garage.
Heard.
You got that?
Yeah.
On the master side, Benja, when you're clearing across the top, they're going to ban one of the shields third. We can either pick up a fucking second shield, we can go long along with the trophy side split pressure, or the Tachanka ban, we can just do our base and look on the site. Because rocket should be relatively easy to take again. And then Jack, let's prioritize the floors this time on master as well. Clear that shield they have on like the server side, so if we do want to do the fucking kill through, we can do it.
Alright, let's fucking go. Let's talk more. Let's just fuck these guys. Come on.
Okay, so again, very specific, very tactical, trying to get those 2-3 rounds over the line. One strat for each bomb side, talking about what they should be banning to Tachanka. Love that call from Carl because he's right. It's going to be a shit show if left open because they've been so effective with that operator. And then just small operator changes for SSG, like the floors, like getting a shield in front of them. And it makes sense. These inter-gun fights, they are raw. It's 50-50s, no follow-up, no crossfire, no util, no shields, and they need some of that magic to happen.
Reflecting a little bit back onto the operator Vito, knowing that we've now gone the distance to Lair, I'm looking at the stats, Nick. It doesn't look pretty for SSG.
Really?
Ever since Lair has come into the map pool, it has been Space Station's least favorite map. Last time they played it was in Boston at Six Invitational. They lost it to W7M.
February.
The last time they won this map was over a year ago in September last year, September 2024, against the Unwanted roster.
Okay.
So a domestic matchup,
Exactly,
not even an
domestic matchup.
international game.
Oh, that is not good.
I mean, on the flip side, in the last 90, 180 days, NIP are nearly undefeated on this map. They lost it to Weibo 7-1.
Yeah.
Obviously, that was a really embarrassing game. Perhaps that's what SSG saw. They thought, oh, NIP suck at this map. But before that, I mean, NIP had beat Los, FaZe, ENX, 9Z, and Black Dragons.
They've been beating FaZe on like every map that we checked so far.
Dude, they're 7-1 FaZe.
They own FaZe apparently.
Yeah. I mean, it certainly doesn't bode well for SSG. The historical data tells us that this is a very NIP-favored battleground, and the first 2 rounds have told the same story. Now they've used their tactical timeout, there's no second tack you're going to get.
I quite like it being this early because they know that they got to get over the line on attack. Just get those 2, maybe 3 rounds, they'll be okay on the side swap, but it's about that mental boom before you get there, right? If you go down 0-3, 0-4, it's like, okay, guys, we're kind of choking now. Fultz, the captain, on the Monty now to help stabilize this round, get that shield in front of them, that can call the shots, and just move step by step. It's almost like SSG have to pull an NIP. Don't cut the corners. Step by step, communicate what we need, and don't make a blunder along the way. But it comes down to gunfights. We always say this, at the end of the day, Siege is an FPS game, and one-shot headshot is super lethal. Fantasy, one-shot headshot through the wall, perhaps even.
I'm
takes
sorry,
down
Fultz,
but he's the Monty.
Why are you vulnerable? Why is his head exposed?
Yeah,
Did he aim down sights? I
Surely
thought the
not.
Monty was the perfect ingredient to help SSG. It simplifies things. You just march on forward, you get the info. But no, I mean, now Benja is desperately trying to find one of these players in R6 room. He can't figure out where they are. J90 finally opens the equation for SSG, but it doesn't all add up just yet. There's a lot more to be done. as NIP continue to pull back their defense.
They got Ash on the flank in the hallway as well, waiting for the right moment. There's a bomb right in front of him to keep it as well, lock him at bay. Giano goes down, and NIP, they keep fighting. They're not falling back, James. They're fighting every single kill they can get.
It's a disaster for SSG. The tactical timeout gives them nothing.
Damn.
NIP 3 defenses in a row, each one just as convincing as the last. SSG have 2 kills so far in this map. 2 kills in the last 3 rounds. And now in the operator bans, Callout has a chance to talk again, but he was just staring at the wall.
They're expecting a shield ban against them, mind you, from that TO.
And that didn't happen. It was a Brava.
It was a Brava ban. Now this can mean, well, they're showing it. It usually means the Maestro. That's the most obvious pick because Brava is the counter operator.
Oh, this sucks for SSG.
And yeah, also it's a curveball. They called their tag timeout as well. They banned the Brava. They might force the Maestro. This is just a big curveball that they haven't necessarily prepared for, and it's gonna give NIP a new win condition that they have not shown us before. It's been aggression, it's been gunfights, it's been C-Force vertically. Now they're playing the Maestro. It's a whole different thing. It also means that if Fantasy is not successful at Fountain's opening pick, they can rely on utility now in a much greater fashion. And also, thinking about this further, if they were anticipating Tashanka ban, Maestro is like a huge plant and now operator.
Yeah.
Much more reliable than like just a single C4. You get 3 Evil Eyes.
We need more nades, we need more explosives. You're kidding me. You're kidding me. We saw the Sophia teased out. We've got Flores, and we don't even have the nades because you ditched the Blackbeard in favor of the Monty. This is not enough explosives.
I don't think so either.
I can't believe they haven't read this. Pick an Ash, for goodness sake.
Mirror window. They literally cannot deal with mirror windows besides the Selma charges.
I'm so scared.
Maybe if they're a little bit lucky to Flores drones not being watched, they can kill them with the Flores drones or the Eastful Evil Eyes, rather.
Smoke the mirror window.
Yeah.
The smoke's not going to do anything against the Maestro. The Ying's not going to do anything against the Maestro.
You know what would have been really cold here for NIP? A bandit. Like, you hide the bandit, you just trick the exterior wall because they're bringing so little hard destruction, and Kite is banned, so you're not going to be expecting the wall denial, right?
I mean, they just use one of the 4 Roteros on a bulletproof camera, meanwhile you got 4 Evil Eyes.
3.
3 Evil Eyes.
3 Evil Eyes. But yeah, it's, I feel like kudos to NIP here. They are making so many different problems for SSG that they are forced to either spread themselves super thin, the jack of all trades, master of none, which is kind of what they're doing here, or they say, screw the Evil Eye, soft destruction, screw the planter, verticality, or the plant denial, verticality, but they need to bring a bit of everything, which means they're gonna be lacking a lot of stuff. I think he missed both of those Selmas, actually.
Yeah, that's not a deal from Cons. But he's still on that Azami. He can still continue fortifying his position.
Well, here comes the
second Roteros, and again, it's just clearing this Keepers.
It's not getting anything.
No, not getting those Evil Eyes at all.
Oh, they might not know until now, actually, that there even is a Maestro. That's possible.
Guys, this is just like Siege X 101. If you see a team ban Brava, they're probably leaning into Maestro.
Okay, okay. At this point for SSG, I feel like we just need to rely on getting a kill somewhere. And I mean, Fantasy, he's been a bit greedy, but in a good way for him. If you're waiting for it, nope.
Oh, no.
Nope, he's still good. That was with the Dokkaebi call. Good trade from Foltz, though, and a grace up that rocket stairs.
The only other win condition against that Maestro, the only other counter was the Dokkaebi. Now it's gone.
Oh, the
timing could not be worse for Foltz. Might be able to be traded, but being abused by 2 players, Hates confirms it. The Monty is dead. J9O desperately inside, but him and Newers
2v2
both find kills and restabilize. It is a 2 versus 2, and it might just be winnable for SSG.
Smoke flashes, but Newers pushing a little bit too early before the smoke pops and gets shot down. J9O, he's found 2 kills so far, and he has to find 2 more.
A lot of bullets, but he needs to land these headshots, and he has no support. It's a low rate of fire weapon. The gas pushes him forward. He jumps up, waits for the peek. Good read on the Cons, but not the kill as of yet. Continues spraying, but Pino gives him a face full of buckshot. NIP, they're not slowing down, they're speeding up. SSG can take their tactical timeout. SSG can have more bans, but ninjas in pajamas are dominating them regardless.
it's so hard to be critical in a tactical timeout because you don't know the ins and outs of how this team operates. You don't know anything about their situation. But it feels like the aggression from Fantasy, the aggression from NIP keeps catching them off guard time and time again. Now, we didn't see the exact build-up for the Fantasy opening kill, but he's doing this every single round almost flawlessly. And on the tactical timeout, we're just talking about what operators to bring, strategy, what to do, and then NIP, they keep throwing curveballs. Go back to Consulate, right? Tactical timeout, call out, okay, this upcoming round, they're gonna go on this bomb site. Bring this operator, you go here, you go there. They go 4th bomb site split. And the whole thing doesn't matter for another 3 minutes. It just feels like SSG are expecting NIP to do a certain play, and NIP are showing us depth. They're showing us layers. And they're catching seemingly SSG by surprise on the 3rd map in a BO3.
Yeah. This is a completely different Ninjas to what we've seen throughout the whole tournament so far. I mean, keep in mind, their first 3 games, they got 7-3'd, 7-1'd, and then 7-3'd again. That was their first 3 maps of this tournament. Then they won 7-5 on Consulate. Now they're 4-0 up on Lair against SSG. And it's starting to give a bit of a grim look for these SSG guys. I mean, look, they've pretty much dominated domestically. First place in Stage 1 in the NAL, 2nd place in Stage 2. But you look at their international results recently. I mean, top 4 EWC, that's great, but it's EWC. It doesn't really, it's not part of the main circuit. And then Rio, they got 1st rounded. If they lose this today, they're getting 1st rounded. Okay. 2 events in the same year getting 1st rounded, that is worse than has ever happened for SSG.
When this day started, I feel like a lot of people, myself included, was like, NIP, they just don't have what it takes right now. And I think the first round Clubhouse has shown us that, yeah, they're not really here, mentally perhaps, but they really changed around between map number 1 to map 2 and now map 3. It's a different kind of beast in the server. SSG bring out the shield again, the Monty looking for Fantasy, they find him, they injure him. They've yet to confirm that kill until that very moment. There we go. They get the 5v4, they shut down the star player. This is the best shot at an attack and run victory for SSG so far.
Every single round up until now, NIP's found the opening kill. Every single round up until now so far, SSG have been second-guessing themselves. They've looked lost. They haven't had the ingredients to deal with the setups from NIP. For the first time, they are in the driver's seat, but they have to make good on it, otherwise they're going down 0-5. And Hate somehow has found Benja, who's been so quiet. 0-5 for the Dane in this game.
Yeah, he was good on Clubhouse, but that's a long time ago. I was about to say before that kill, this is a great spot for Spacious. You might walk down the staircase, take down the smoke, do the vert, and hit a plant spot. Now Hate has changed it around. He gets shot now, but stays alive. He's gonna be a flank later on. Because he stays up, you have to either get a flank drone on 2 different staircases or constantly worry about the flank. And Cons walks down, they're watching the window, he knows it.
Flash, come on.
Gonna stick it 50-50 on the shotgun, gets one.
Way.
Oh my god.
He's tearing them apart! Fultz will trade it, but not before he takes a hell of a lot of damage. And I gotta say, credit to Pino with that Yokai drone. He is what enabled that play for Cons. And the 2 of them together have dismantled Space Station Gaming. NIP now on the road to making it a 5th round straight on Lair. And Pino is continuing to harass these SSG players. Wizard has ripped the head off of J90, and Fultz low on HP will desperately look for a Fran opportunity.
Reloading.
The diffuser not planted yet. Pino though, oh my god, it doesn't matter about those Yokai drones when Wizard is coming up from behind and Newers can't do anything about it. NIP 5-0 over SSG on Lair.
One of the highest value echo rounds I have seen in a damn long time. 7 or 8 individual Yokai stuns throughout it, and to make it even worse, Dokkaebi hacked the cameras incredibly early. They knew where every Yokai was. Here, 3 Yokai stuns went off, then 1 too earlier, and 1 by Saturday the Planter. Every single area of the round, step 1, step 2, step 3, there's a Yokai disrupting SSG and giving permanent information for ninjas in pajamas. And that was Fantasy dead early. That's a 5v4. That was gonna be like the easiest round you've had so far.
We said it. That was literally the one round SSG had to win. They were meant to win. They had everything gifted to them. Opening kill, ground, they had the
Monty, like... All the tools. And again, I gotta really praise NIP here. Playing Echo, recognizing they're bringing Monty like every round right now, crushing it. Banning Brava, playing Mindshot for the second round, having a backup for the Shanga ban. And also, we heard Colin say, normally we would ban the mirror, but we gotta get rid of the Tachanka because that's gonna suck. We just gotta deal with the mirror. Well, the mirror is also being played now.
The Tachanka was only relevant on that top floor.
Yeah,
like, let's be real.
It might have been one of those cases where, like, recency bias, like, we got really screwed over by this operator. You know, like in ranked, right? Ash gets a 4K, let's ban the Ash guys.
Yeah.
They play Demos, let's ban the Demos guys.
I mean, the problem is now, you talked about how the Brava got banned. It's left that Maestro in. That's not just useful on the top floor. I would say it's more useful on this middle bomb side now.
Definitely. This is the direct plan. You need intel on the attacking side.
Thermite, hard breach. Again, you said it. They're not bringing a lot of hard breach. Now it's being juggled by these impacts.
It's been impact tricked, attempted every round by NIP. Half the time it succeeds for them. A single Thermite, this is not possible. And I mean, sure, you can just throw another Selma, right? Right, Pingu, sure, but it's costing you a lot of utility. Why not play a Thermite who can play smoke grenades and hard destruction versus Ace, which is playing soft destruction, which you're not going to use, by the way, and 3 Selmas. It feels like, again, it's just a little bit too thin across the board, and because of thinking about 1,000 things, they're missing these small moments.
And my question, how are they going to counter these Evil Eyes? There's no plan.
There's no sense.
Without taking down these Evil Eyes. Like you said, no sense. They could have even brought a Thatcher, for goodness sake. There's 100 ways they could have dealt with this.
It feels like they have to go for kills, but looking at the lineup, you know, this is not a kill lineup. Flores, Nomad, Capital, Gridlock, and the Heart Breacher.
2 Flank Watch operators.
It's utility and Flank Watch. It's half clears. I feel like the operators speak one story, but strategically they need a different one. So they... Oh, this is tricky, actually. Now, that's an entrance.
Yeah.
I like
Make
that.
An entrance for Benja. This could help, though. Did a hard breach, but Ashen's fallen elsewhere upstairs. Yeah, I guess. He tried to sneak on, and, I mean, he was found by
Must
Nino.
have been swung, right, surely.
Yeah, I mean, playing too aggressive.
But how are they going to pan you, James? Tell me how there are 3 guys by this breach and they're going to pan. They have top floor control, mirror window, Maestro camps on the bomb side, Warden for smoke grenades. I don't have any, by the way. I don't see how that is going to work. I don't see it.
It would take SSG to pull a rabbit out of a hat to win this round.
It would take them to unplug NIP's keyboard mice at this point. Like, they can't.
Well, Faults has fallen. Fantasy is feeling great. And SSG are looking like they're on their last legs. Benja will fall. Him and Ashen both have not found a kill in this map. Jane, I know, desperately, again, just holding a flank watch position, but he's had to get a face full of Pino. New is up against the wall. Another flawless round for NIP. 6-0. Utter domination. SSG have evaporated from the server. One more round, and it's goodbye to their major.
There's a very clear point when I got worried for SSG, and it's about 4 rounds ago, because something very specific happened. Earlier we cast Furia, and we're talking about how Hurt looks like a guy who needs a hug and a bunch of kills in the server. And he started smiling at one point, and we both said, oh, it's over now for CG.
It's so over.
When the NIP were up 2-0, Pino smiled for the first time in this BO3. And I'm thinking to say, oh my god, it's happening. Pino is actually the instigator for these fights. He's swinging the hallways, going for kills, and he was a bit lackluster earlier on Clubhouse. He has found himself in this BO3 now. 6-0 is not the scoreline. I mean, okay, let's be super copium. It's Lair, defender-sided map, NIP, lucky team, SSG, unlucky team. That's why it's so No, NIP right now, they are showing this skill gap, the skill difference between them and SSG. And it's a big surprise because going into this one, NIP looked weaker, they have less experience, they're a newer roster, and SSG, like you mentioned, they don't get first round almost ever, but it would make it 2 events in a year if they lose this, which looks incredibly likely.
It's dismal. And it starts to bring in questions like, do we make more roster changes? We brought in Newers, right? That was meant to be a huge upgrade.
Who do you kick? Who do you pick up? Like, it's such a hard conversation because this roster on paper is solid.
It is.
Unless you import a Brazilian, I don't know how you're going to make it that much better.
And the foundation behind this roster is so good as well.
Yeah.
Like, we've talked so much about their regimented...
And it takes time to introduce that to a new player.
It does, right? And anyone who would join SSG, you have to be part of the... You have to be one of the boys to be on SSG, right?
That system
you
for
have
sure.
to fully embrace it. And these guys do that. You can't deny it. Newers is taking damage early somehow as well.
Through the window, I suppose. Or the Jordan maybe actually as well. There's a nasty ankle on it.
Can I just say that we have 6 kills in 6 rounds for the entirety of SS.
Consistency, baby.
6 kills in 6 rounds for the whole team.
That's intense. Like, that's...
Fantasy, Pino, and Wizard each individually have as many or more kills than the entire team.
And Carnes and Hate's only 1 and 2 behind as well. Like, it's 1v5 in scoreboard in that regard.
This is one of the most dominant maps of Siege I have seen in a very long time.
Let's see if they can do it. Side swap can be a hell of a thing. They got the clash. Arbiter bans real quick. Monty and Ace from Space Station. Double Heart Denier and NIP from the Bandit and the Kaid. It's nothing out of the norm. Again, I really like the Monty ban because it can be an issue to deal with, but now comes the Blackbeard instead. The problem really is Fantasy's been opening Kill Demon, but the other players, Wizard, Pino, they're all fired up in the kill department. Here comes the Heart Destruction, Blackbeard covers, Thermite breaches again. Great problem solving from NIP.
Yes, we like this a lot. And the clash is going to make things awkward, but...
You know what's funny? Sorry.
Please.
SSG was so worried about the Shank and they banned it, but they don't play it themselves. Like, I just feel like, if it's so good and so annoying, why not play it?
Great question.
Just a little small...
there's a lot of problems going on right now for SSG.
And I think that's the thing. What's the solution to all these problems? There's not one solution for all.
Took their tactical timeout when they were 0-2 down, and they have not found a round since. The clash is what they're hinging this on to try and prevent against that push from the Blackbeard. Here comes the entry, though, inside of
Fantasy.
Bathroom. He's in a crossfire. He goes and puts the shot in his back. There's no
Oh,
way!
no!
What is going on? Just when SSG needed to lift off, the doors have fallen off the space station. The ninjas in pajamas have obliterated the Americans and stayed alive here at the Munich Major.
7-0 on the 3rd map. A convincing victory for Space Station on Clubhouse. A bit of a barn burner of Consulate and a complete blowout to close off the series. Unexpected, surprising. I don't know what happened, James.
And the team that is known for their energy, known for their gusto, have been outdone by Fantasy. His return here to the international stage with a new team in NIP. And man, it looks beautiful. After only winning 4 rounds coming into today, NIP have their first win under their belt, and we'll break it all down after this.
7-0. I don't have much to say. Let's Cons tell me more.
So yesterday we play very bad against Weibo, and we know like our lair is a very good map for us. Like we have so much confidence in that map, so we fixed our mistakes the yesterday. So I think we play so much better than them, and we know better than them in this map. So that's don't have anything more to say.
When it was 5-0, you were like, okay, come on, guys, we got this. Let's just close this game, right?
Yeah, like we saw the first attack of them and don't make any sense what they are doing. So we just keep calm and how can I say that? It's like just keeping the control of the match. Yeah, so that's it.
Yeah, they have actually one of the worst attack rates, so you're really right. And given the results from yesterday, what do you think it makes better for NIP to play in best of 3?
I think best of 3 is so much better because we can take risks. Because I don't know, maybe sometimes you feel like fear to make it something risk, and I don't know.
You made any mistakes, right?
Yeah, so it's more safe to make some risks in match. So that's it.
Okay, one more question. What will you guys make any changes, any adjustments from now on?
I think the most change that we have made from yesterday is the way we play and our confidence in skill individual plays, you know, like to play more aggressive. We are playing very, very passive. And this...
We saw Fantasy being really aggressive.
Yeah, today he was playing very aggressive, and the most part is confidence. You can play aggressive without confidence. So I think this is for everyone here. So that's it.
Thank you so much. E parabéns. Tamo junto.
What a statement made by NIP to keep themselves alive in this tournament. A 7-0, which I believe is our first 7-0 of the tournament as well. And I just like to bring it back to the pregame when we talked about the things we want to see from NIP. We talked about them starting on defense. It was all great for them, but 6 rounds on the defense, I did not expect that.
Yeah, I want you to pay attention to those lineups at the beginning of the map because that tells us another story, and that's something that was just said and shared by Cons in that interview. Look at those setups. They have used the smoke, the echo, the Warden. There is something here, the Fenrir. They abused the late round, right? But that used to be their only win condition, playing off time. But then as it grows, as they win more and more rounds, that does not become their only win condition. Then they start being a little bit more flexible. They start having wizards sent on the roam, for example, at some point. They still stay true to that turtle setup, but we can see them getting more aggressive individually. And that's the biggest thing for me. They went from trying not to lose to actually playing to win. They went from playing off time only to being able to go aggressive. And that's the beautiful part of an NIP that has just been rejuvenated.
And I think also the key thing that he also mentioned there, playing with confidence, taking those risks with confidence. That clearly was shown throughout this match. And then we look at SSG. I mean, as an NA analyst and seeing this team develop and come into this event and have a performance the way they did and to go out the way that they did, I'm really left speechless here because this is not the team that we're used to seeing, especially what we even saw in the early bits of the game in Clubhouse, even going into that consulate. I was still behind SSG, but then immediately following into that lair, you heard Cons even say it after the first 3 attacks, they had no clue what it looked like SSG was trying to do. And realistically, I didn't know what SSG was trying to do, and it played into their defensive setup perfectly, like you were talking about. Using the Fenrir, using the smoke, using just everything to slow down that time and use that time into their favor.
And just going back to the pictures that we've seen from SSG right now, just I think it holds a lot of weight. Just check their faces,
yes. Absolutely.
The way they see each other. This means a lot to them. Being first rounded, that's a huge setback for a team that was consistently progressing.
Yeah, when we talk about the positives, so we have to talk about NIP, and we mentioned a few names in regards to who we think will step it up this game, but player that really came out of nowhere, Wizard, so important on lair during the SAL playoffs to make it even here.
And even
once
here.
again, so important on lair.
He just steps up on that map for some reason. It's just, I don't know why. He's a wizard on that map.
I mean, what was your favorite map that you just had a tremendous performance on? I would say mine would have been Consulate back in the day.
It would definitely not have been Lair, I'll tell you that.
But back to the matter, we needed players to step up. A lot of it really came down to fantasy, but in this last match was where we saw Wizard really come alive, find his footing, find the performance that we can see from out of him. And as we already said, he was the reason why that they're even competing here. And then in the performance today to put them one step closer to making it to main stage.
He goes 10-1. It's the way he did it. And I think we're looking at this player. He was the one playing the bridge. He was the one going aggressive in total setups. He was the one creating the spark of chaos that we're expecting. It was not only fantasy, it was now Wizard. And it goes to show the talent is spread out in this team. They have talent everywhere. And on the other side, where were the fraggers? Yeah. Where were the fraggers? Where was Ashen? Where was Benja? The win conditions we mentioned at the beginning of the consulate. Look at this. 0-7, both of them. 7-0. Victory for NIP over Space Station. Not a single kill from these two. They were supposed to be the fraggers. They completely shut down.
Again, it's so unfortunate because I've highlighted, Fox has highlighted Benja throughout the stage that we needed to see a lot better performance out of him. And coming into here again, we saw them change that pace. We saw them improve a little bit, but then to only fall towards the end, not find that success. And then even for a player like Ashen, and I say this very, very lightheartedly, when you see Ashen performing in a negative sense, he's still at the middle of the pack. He's usually excelling above all expectations.
Or he's hyping his teammates
and
as
to
well.
come into the and that's we weren't seeing that.
No,
and I think that is a big thing, is that he leads that voice of this team. Being the youngest player on that roster that is fueling the fire, yelling at all times. We weren't seeing that this stage, or seeing that this event rather. And I think that really challenged their mental because they're usually so into that mental warfare of getting in their face, and that just hypes everyone around them. We weren't seeing that, and I think that was a big contribution as to why we weren't seeing Ashen find his stride.
Yeah, but we normally see Ashen so vocal.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so energetic. There was nothing left of that, even after the game as well. I mean, I feel like we could talk for days about the emotions that we saw from the SSG staff and players after that game. It just seemed like they were absolutely defeated. And you two are probably speaking from experience as well. When you leave a tournament so early when you're not expecting it.
I know Callout from the inside out. I was his teammate. We went through very difficult situations together. You know, last place finish in NAL. I know how much it means to him. He's probably the player I've played with that has the biggest mental and the biggest discipline. And everyone knows that out of Callout. And I think that it just means so much to him. He means so much, and it means even more as the coach. He takes full responsibility for anything. And that first round, I think it just weighs on him like hell. That's something that he's never lived through.
I mean, it's heartbreaking, and to not even get an exit interview with them, and it really speaks dividends to how much this really meant for them to not be able to find their success, not be able to find that stride, even replicate what we saw in EWC and put so much hope behind, and to fall out this quickly, this fast, and in a fashion, like I said, being 0-7, that stings even more, to say the least.
Yeah, it's a clear statement, like I said at the beginning, of course, and it's a very stark contrast as well to what they were able to do at EWC. You know, making it all the way to the quarterfinals. That's just, it's so different. And we can only hope they bounce back from this one, Heroes. They are the first to be eliminated from this tournament alongside CAG, of course, who we said goodbye to earlier today. Now, we'll have to look forward to what's happening, because when we look at the B stream, I mean, you may have already heard it. There is all that chaos going on around here. We might see another 7-0. I'm not joking. This is incredible.
I'm almost tempted to try a TriCast for that last round. I'm hoping that you
sprint there really quick.
I already know, but we could do it here. But no, I'm not gonna.
The stage is yours.
No, we're not gonna do that. But I'm just expecting much stalling because I just want to
we get to watch. We actually get to watch.
Oh, we actually get to watch. Okay, that's pretty cool. I'm hoping I didn't jinx it by saying this was gonna be the last round.
Can we get live reaction in the bottom? It's like, I feel like this is the meme.
Falcons at your door if they end up bringing this back.
No, look, opening kill from Psycho. I'm just trusting the goat. Just trusting the goat.
Yeah. I feel like you've been able to hear who's been winning very well. Like this barking or whatever it is coming from the side.
You know the barking is actually pre-planned, Lex? Like they actually bark after getting a kill.
I mean, I heard it. I didn't know really what the reason was for it.
They've said that they weren't able to win grand finals, speaking to Liquefac and stuff, because they were not getting hyped enough. And look
so now barking.
So barking is the solution.
Barking is the hype.
Yeah, that is the secret sauce for them. They're getting hyped. They're barking. They're yelling every time they get a kill because they feel like a team when they do that. Poor Dots. Poor Dots. He's gonna get absolutely
Well, we saw a second 7-0, as you were saying. I think you predicted it. You saw into the future even before that round started getting underway. And honestly, it's perplexing to even see another 7-0 with the level that W7M performs.
Looking at their faces, they were not really. They're not feeling it. No comms, no nothing. Just shut down completely. Felt like watching another SSG meltdown.
But nobody's sent home yet.
No,
I mean,
they're fine.
That's the good thing.
That's
no,
important.
It's not even that late. We could have had that game go on for a little bit longer, for sure. But that's the positive thing about that matchup, right? It sends Falcons off to the playoffs. It does mean that W7M get another chance. That's the positive thing about that. We don't have to say goodbye to them. But still, like, another 7-0, that's a big statement.
You know, at this level of caliber Siege, getting 7-0'd, I think, takes a lot more tenacity than even when it was back when we played. Like, there is a lot more that goes into these games. There's a lot more things you have to be aware of. And the fact that you can dominate these teams at this level, like I said, a team like SSG falling out 0-7, a team like WSH Yami falling out 0-7, it really speaks into how well a team like Falcons and a team like NIP really is playing when they're on point.
Yeah, I think we're seeing the evolution of Falcons. I was thinking to myself, they used to have trouble getting into a tournament and starting well. Well, they've done it. They've done it. They've upset the curse. They won the first game, and then they went in, played W7M, a clean 2-0 victory. That's announcing of good things for the team that was disappointing everyone at EWC.
We can have a look at the schedule for tomorrow as well, then, because we have best of threes only for tomorrow, but we're once again operating with a dual broadcast. Now, if you want to see all the drama, if you want to see all the tears and the heartbreaks, I highly recommend that you join us over on the A stream for the first game and the third game, because those are the elimination games that we have on our stream. And then the second one on B will be an elimination game as well. We'll be sending a team to play us as well. I'm quite excited that we get to do that for our second game on the A stream as well. But quite a packed schedule. I feel like any team that would lose out tomorrow and drops in that lower bracket, there's just an alligator swamp with difficult teams there.
In these elimination games, we're already getting like playoff contention that would have been there, or that we would have thought would have been the teams in playoffs, but we're seeing them in a situation of do or die, getting sent home or continuing their run here at the Munich Major. It's an insane, and again, I think predictions that everyone has made kind of have all scattered, to say the least.
Yeah, one big thing to note is that Furia, G2, Shopify Rebellion, 3 teams that were all favorites from their region coming into the Munich Major, are all back against the wall and 1 game away from getting eliminated. Tomorrow is going to be super important, also for SI points. I think a lot at stake.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll have a catch up with that as well tomorrow about you know, how the SI qualification is looking like in regards to probability with all of our teams. But as that concludes it here for us today on not just the A but also the B stream, because that game has just finished with a 7-0 as well. We can only expect and hope for more action and great, maybe even tense or super dominant games coming out from tomorrow. We'll call it a day for here now. We'll see you again tomorrow. The first game starts at 2:15 p.m. CET on the A and the B stream. We'll see you again and have a great rest of your night.